The two of them chatted about Mashiro-chan for a while. Then, they arrived at the Uehara apartments. When they returned home, Seiji suddenly heard a notification from his system, with words appearing before him. Your cosplay photographs and video of your performance have been truly appreciated and liked by many viewers on the internet. Your rewards option now has reward points from the viewers' appreciation and like. Seiji was rendered speechless. Even his cosplay photographs and videos could reward him just like his novels. He was astonished to find out about this. Is this your way of spreading salt on my wound, system of mine? He was already finished with his bout of embarrassment from earlier, and he no longer felt like clutching his head and shouting out loudly. He merely felt like he didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this unexpected reward. Seiji went to his study and turned on his computer. While he waited for it to load, he opened up his rewards option in his dating sim system. He saw that apart from the previous reward points obtained from his short novel I'll Die If I Don't Become Handsome, there were now new rewards from his cosplay photographs and videos. He saw his reward points increase by 3, by another 4, there was a steady stream of income. After checking the rewards out, Seiji closed his system and went online with his computer. Then, he discovered that in the largest message forum for Sakura Island, in the otaku section where people were discussing the doujinshi convention and cosplay, the topic ranked number 1 was a topic about his and Izawa's character cosplay photographs and videos. The topic's title was The Highest Quality Cosplay from This Year's Winter Doujinshi Convention. A real-life version of a sword fight that's just like a movie. It's incredible. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 388, Flashy Snow. Chapter 388, Flashy Snow. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. This is the best demon sword cosplay I've ever seen. The swords actually sparked when they clashed against each other. Could they have been using real swords? Judging by the sword's quality, the sounds of the swords clashing, and the sparks as well as other details, they're probably real iron swords. Amazing! Incredible performance! Just how long did they practice for it? 10 points for the clothing, 10 points for the makeup, 10 points for the props, and 100 points for the performance. I strongly recommend the makers to come find these two cosplayers if they decide to make a movie out of Demon Sword. It's a minus that a guy is cosplaying as Renha. It's a plus that a guy is cosplaying as Renha. Renha's a female disguised as a male in the original story, so there's no problems with a guy cosplaying as her. Of course, the prerequisite is to have a sufficiently excellent appearance first. Is this cosplayer really a boy? Maybe the cosplayer is actually a girl. After reading such messages, Seiji didn't know what expression he had anymore. He silently closed the forum, poured himself a cup of tea in the living room and drank it to calm himself down. Afterwards, he returned to the study and logged on to his chatting application. Seigo, I saw your cosplay today. It was amazing. He received a message from Yukari. You actually cosplayed with someone else. Why didn't you notify me? I wanted to see you cosplay in person. Chiaki sent him a message as well. Senpai, your cosplay was wonderful, and your performance was incredible as well. This message was from Hoshi. Seigo, I think your cosplay was awesome. Although Renha is a female character, you seemed perfectly suited to cosplay as her, it was beautiful. Your friend's cosplay of Frost was awesome as well, and your performance was excellent. This message was from Keiho. That cosplay was so cool. Were you using real iron swords? With Milord's physical abilities, a performance of this level is probably a cinch. Your friend's abilities are quite something as well. Well, I do have to say that I never expected our king to cosplay a female character. Was it in order to experience the feelings of our game's characters? Hisashi sent such a message. Give me a break. Seiji slumped over in his chair, staring at the ceiling with his head angled at 45 degrees with an expression as if there was no more meaning to life. The other knights of the round table of his game creation group kept passionately discussing their idol Fish King's cosplay for quite a while. Next year, if possible, let's all cosplay together, was the end result of the discussion. As for the arrangements for the doujinshi convention's third and final day, Seiji would go together with Hoshi, Ryan, Katomi, as well as Keed. Yukari was busy and wasn't going to go. Keiho wanted to go by herself. Hisashi strongly requested to join Seiji's team, but all the female members rejected him, so he could only sadly go by himself. Mika wanted to take a rest. Chiaki said she wanted to sleep in, so she wouldn't go. Those were the arrangements. Hana still hadn't logged on. Seiji sent Hana a message asking if she wanted to watch the last day's stream of the doujinshi convention. There was no response. He also asked Shika if she still wanted to watch the stream, but she answered that she didn't need to watch it anymore with her face reddening. He had no clue what his adopted sister was thinking. He figured she was going through the awkwardness of puberty. Siscon Seiji felt like his power to influence his sisters was decreasing. Luckily, he still had the angelic Rio to accompany him tonight, so he could still sleep together with such a cute loli. Hoshi barely slept all night. That was because he was incredibly looking forward to today. Being able to tour the doujinshi convention together with his Hirano-senpai and his twin sisters. This was also going to be the first time that he was meeting his senpai outside of school or the confectionery store, as well as the first time going outside to have fun together. He was feeling excited, anticipatory, delighted, and blessed. All these emotions caused him to have difficulty sleeping. He got up super early in the morning, made some breakfast for himself, ate it, changed clothes, freshened up his appearance, and walked out of his home with a backpack on his back, heading to the arranged meeting location. It was rather cold this wintry morning, but Hoshi felt like he was filled with warmth inside. As he walked, he imagined seeing Hirano-senpai again and couldn't help but smile. He arrived at the arranged meeting location and waited quietly. A cold wind was blowing, and the temperature gradually dropped. Then, it began to snow. Hoshi was beginning to feel a little cold. He checked the time on his cell phone and saw that there was still slightly over an hour before the arranged meeting time. Should I go sit down for a while in a nearby restaurant? Hoshi thought about it but decided against it, electing to wait instead. He put some more heat pads on himself, then took out his thermos and started sipping some hot water. His breath turned into a white fog that disappeared in the air. Then, he took out an umbrella and unfurled it, holding it up to block the snow. Waiting was something that was supposed to be boring, and it would only be more difficult to wait on a cold and snowy day like today. However, Hoshi's heart was filled with nothing other than hope. He didn't even feel like looking at something on his cell phone. He silently watched the falling snow while filled with expectations, and even began humming. He hummed the national idol Miyuki Sakuraku's newest hit solo, Flashy Snow. The beautiful boy holding an umbrella while waiting in the snow and humming this song that was supposed to be a sad song actually made this all seem warm and happy. Time passed just like this. Ryan and Katomi, who were sharing one umbrella, arrived at the intersection that Hoshi was waiting at. Good morning, Hoshi, did you wait long? Good morning, Ryan, Katomi. I just waited for 5 minutes. Hoshi smiled. The twin sisters looked at him. Ryan, Hoshi is lying. Yep, Katomi, he must have been waiting here since long ago. The twin sisters easily saw through the truth. I didn't arrive here that early. Hoshi felt somewhat embarrassed. And then, he saw his sisters each taking off a glove and reaching out to him. Ryan and Katomi both placed one of their hands on their younger brother's cheeks. Hoshi felt a warm and soft sensation. The twin sisters felt a cold and hard sensation. Idiot brother. Your face is almost frozen solid. They gently began rubbing his face. Hoshi felt really comfortable. His sister's hands were warm and soft, and felt quite nice on his face that was semi-frozen. While he felt warm on his face, he felt blessed in his heart. A while later, Ryan and Katomi retracted their hands. Then, they put away their umbrella and stood by their brother's side, staying close to him and wrapping their own scarves around his neck. "Thank you, Ryan, Katomi. No need to say thanks. We're siblings." Hearing them say that they were siblings, Hoshi almost felt like crying for a moment. He hurriedly took a deep breath and barely managed to stop himself. He kept feeling like he was more and more fortunate. The snow quietly continued to fall. He watched the falling snow and felt his sisters beside him. He even felt like thanking this snow. "Idiot, what does the snow have to do with anything?" A voice spoke up in his own mind. "What you should be truly thanking is that person." As for that person, no matter how much he thanked him, he felt like it wouldn't be enough. Hoshi thought about Senpai as he hoped for Seigo to arrive. Suddenly, he heard a song. Flashy Snow, the song that he was humming earlier. His sisters were the ones singing softly. They sounded much better than he did. The twins sang in unison with their voices overlapping perfectly without a single second's difference. Hoshi enjoyed their song and felt that they sung better than anyone, even the national idol Miyuki Sakuraku. He temporarily closed his eyes and listened. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 389, Something that shouldn't be described between a beautiful teacher and her high school student. Chapter 389, Something that shouldn't be described between a beautiful teacher and her high school student. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Before Seiji arrived at the arranged meeting location, he first contacted Keed and met with her before the others. Then, he told the blonde teacher about the main parts of what happened between the three Amami siblings as well as the part that her brother Hisashi played in it all. Everyone is now companions working on a game together. I want to tell the twins about the fact that Sweet Cream Pig, or Hisashi, is actually the hacker from that time. I also want to tell Hisashi that Silver Crystal and Disciple of Light are actually the twins and the brother from that incident. However, it seems like Silver Crystal doesn't have a good opinion of Sweet Pig, and I'm unsure if I should tell them all the truth. Or, perhaps it'll be better if I don't let them know? When thinking about it closely, it was truly a subtle situation. In order to help Hoshi and defeat Ryan and Katomi, Seiji requested Hisashi's assistance. After Hisashi helped Seiji out, Hisashi didn't request any payment, instead requesting that they create a game together, so they made this group. In the meantime, Seiji's relationship with Ryan and Katomi improved to the point where they were no longer enemies. After the Amami siblings learned that Seiji was making a game, they asked to join his team. All of this, should it be called fate or karma? You would like my advice about this? Keed blinked her eyes. Yes, you're the health teacher, as well as Hisashi's younger sister and another member of our game group. I would like to hear your opinion. Keed felt his trust in her, even if this trust was about a rather subtle situation. Although she was happy that Seiji was asking her about her opinion, but to be honest, she would have preferred it to be about a more important problem, and not about her idiot brother's messed up personal relationships. I think it's fine either way. If you tell them the truth, it might improve their relationship, or it could be the opposite. If you don't tell them the truth, maintaining the status quo, they might notice on their own sometime later, she said after some consideration. It's up to you to decide, Hirano-kun. You were personally involved, and you're also our group leader. Just do what you think is best. The worst possible outcome would only be that my idiot brother becomes completely hated by those twin sisters. You don't need to worry that this will cause our team's self-destruction, because you're the core of our group. Keed smiled. Brother Hisashi is used to being despised by high school girls, so it's not a big deal. Just do as you like. Seiji was rendered speechless. This younger sister was so ruthless towards her older brother. He didn't know if they had a good relationship or not. After inwardly commenting on the Jumanji siblings, he thought for a while and made his decision. I'd like to tell them the truth. Now, how to go about doing it? Harano-senpai finally arrived. Hoshi was delighted to see him finally arrive. He also noticed the blonde-haired beauty that arrived together with him. She was probably the person known on the internet as Merry-Go-Round, right? Merry-Go-Round's tone of voice in the chat group made her sound like a proper lady, so the image Hoshi had of her was quite different from the blonde woman that he saw. No matter what, she was a beauty who seemed like she had quite the presence. She seemed like a college student to him? She appeared rather mature, and didn't appear to be a high school student. Kid Jumanji. Ryan and Katomi recognized her. Eh? Hoshi was surprised for a moment to hear what his sisters said. The health teacher? Yes, the health teacher from our high school, the twin sisters said. Hoshi was astonished to hear this. It was obvious from the chat group that Merry-Go-Round had romantic interest towards Harano-senpai. And Merry-Go-Round's real identity was that of the health teacher in their high school, which meant he instantly imagined various scenes that shouldn't be described between the beautiful nurse/health teacher and the cool and handsome high school boy. This is so amazing, senpai. Hoshi was inwardly newly impressed with Seigo Harano. If Seiji knew what this guy was thinking about in his fantasies, he would definitely give Hoshi an iron fist of justice. Seiji and Kid walked up to the three Amami siblings. Seiji was relieved to see Amami siblings appearing so intimately close with each other, and happy that they seemed to be recovering a normal sibling relationship. It was just that due to the problem of Hoshi's appearance, they appeared more like three sisters instead of two sisters and one brother. Good morning, senpais, Hoshi. Did you all wait long? No. Hoshi reflexively answered. We just waited for 5 minutes, Ryan and Katomi said together. Hoshi instantly paused in surprise as he looked to the left and right at his sisters. The twins smiled. Judging by the amount of snow on your umbrellas, you've definitely been here for far longer than 5 minutes. Seiji easily saw through the white lie. The twin sisters chuckled. Hoshi felt rather awkward. Seiji was somewhat confused to see them like this. After they finished chuckling, Ryan and Katomi said good morning in a normal voice. Hoshi greeted Seiji and Kid as well. Allow me to introduce her, she's Merry-Go-Round. Seiji indicated at Kid who was next to him. I believe that senpais probably recognize her already. She's the high school infirmary nurse as well as health teacher, Kid Jumanji. Good morning, Amami-sans. The blonde teacher smiled and greeted them. Good morning, Jumanji-sensei. The three siblings greeted her back. This sounded like a greeting between teacher and students, that was indeed what this was. This makes us sound so distant from each other. I'm not coming here as a teacher, I'm coming here as a member of our game team. So, if you call me Nei-san, I'll be happier, Kid said. The Amami siblings exchanged awkward glances. Jumanji Nei-san. Hoshi tried calling her this. Yep, that's pretty good. Kid happily nodded her head. I'll just call you little brother Amami. And as for you two, I'll just call you the Mommy sisters, is that alright? The Amami siblings all nodded in agreement. And then, Kid looked towards Seiji, indicating with her eyes that he should address her in a similar fashion. Please allow me to continue calling you Jumanji-sensei. Seiji indicated this non-verbally with his expression. Kid could only give up for the time being. Afterwards, the five of them headed to the doujinshi convention together. Even though it was snowing, that didn't affect everyone's passion for the convention one bit. On this final day, there were even more people waiting in line than before. After Seiji and his friends began waiting in line, they casually chatted about various topics in a joyous atmosphere. There's something I'd like to tell you guys. Seiji felt that now was an appropriate timing. It's about Jumanji-sensei's older brother, Sweet Cream Pig. He looked towards the twins. His real name is Hisashi Jumanji, and he's the hacker that I asked to break into your room before, but... Hoshi was obviously astonished to hear this. However, Ryan and Katomi's expressions merely flickered slightly as they maintained their calm. You don't seem to be so surprised, did you already guess it? The twin sisters both nodded. Did you dislike him because you guessed at his identity? Seiji blinked. No. It's only because we feel like he's a pervert. The twins shook their heads in unison. Seiji was rendered speechless. Keed chuckled. No matter what he did in that incident, my brother is my brother, an idiot who has perverted fetishes, she said. It's only natural for him to be disliked by high school girls. Harano-kun, no need for you to mind it. We don't dislike him, Ryan remarked. Nor do we hate him, Katomi added. We just biologically feel repelled by him, the two of them exclaimed together. What exactly is feeling biologically repelled supposed to be? Seiji really didn't know what to say. He felt that Hisashi wasn't quite that bad, but the girls in front of him seemed like they already had their opinions set in stone, with no way to change them. Sweet Pig Knight, my apologies that I was unable to help you. The idle Fish King silently felt pity for Hisashi for a good 2 seconds. Junior, did you want us to get along well with him? The twin sisters asked. No. I just wanted to tell you the truth, not to force you into anything, Seiji answered. Since we're all companions working on the same game together, of course it's for the best if we all get along, but there's no need to force things. Just maintaining a normal working relationship is fine. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 390, In order to escape the evil intentions of this world. Chapter 390, In order to escape the evil intentions of this world. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Something flashed in Ryan and Katomi's eyes as they heard this. Afterwards, Seiji changed the topic of conversation and left this issue behind. After the 5 of them entered the convention, they explored the stalls, bought what they liked, and had lots of fun while chatting with each other. Although Seiji had been here on the previous 2 days as well, he was quite excited and in high spirits as he discussed various products on sale here and purchased everything that interested him. Hoshi was in high spirits as well, while Ryan, Katomi, and Keed were relatively calmer. Rather than the products, they were all more interested in the 2 boys with them. For a tall and handsome boy to be walking together with a shorter and beautiful boy, chatting and smiling, it was too wonderful. The twin sisters almost wanted to take out their cell phones and secretly snap some pictures. The blonde teacher's eyes were also lighting up at this scene. When they coincidentally noticed what each other was looking at and thinking, they instantly came to an unspoken understanding and smiled at each other. This is just as I imagined, no, even better than I imagined. Hoshi was currently fully immersed in a blissful feeling. His senpai was right next to him and smiling while his sisters were accompanying him and being so gentle. He felt like he was dreaming and about to float up to cloud 9. If this is a dream, I hope that I never wake up. Luckily, this isn't a dream, so I don't need to worry about waking up. I shall remember this feeling for my entire life. Hoshi was thinking such things as he smiled brilliantly from the heart. Click click. With Katomi and Keed covering her actions, Ryan secretly took some photographs of her junior and her younger brother. These pictures would become their precious treasures. To them, these pictures were more valuable than anything they would buy here at the doujinshi convention. Hoshi, who was fully immersed in his bliss, didn't notice Ryan's tiny, little actions. Seiji was fully immersed in browsing all the available products and also didn't notice what happened. After they finished looking around the stalls, they visited the cosplay area. In such cold weather, everyone that was still persisting in cosplaying were doubtlessly the ones with the most passion for it. Seiji truly respected their passion. He took pictures of cosplayers, as well as photos together with the cosplayers, and even had photographs of himself taken, just like the first day when he was here. And this time, perhaps due to Hoshi's presence by his side, he was photographed even more than on the first day. I feel that as long as you two make a pose together, you'll attract quite a lot of people to take photos. Keed chuckled as she looked at them. Hoshi looked at Seiji, and obviously wanted to try it. Seiji's cheeks twitched as he looked towards Hoshi. Let's try it, senpai. I don't want to. Why not? You were making so many poses yesterday, senpai. That's something different. Or, perhaps I should say that because I did too many poses yesterday that I don't want to do any today, I want to try some poses together with senpai. I'm not in the mood right now. Right after he said that, Seiji felt like there was something off about what he said. When he realized that what he said sounded like a double entendre, he instantly felt like covering his face. Senpai, what's the matter? Hoshi noticed the change in Seiji's expression and was concerned. Junior, please remain quiet for a moment. In this cosplay area, don't talk to me, and don't get within a 3-meter radius of me. Why? In order to escape the evil intentions of this world. Seiji made a serious expression. Hoshi was stunned by this. Tee-hee. Keed laughed upon seeing this scene, and so did Ryan and Katomi. The snow kept increasing in volume. After Seiji and his friends left the convention, they ate lunch together at a nearby restaurant. As they ate, they started chatting about the game's scenario. Seiji explained the outlines for the female lead and the second female character's character settings and rough storylines, then asked Ryan and Katomi about their thoughts for the third female character's settings and storyline. The twins exchanged glances. We'd like to make the third female character into a weak and sickly girl that's a skilled singer, the two of them said in unison. She has very poor grades and is terrible at anything involving exercise. Although she's beautiful, she leaves others with a dark impression, Ryan spoke next. She doesn't want to receive sympathy from others, so she keeps others at a distance and doesn't have any friends, Katomi elaborated. She's very sensitive towards lies and hates liars. She views those who are honest in a better light. She's quite sharp-tongued towards those she dislikes while she speaks gently to those she likes. She's excellent at singing, but she only sings for herself. She doesn't want to sing for or in front of anyone else. On the surface, she seems to be resolutely living on, but she's actually feeling despair about her own illness, and has considered suicide in the past. The twins continued talking in turns as they described a female character with a unique personality. The story would be that the male lead coincidentally came across her while she was singing and was attracted by her song, becoming interested in her, so he attempted to understand her better and get closer to her. At first, this girl kept him at a distance, and even spoke harsh words towards the male lead who was treating her with kindness. However, she was slowly moved by his gentleness and slowly fell in love with her, as the male lead was still disguised as a girl. After noticing her own feelings, she was internally conflicted and began to keep the male lead at a distance even more than at first. At this time, she accidentally found out the secret that the male lead was a boy disguising himself as female. After much shock, confusion, and frustration, the girl decided not to report him to the school, but requested that he leave the school of his own volition. The male lead confessed his love for her, then trudged off in a lonely manner. As she watched him gradually walk away, she felt very uncomfortable inside, and couldn't resist at the last moment to call out to him and ask him to stay, crying while admitting her feelings for him. The male lead ran back immediately and hugged her. And so, the two of them became a couple and had some fun and sweet days together. However, the girl was still despairing inside as she didn't have any confidence in the future. The happier they were, the more anxious she felt. When her anxiety reached its peak, she wrote a letter to the male lead, telling him that she wanted to break up with him so that he wouldn't be sad in the future when she died of her illness, and took a break from school, escaping him. After leaving school, she felt even more pain due to breaking up with the male lead. Plus, with her illness tormenting her, she was finally unable to take it anymore and intended to commit suicide. As she was about to commit suicide, the male lead found her just in time and hugged her tightly. He used a deeply moving confession to pull her out of the abyss. She found inner peace due to him and wanted to be together with him again, working up the courage to live on. This wasn't any groundbreaking story that avoided cliches. However, when Ryan and Katomi were the ones telling the tale, it sounded incredibly moving. Seiji, Hoshi, and Keed had all immersed themselves in the story. This was the best evidence. I think that this story is excellent. Nice storyline for this character. Hoshi energetically supported his sisters. Nice story, it's quite interesting, Keed praised them. Seiji didn't say anything at first. After hearing the twins' story, he was able to picture a clear image of a weak and sickly beautiful girl. She had a weak body and also lacked spirit, and wasn't resolute. She had obvious shortcomings, in fact she had more shortcomings than strengths, yet she wasn't the type that people would dislike, but the type that made people want to care for her. This wasn't only because of her strengths, but also because she seemed so real. With such a clear image in his mind, Seiji even wanted to draw this girl right away. He silently mulled over things in his mind, and then noticed what was missing. The sound of singing. Ryan and Katomi only described the character and told a story, but they didn't sing. Song was the final piece of the puzzle. As long as he could hear her singing, he would be able to clearly imagine the way this female character appeared. He told them about what he just thought about. Let's go to the karaoke then. We'll sing for you, Ryan and Katomi said together. My sisters are excellent singers. Senpai, you'll surely enjoy their singing, Hoshi told him proudly. Can I go together as well? I haven't gone to karaoke in so long, Keed said. And so, they decided to go visit a karaoke place. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 391, please give me your autograph. Chapter 391, please give me your autograph. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. After leaving the restaurant, Seiji and his friends went to a chain karaoke store and requested a private room. Their private room was clean and tidy. After sitting down, the twin sisters began choosing songs. The first song they chose was a song that Seiji hadn't heard before, called Zero Falling. As the song began, the beautiful twin sisters took their microphones and began singing in unison, instantly amazing Seiji with their skills. Their voices perfectly overlapped. No, it was as if they had combined together. It sounded almost as if there was only one person singing, but there was also a different feeling that couldn't be obtained from a solo performance. It was difficult to describe, but it truly felt special and was wonderful to listen to. It was a classic example of being awed the moment they opened their mouths. Seiji soon immersed himself in their wonderful singing, experiencing the song's feelings. This was a song reminiscing about the end of a romance and the death of plant life in winter. Ryan and Katomi excellently sung the feelings contained within this song. As for the girl character they were just talking about, Seiji was now able to vividly imagine a weak and beautiful girl whose face was slightly pale due to her illness. She had long black hair and was singing softly in a garden with nobody around. In a garden filled with blooming flowers, there was a weak and sickly girl singing beautifully. The male lead heard her singing and came to take a look, coincidentally meeting her, and was instantly attracted. Seiji suddenly felt an impulse to draw this scene right away again. He followed his impulse and took out a pencil and notebook from his sack of products purchased at the doujinshi convention. This notebook and pencil both had Honey Candy Girl as their theme, which was why he purchased them. As he listened to the twins singing, he speedily began drawing down the image in his mind. Senpai knows how to draw as well. Hoshi was astonished to find this out. As he observed, he witnessed Seiji drawing at quite a high speed. In just a short while, a rough outline was completed, and it gradually became clearer. amazing. Hoshi reflexively said that out loud, but he instantly covered his mouth because he didn't want to distract his senpai. Meanwhile, Keed observed this as well, with something flashing in her eyes. While singing, Ryan and Katomi were also observing their handsome junior who had such a serious expression while drawing. Something shone in their eyes. When the song ended, Seiji was still drawing, and it took quite a while before he finally stopped. It was still only a sketch, but the scenery and character were both quite clear now. Seiji looked over his own drawing and felt that it was alright. When he finally raised his head, he discovered that everyone else was looking at him. My bad, for suddenly starting to draw like that. Seiji awkwardly scratched his face as he looked towards the twin sisters. Your singing was quite excellent and gave me some inspiration. Ryan and Katomi smiled sweetly in unison upon hearing his sincere praise. We can sing even more just for you, both of them said cutely. Seiji was slightly shaken by this sudden attack. Please go ahead. He slightly averted his gaze. The twins were obviously even more delighted to hear this, and immediately chose a second song. They began singing again right away. Seiji imagined a new scene as he listened to their song and began drawing again. Hoshi used a tambourine to accompany his sister's music. Keed ordered drinks for everyone. The twins' beautiful singing filled the room, song after song. Ryan and Katomi sang for almost an hour. Melancholy, icy, joyous, sweet, deeply emotional, grieving. They were able to sing all styles of songs excellently without missing a single beat. And, apart from synchronized singing, they also showed off their duet abilities, with one acting as the main singer and the other as the accompaniment. Not only that, they also showed their skills in solo singing. Seiji felt that with their current abilities in singing, they could definitely perform on a much grander stage. To be more specific, if they went and joined an idol discovery television program, they would definitely awe all the judges. Please give me your autographs. Senpais. He handed them his notebook and pencil, acting all serious about it. If you become singers in the future, your autographs will surely be highly valuable. Ryan and Katomi blinked at this. We refuse. If we decide to take this path and become real singers in the future, as well as become famous, only when you ask us then will we give you our autographs. The twin sisters smiled. Why's that? Seiji was curious. It's a secret. The twin beauties both put their index fingers on their lips and spoke cutely. Their action was cute as well. Seiji was enjoying their cuteness. Since he couldn't obtain their autographs, he could only put away his notebook. Senpai, please give me your autograph. Hoshi's voice resounded at this point in time. When Seiji turned around to look, the beautiful boy was handing him an identical version of the Honey Candy Girl notebook, his eyes sparkling. Why do you want my autograph? Because Senpai will definitely become someone famous in the future. Your autograph will definitely become valuable. Hoshi said with firm conviction. Seiji was rendered speechless. He felt like he had been hit by his own boomerang, as well as a mysterious sense of embarrassment. His embarrassment made him not want to give out his autograph. Was this the same reason as why Ryan and Katomi wouldn't sign for him? That didn't seem like it was entirely correct. But he was unable to specifically tell. Seiji was rather internally conflicted. You're overestimating me, something like an autograph. I think that I have no right to give others. You should, Please don't reject me with such excuses. Senpai is the person I respect the most. Please give me your autograph. Hoshi spoke passionately as he approached closer to Seiji while holding out his notebook to him. Seiji impulsively wanted to back away. Click, there was the sound of a camera shutter. He reflexively looked to see that the sound came from Keed. I'm sorry, I couldn't help but take a photo because of how interesting this scene was. The blonde teacher smiled. Please don't mind me and continue. Seiji was once again rendered speechless. Senpai. Hoshi continued, getting even closer to him with stars in his eyes. Don't get any closer. I'll sign, I'll give you my autograph. Seiji felt as if he now understood what an idol would feel like when being surrounded by fanatical fans. Click click, the twin sisters began taking pictures of him as well. Why are you all taking pictures of me? It's not like I'm a real idol. While commenting in his mind, Seiji could only helplessly sign his name in Hoshi's notebook. After Hoshi took his notebook back, he carefully put it away in his backpack. Something like this seems quite nice. Yep, both of them have excellent expressions. The girls whispered amongst themselves. Seiji wanted to know what they were talking about, but instinctively felt like it probably wasn't a good idea to know. It seemed so mysterious to him, he decided to sing a song since they were at a karaoke place. He abandoned his worries and picked up a microphone. Next up, allow me to sing for everyone. Senpai, let's sing together. I prefer to solo, so please allow me to sing by myself. After Seiji decisively refused Hoshi's request, he chose the opening theme song of Honey Candy Girl, which was called My Dream of You. An upbeat tone rang out from the music system. When was the last time that he sang karaoke in his previous life? He couldn't remember, and was too lazy to spend effort recalling. Seiji took a deep breath, then passionately began singing together with the music. His singing wasn't very good, but he put his feelings into it and expressed his passion. Looking at the stars chasing after dreams without stopping heading towards you. His singing filled the room. Hoshi shook a sand-filled instrument, Ryan and Katomi played on some hand drums, and Keed smiled and clapped along. With his companion's accompaniment, Seiji sang even louder. He was already writing and creating a game, and wanted to do much more in the future as well. He was currently realizing all his dreams from his previous life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 392, To You Who's Under the Same Sky. Chapter 392, To You Who's Under the Same Sky. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. After Seiji finished, Hoshi and Keed sang as well. Hoshi sang the ending song of Honey Candy Girl. At first, he sang pretty well, but the more he sang, the more off tune he got. Then, his face began flushing red due to embarrassment from singing off tune. The computer gave him a low score for his singing, while his femininity was as high as always. Keed chose a classical and relaxing song, and did an excellent job singing it. She was particularly good at singing the high-pitched parts, and even Ryan and Katomi were impressed. After learning that the blonde teacher had never specifically practiced singing and was naturally at such a level, the twin sisters were even more astonished. However, Seiji couldn't help but suddenly recall the way that Keed was when she would angrily shout and rant at others. Could this be the real reason why she had such skill at high-pitched voices? Was that really possible? It surely had to be her natural talent. Seiji silently denied the possibility out of respect for the smiling blonde beauty. Junior, let's sing a duet together. Ryan and Katomi invited him. Sure, if you don't mind singing together with someone at my level, Seiji answered. How could they possibly mind? The twin sisters were delighted to hear him agree so quickly. They immediately picked a classical duel that was supposed to be sung by a man and woman together, called To You Who's Under the Same Sky. A gentle and joyous tone started playing. Ryan and Katomi prepared their emotions necessary to sing this song, and then began singing in tune to the music. Ever since meeting you under the blue sky, the world seems more colorful. Not everything in the world goes as planned, but there's always a warmth in my heart. Seeing you, hearing you, I want to be by your side. While singing, they looked directly at Seiji's face with seductive looks in their eyes. Seiji did his best to maintain his calm when faced with their expressions, and began singing his part of the song. After meeting you under the blue sky, a brand new page of my life has begun. There's many sad things in the world, but always happiness in my heart. Seeing you, hearing you, I wanna hug you. The next moment, the music reached a climax as they all sung together. To you who's under the same sky, I'm thinking of you, I like you, I love you. I thought that love was something intangible. I only learned when I possessed it that love is a miracle. Their singing filled the room. The effect of the twins' emotional and soft female voices combined with an energetic and deep male voice was excellent. As the audience, Hoshi and Keed were amazed. I want to be together with you, Ryan sang this line. My emotions are bursting forth from my heart, Seiji sang this line. I no longer know what loneliness is, Katomi sang this line. I've written your name in my heart, Seiji sang this line. To you who's under the same sky, I'm thinking of you, I like you, I love you. The three of them sang the climax together. Hoshi and Keed could feel their spirit, and felt as if they were watching actual idols perform as they listened to the handsome boy and the beautiful twins. Seiji felt like he was singing at a much better level than normal. This was due to the twin sisters, since they were so excellent at singing. Sweet singing, beautiful smiles, and seductive expressions. Seiji realized that he was currently under attack by them, and found it difficult to resist. Sergeant Haruta, persist. The enemy's cannon fire will only last for a few minutes. He did his best to firm his resolution and properly sing this song to its end. Ryan and Katomi were incredibly happy to see Seigo Harano fully immersing himself in singing. This was the first time that they had felt such joy from an unfamiliar event like singing together with a boy that they liked. They were allured by this joy, and wanted to keep singing together with him. However, this song lasted only a few minutes. After the song ended, the twins still wanted more. Hoshi had an excited expression as he vigorously clapped his hands. Wonderful singing, it's too perfect. He passionately praised them. Keed clapped as well as something flashed in her eyes. Let's have another round, Junior. Ryan and Katomi wanted to continue. I want to have some refreshments. Hoshi, come have a turn. Seiji found a replacement. It felt really nice to sing together with the twin sisters, but if he continued singing with them, he felt like he would be really moved by them. That was what he felt. Senpai, just go ahead and sing another song with my sisters. I'd like to take a rest since that song was a bit difficult for me. Don't you want to sing together with your sisters? Of course I do. Then, take this. Seiji stuffed the microphone into Hoshi's arms, successfully making Hoshi replace him. He escaped. Ryan and Katomi were thinking this. But, it was fine to them to sing together with their cute little brother. They chose a much simpler song this time to sing together with Hoshi. Seiji sat back down at his original spot and looked at his notebook. Suddenly, he had the idea to write a scene of the male lead and the third female character singing together into their storyline. No, wait. We still haven't even decided on a voice actor for the male lead yet. It's too early to be adding such a scene. He commented on it to himself and decided against it for now. He drank some refreshments as he listened to the Amami siblings sing. To nobody's surprise, Hoshi sang off tune again. Once again, his face turned red in embarrassment. Although he didn't want to, Seiji had to admit that his junior looked really cute like this. If Hoshi was a girl, he would have been really cute, but Hoshi was a boy. But compared to their first meeting, Hoshi already seemed much manlier than before. Still, it was undeniable that he was far too feminine. He was still an unmistakable trap. When Seiji thought about how this junior of his would be a first-year high school student next year, and in the same high school section as him, Seiji suddenly felt like he was having a stomachache. Hoshi resolutely finished singing despite his embarrassment at singing off tune. In his heart, he felt that this was a way of displaying his manliness, not realizing that he only seemed cute to everyone else. The twin sisters looked warmly at their younger brother. The song ended in such a warm atmosphere. Yep, It felt like a healing atmosphere. Harano-kun, please sing a duet with me next. Keed invited him to sing. The blonde teacher took a microphone and chose a song. Having You is a Miracle. This was another edition of the earlier song, To You Who's Under the Same Sky. This edition would have the male singer sing in a conversational style while the female singer sung normally. Compared to the original edition though, the female singer's difficulty was much higher since almost the entire song was in a high pitch. This song, is it really alright? Seiji blinked in surprise. I'll be fine. Is it a problem for Harano-kun? Keed smiled as something flashed in her eyes. That was a competitive expression of wanting to win. Seiji instantly recognized this expression. As a teacher, did she not want to lose to her students? He felt that it was rather subtle. He was also surprised that the mafia family daughter suddenly felt so competitive. I'll be fine. Singing in a conversational style should be alright for me. Then let's begin. After confirming the song, it began playing. An even quicker and more upbeat tune compared to the original edition began playing. The male singer's words were mostly identical to the original song. They were just changed to a more conversational style of singing. When singing conversationally in a duet, Seiji felt a wondrous sense of fun from doing so. He soon immersed himself and didn't sing a single word off beat as he finished singing his portion in a clear voice. Right after him, Keed began singing. To You Who's Under the Same Sky, love isn't something intangible. The moment I possessed love, I discovered that this is a miracle surpassing fate. Her high-pitched singing shocked the room. The shock was to such an extent that Seiji, Ryan, Katomi, and Hoshi felt as if they had received physical impact. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 393, Approaching Darkness. Chapter 393, Approaching Darkness. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Any person that had listened to a high-pitched singer before would know that a well-sung high pitch would have a strong piercing ability. Keed's high-pitched singing displayed such a piercing ability as well, making Seiji and the others feel like their ears were being pierced through. Amazing, Nei-san. Seiji was inwardly exclaiming at her performance. After her part was finished, it was his turn again. He instantly regained his senses and continued singing conversationally. Meanwhile, the Amami siblings were still all in a daze. It took several seconds more for them to recover. Hoshi had an impressed expression of, "That was amazing," while Ryan and Katomi exchanged awkward glances with each other. After a few lines of Seiji's conversational singing, the joyous music reached a climax, and it was the female singer's turn again. Keed began with a soft and gentle voice, and gradually increased her pitch in the next line. Then, in the next line after that, her piercing high pitch reappeared. The audience received yet another impact. This time, including even Ryan and Katomi, everyone had an expression of, "Wow, this is just too strong." "Nei-san, we surrender. We kneel to you." Keed's voice was far too incomparable to an ordinary person's. There was a clear difference in level. The song continued. After the third female high-pitched section, the fourth, and the fifth. Keed's singing could be termed as perfect since she did an excellent job each time without having her voice break pitch or singing off tune even a single time. If this was on an idol discovery show, not only would all the judges turn to look at her, they would probably all be rushing to sign her, but as for Seiji, he received a double impact not only from her excellent high pitch, but also from the flirtatious expressions she was tossing in his direction. The blonde teacher's cannon fire was quite fierce as well. Sergeant Haruta did his best to persist. Under continuous heavy cannon fire, even though he almost fell, he succeeded in maintaining his willpower to the very end. After the song ended, everyone applauded. They all applauded energetically, truly giving their appreciation to the professional female high-pitched singer, the health teacher. Keed smiled and accepted the applause. The twin sisters looked at her with complex expressions that contained both impressment and something else. I used a little too much energy just now, someone else have a turn. The blonde teacher put down the microphone. Just a little too much? Seiji thought to himself. Was that not even her full potential? Could that really be? He couldn't help but suggest, Sensei, why don't you consider changing your job? I think you'll have quite an excellent future as a singer. I'm not very fond of singing. It's fine to sing from time to time, but I think it'll be too difficult for me to do it professionally, Keed responded as she drank her refreshment. But, if Hirano-kun is willing to take responsibility, I'll happily become a singer. She smiled while looking directly at him. This smile was quite a powerful attack, causing Seiji to take an unexpected arrow to the knee. Take, what type of responsibility? Responsibility for the rest of my life, of course. The blonde beauty had a seductive expression. Seiji took yet another impact in succession and his face reddened as he couldn't help but avert his gaze. Hoshi felt like he was watching a lover's scene, and said wow in a tiny voice. Ryan and Katomi's expressions became even more complex. Cough. Sensei is such a jokester. Let's continue singing. I'll sing a solo song next. Seiji forcibly ignored his own feelings of awkwardness. Keed smiled as she looked towards the twin sisters. They exchanged glances, and non-verbally communicated as girls would. But as for what the content of their non-verbal communication was, only they would know. And so, a fun time for all passed just like this. After everyone was done singing, before they left the karaoke place, Seiji showed the twin sisters the rough character design and scenes that he had finished drawing. Ryan and Katomi both said that he drew a great character and completely agreed to use her. As for whether or not to use these drawings in the end, I still need to talk to the artist. Romance of Ice and Fire, before I make my decision, Seiji told them. I never knew that Senpai knew how to draw as well. You're so amazing at drawing, it's incredible, Hoshi exclaimed sincerely as he observed. You're a writer as well as an artist. Doesn't that mean that you can actually draw your own manga? In the future, I may do so, but I have no intention to do so currently. I'll be waiting for your future work. I also really want to read one of Hirano-kun's mangas, Keed said. We do as well, Ryan and Katomi added. Thank you all, but please don't get your hopes up. Seiji smiled. Afterwards, they all left the karaoke place and returned to their homes. The snow was still falling. As Seiji walked home, he watched the falling snow with calmness in his heart. Tomorrow would be the final day of this year. When thinking of this, he went over everything he had experienced after reincarnation. Not much time had actually passed, only a few months, yet he experienced so many things. All in all, he definitely had lots of fun times. He truly hoped that next year would be this much fun as well. However, while hopes were hopes, there would always be darkness as well, such as... Seiji's cell phone suddenly rang. He checked the caller ID to see that the caller was Shika. Hey, Shika-chan, I'm on my way home right now. Is something up? Brother, someone's looking for you, Shika told him. A male yin-yang master and a female spirit-branded retainer. A male yin-yang master? Seiji suddenly had an ominous premonition. He said that his name is Akatsuki Matarai. Seiji paused in his footsteps for a moment. Then, he immediately quickened his pace. Have they entered our apartment? No. I had them wait outside the door because I felt like these two people aren't very good. Shika said in a low voice. You did the right thing. Don't let them in and wait for my return. Seiji began running at a high speed. Akatsuki Matarai actually came looking for him at his home. What did he want? Revenge? Or to threaten him? Akatsuki was a dangerous individual. Just thinking about how Akatsuki was currently in front of his apartment, Seiji was quite tense. No, he needed to calm down. Although he was quite worried about Shika and Ryo, especially because it was such a situation, it was important not to panic. Are they enemies? Shika asked after hearing what her adopted brother said. Yes. Be on guard, Seiji told her. Just let them wait outside and try to avoid talking to them. If they attack, take Ryo and escape. Got it, Shika answered in a serious tone. Akatsuki together with a spirit-branded retainer isn't someone that Shika-chan can deal with, and even if I'm there as well, Although he successfully made Akatsuki lose multiple times during the Winter Snow Festival duels, Seiji knew clearly that it was still going to be incredibly difficult for just him and Shika to deal with that bastard. Just because he won twice in a game-like duel against Akatsuki's spirit-branded retainer didn't mean that he would be able to win in an actual battle, because a duel like that game with rules like someone who went out of bounds would be declared a loser was completely different from an actual battle. If Akatsuki and his spirit-branded retainer were serious this time, everything else aside, the Uehara apartments would probably be reduced to rubble, Perhaps Seiji would be able to find a way to win using his ability to save and load, but rather than facing off against him right now and causing the destruction of property, he felt that it was better to avoid a direct confrontation for the time being. In order to truly counter Akatsuki Matarai, he had to find an equal-level existence, Natsuya. I'm hanging up now. Be extra cautious. Okay. After hanging up, Seiji immediately called the student council president. However, he received a busy signal. He called her again, but her line was still busy. Perhaps she was currently talking to someone else. After calling Natsuya several times but failing each time, Seiji sent Natsuya a text message instead, hoping that she would respond as soon as possible after reading his text. Then, he called Shika again, so that he could know what was currently going on. Akatsuki Matarai was currently waiting. Since he had visited unannounced, he knew that it was perfectly normal that Seiji might not be home. He was confident that Seiji would rush home as soon as possible, so he didn't mind waiting for a little while. Besides, waiting was also a method for him to display his sincerity. While it was slightly impolite to visit unannounced like this, for a yin-yang master like him to personally visit someone who had been exiled was a huge display of his sincerity in his opinion. Besides, he was waiting outside in the snow in front of Seiji's doorstep, which seemed like a great display of sincerity that even the Haruta family wouldn't find fault with. In Akatsuki Matarai's opinion, Seiji Haruta was insignificant. He was only at the level of worthy of paying attention to. The true problem with Seiji Haruta was that the Haruta family behind him was one of the 7 major yin-yang master families. Or, more specifically, Seiji's older sister. Shilin girl, Yui Haruta. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 394, I came here with sincerity. Chapter 394, I came here with sincerity. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. If Akatsuki wanted to obtain Natsuya Yorihana, he knew that Seiji Haruta would obstruct him. He considered it quite easy to get rid of this trash from the Haruta family. However, he didn't know how Yui Haruta would react. Akatsuki didn't want to make the Chilin girl his enemy. Although he was confident in his own power, she was at another much higher level than him, and he knew that it would be nothing more than suicide to go against her. The last idiot that challenged this Chilin girl directly was burned to death and left as nothing but ashes together with all of his spirit-branded retainers. There was even no need for a cremation. Since he was uncertain what exactly Yui Haruta's attitude was towards her exiled younger brother, the best move for him would be to prepare for the worst-case scenario that she still paid attention to what happened to Seiji Haruta. He felt that was the wisest and most cautious move to make. Not to mention, the Haruta family consisted of more than just Yui Haruta. It would be fine if Seiji Haruta had still been a pure piece of trash, but that was no longer the case. On the day of the Winter Snow Festival, Akatsuki had personally witnessed the power that he displayed. No matter where Seiji obtained his power, power was power. A family member that displayed some rudimentary signs of power, the Haruta family wouldn't possibly completely ignore him. Among the 7 major families, the Haruta family was rather low profile in yin-yang master society. They took such a low profile that many people believed that they were currently weakening, or perhaps becoming weaker than the other 6 major families. Akatsuki was uncertain whether these rumors were true or not, but even if the Haruta family was weakening, they still weren't a family that any normal yin-yang master family or faction would easily be able to antagonize and get away with it. At the very least, the Matarai family would be unable to do such a thing, as they weren't one of the 7 major families. At any rate, if he killed Seiji Haruta, he didn't know how Yui Haruta or the Haruta family would respond. He felt that it would be too risky. After taking that into consideration, he decided on his current action. He heard footsteps approaching. Akatsuki looked in that direction and saw the person that he had been waiting for. He showed off a polite smile. "Good afternoon, Haruta-san." "Good afternoon, Matarai-san." Seiji looked at the dark blue-haired handsome boy in front of him who was wearing a black windbreaker. He coldly and calmly greeted Akatsuki, then looked at the girl next to him. She was a beauty who had shiny red short hair and light golden eyes. Her skin was snow-white, and she had a cold look in her eyes and an expressionless face. She was wearing a dark little jacket, a purple-red short one-piece dress, and white socks. She was standing there silently with an umbrella in hand. She appeared beautiful but lacking in life force, as if she was an exquisite marionette. "This is one of my other spirit-branded retainers, Akasuzum Kugi." Akatsuki indicated to the girl next to him. The red-haired girl slightly bowed her head to Seiji in greeting, but didn't say a single word. "What business do you have with me that made you come all the way here?" Seiji asked him directly after he finished glancing over at Akatsuki's spirit-branded retainer. "I would like to have a discussion with Haruta-san." Akatsuki smiled. "It's a bit cold outside. May I have the honor of resting in your home?" For such a simple place to accommodate an honored guest like you would be far too inappropriate. "Let's find another location outside to have a discussion at." "As you wish, Haruta-san." "That's fine as well. I would like to put what I have with me in my home. Please wait for me for a moment." "Sure thing." Akatsuki made way for Seiji to enter his apartment. Seiji walked up to his own door and knocked. "Shika-chan, it's me, open up." The door opened. "Brother, help me put these doujinshi products away. I'm going outside with them for a bit." Seiji handed his paper sack to his adopted sister. Shika took the sack and looked at her brother's face. Judging by his attitude, he's probably only here to talk. "It won't be a problem." Seiji smiled and patted her on the head. "Take good care of Ryo-chan for me. There's no need to follow me. I'll come back by myself in a bit." Something flashed in Shika's eyes. As Seiji retracted his hand, he turned around and walked back up to Akatsuki and Akasuzum. The black-haired girl silently watched them leave together. Seiji rode in Akatsuki's car. They went to a private room in a coffee cafe in the business district. This room wasn't very large, and it was simply and elegantly decorated. There was also a French window that gave everyone both inside and outside a clear view. After they all sat down and ordered some coffee, Seiji looked towards Akatsuki and Akasuzum. Akatsuki also looked at Seiji as well. They exchanged glances and remained silent for several seconds. "What would you like to discuss with me, Matarai-san?" "Haruta-san probably has guessed as well, it's about Natsuya." The dark blue-haired boy smiled. "I think I already went over that with you during the Winter Snow Festival." Seiji looked directly into Akatsuki's eyes. "Your relationship with her isn't good enough to the point where you can directly call her by name, so please don't." Akatsuki's expression froze over for a moment as something icy flashed in his eyes. You're trying to test me so quickly. It would seem like Haruta-san is feeling anxious about me. This isn't a test, it's something that I truly want to say. But the fact that you suddenly came looking for me indeed made me feel tense, Seiji responded calmly and honestly. Heh, Haruta-san is someone who truly values the companion that's cohabiting with you. I believe that her name is Shika Kagura, am I right? She's living together with me, not cohabiting. My apologies for the mistake. But if you live together for a long time, it's likely that it'll turn into cohabitation. That's none of your business. Seiji was expressionless. It's indeed none of my business, but it's also not completely unrelated to me. Akatsuki had a cold expression in his eyes while still smiling. Haruta-san, why don't you just behave and enjoy your time together with Kagura-san? What does that mean? Do I really have to say it directly for you to understand? You already have Kagura-san, so stop approaching Natsuya. Everyone in the room fell silent. At this time, the server arrived and placed everyone's coffee before them. A tantalizing aroma of coffee spread through the room. However, not a single person as much as even glanced at the coffee. This is the reason that you came looking for me? To ask me to stay away from Natsuya? Seiji spoke up again after the server left. That's right. As long as you do that, it'll be good for both you and me. Akatsuki maintained his fake smile. That's quite shameless of you to say, . Not at all, since I wouldn't ask you to do so for free. As long as you accept, I can provide you everything that Natsuya can provide you to an even greater extent. The dark blue-haired handsome boy extended his palms. I don't believe that you have the ability to do so. Please believe that I do. I have far more resources at my disposal than she does. Perhaps that's true, but I'm not talking about resources. What did you mean, then? Something that a person like you will find impossible to understand, Seiji said lightly. Heh, what interesting words you say, Haruta-san. Akatsuki chuckled coldly. Another moment of silence fell between them. If I refuse your request, what will you do? Do you really have to refuse? Haruta-san, it's best not to make hasty decisions. Please consider again, for the sake of you and your companion living with you. Akatsuki made sure to place extra emphasis on the last part, for the sake of you and your companion living with you. Seiji furrowed his eyebrows slightly. I came here with sincerity, and I'm honestly requesting you not to get in my way, Akatsuki said coldly. If you agree right now, I can immediately write you a check for 50 million sakuras. If you think that's insufficient, my upper limit is 100 million sakuras. Please seriously consider my sincerity, and don't just casually reject. Otherwise, you'll be sure to regret it. Snow fell outside the window. There was an icy cold atmosphere in the coffee cafe's room. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 395, Challenger's Blood Wine. Chapter 395, Challenger's Blood Wine. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Akatsuki and his spirit-branded retainer left. Seiji sat alone in the private room of the coffee cafe, looking at the 3 cups of coffee that remained untouched, watching them cool. His cell phone rang. When he checked the caller ID, it was Natsuya as he expected. Hey, Seiji. Are you alright? The moment he accepted the call, the student council president's voice hurriedly spoke up on the other end. When she saw his text message, she felt nervous and tense as she immediately called him. It's alright, Natsuya. Seiji responded, but discovered that his tone of voice was a little grim, so he coughed to clear his emotions. Akatsuki Matarai has left already. He was only here to talk to me. He managed to restore his tone to normal. What did he say? Take some money and get the hell out of my way. Eh? Well, that was the gist of what he said to me. Seiji chuckled. Natsuya fell silent for a moment. He must be worried about my Haruta family, and feels that it's too risky to just kill me, which is probably why he said what he did. Seiji paused for a few seconds. It seems that even though I'm currently exiled, I still enjoy the protection of my family name. Seiji. I'd been too arrogant, Natsuya. Seiji leaned back against the coffee cafe's sofa and looked outside the window. Even though my strength is still insufficient, I still acted all high and mighty, thinking that I would be able to accomplish something. How foolish of me. Natsuya didn't know what to say. I apologized that I was unable to force him to stop calling you by name, nor was I able to just beat him up again. Ha! I really wanted to beat that face of his. Just like what I did during the Winter Snow Festival. However, his spirit-branded retainer was staring intently at me the entire time. I could only endure. Seiji's voice revealed his discontent. Natsuya was rendered speechless. She didn't know what expression she had right now anymore. The current me is still far too weak. Although I'm steadily increasing my power, it's still not enough. I need to improve even faster, Seiji said in a serious tone. Natsuya, is there some location where I can seclude myself for cultivation? The type of place where I only need to stay and cultivate at for a while, helping me to absorb energy from the environment and then transform myself. What the heck type of transformation would that be? There's no such thing. What about some place where I can obtain a powerful spirit beast? There's no such place, either. What about trying to go to some place with sealed ancient artifacts? Even if there were such places, I couldn't possibly allow you to go. So this last one really existed, ? I'm being serious, is there some method to greatly increase my power in a short period of time? Seiji inquired in all seriousness. Life isn't a shonen manga. Natsuya sighed. To be serious, yes, there are such methods, but most of those methods have more downsides than benefits. At this moment, she suddenly paused as if having recalled something. Did you think of a good method? No, it's nothing. I don't think that it's nothing. You must have thought of something, so please tell me what it is. Seiji chased after this lead. I don't want to say. Natsuya softly refused. Then I'll just have to ask Fujihara-san, and if she doesn't have any good ideas, I'll have to ask my older sister, the leading scion of the Haruta family, although I don't know if she'll tell me anything. Are you being serious? I already said that I'm quite serious about this. Natsuya Yorihana fell into silence. Then, she sighed. Your rate of growth is already miraculously fast. There's no need to force yourself, Seiji. You can just back out. I really hate that guy's face. I want to give him a vicious beating and ruin that pretty face of his, Seiji interrupted Natsuya with a heavy tone. Don't make me do as that bastard asks, Natsuya. I won't leave your side. Natsuya felt like she clearly heard those words within his statement. There was a warm feeling in her heart that felt indescribable. Tell me then, just what method can I use? Seiji asked once again. I won't be rash, and I'm capable of making rational decisions. No need to worry that I'll blindly be foolhardy. He even made such a promise. Natsuya almost laughed out loud. You're doing something rash and foolhardy right now. Idiot, she retorted in her mind. It was impossible for her to reason with such an idiot. So, she could only follow along. Challenger's blood wine. What? I was just busy with a family conference. At the conference, I learned about something called the Challenger's blood wine, Natsuya explained. One of the 7 major families, the Kurosaki family, has been researching together with the Himiki family regarding a creation they call the Challenger's blood wine, and it's basically complete now. The so-called Challenger's blood wine. To explain it simply, It's created as a result of numerous spiritual ability users agreeing to a certain contract before dueling. The losers would have to pay in spirit blood that will be used in creating a wine that's capable of increasing spiritual power and mana, which only the final overall winner of the duel will be allowed to drink. That is to say, this is a ritual that sacrifices all the losers' power in order to increase the winner's power. If there's enough spiritual ability users that participate in this free-for-all duel at once, then the final victor has the chance to massively increase his or her power all at once. Seiji was rendered speechless. He felt a subtle sense of déjà vu. Many participants would battle against each other, with the losers sacrificed and only a sole winner receiving all the benefits. Wasn't this just like the story of Fate/Stay Night? It really seemed quite similar to him. If all the participants were yin-yang masters and their spirit-branded retainers, that seemed like the equivalent of masters and heroic spirits, not to mention that this blood wine capable of increasing one's power seemed so similar to the Holy Grail. It was a complete copy. No. He shouldn't say that. After all, they were all variations of martial arts competition in the end, including this challenger's blood wine free-for-all duel. It wasn't like it was a total rip-off. Apparently, the losers that pay in spirit blood will suffer injuries to their bodies and souls, but not to an irrecoverable extent. It's supposed to take from 1 month to 6 months for their injuries to fully recover. Also, the victor that receives the right to drink the challenger's blood wine won't suffer from any negative effects whatsoever. If all of this is true, then participating in this ritual could be quite a harvest. However, the Kurosaki family and Himiki family have only done private tests among themselves, without a single public testing. Right now, they're preparing to open up the first ever Challenger's Blood Wine ritual, which is scheduled to begin next year in January. At this time, they'll be inviting the representatives of all the major families and factions to be witnesses, as well as allow a certain extent of inspecting and checking the blood wine. Before anyone has truly seen the ritual, even if one of the 7 major families, the Kurosaki family, is vouching for it, people still have their doubts. Is that it? Seiji rubbed his chin. That's right. To be able to increase one's power with 0 negative side effects is far too much of a temptation for any spiritual ability user, which is why you have to take extra caution, Natsuya said in a heavy tone. Even if the challenger's blood wine really has 0 side effects as advertised, participating in such a large-scale battle to begin with might cause serious injuries, defeat, or even death. A moment of silence fell between them. In order to become stronger in a short period of time, such a degree of risk is probably necessary, just like how there's no free lunch in the world, Seiji said calmly. Seiji. Thank you for telling me all this. I'll consider it over carefully and not participate in it hastily. Seiji chuckled. I'll try my best to obtain more detailed information about this ritual and give it to you later. Natsuya sighed. That would be great. I'm truly thankful. Don't say that. I'm the one who's. She wanted to say something, but was unable to say anything else. They ended their conversation there. Natsuya slowly looked outside her window and watched the falling snowflakes as something flashed in her eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 396, New Year's Eve. Power Outage. Chapter 396, New Year's Eve, Power Outage. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. The night of New Year's Eve. Seiji and Shika and Ryo sat together by the kotatsu, watching television. On the television program was a middle-aged man wearing bright red with strangely shaped golden accessories and ridiculous makeup. He was even dancing in a style more suitable for young women while singing a joyous tune. Although he was comical all over, he wasn't disgusting at all, and was quite amusing. After this rather unique male singer finished his performance, the hosts gave a useless speech. Next up was a middle-aged woman wearing plain Sakura Island clothing. Whoops, it would be politer to refer to her as a female singer. There was a group of handsome men wearing similar clothing accompanying her as dancers. She was an excellent singer, but there was a mysterious awkwardness to the handsome men dancing behind her, which made people focus too much on that rather than her singing. After that, there was a duo of two handsome idols singing. At first they sang in quite a reserved manner, but when they both took off and threw away their jackets in the middle, revealing their vests inside, they suddenly changed to a passionate style. Various types of singers and groups performed as the sound of singing continuously echoed in Seiji's living room. In between watching TV, Seiji also browsed the internet with his cell phone and chatted with his friends. He made arrangements with Mika and Chiaki to celebrate the new year tomorrow morning. The night gradually got darker. Shika made some soba noodles and the three of them ate them together by the kotatsu, slurping them up. A while after they ate, it was almost 12 o'clock, midnight. The television showed various locations as it indicated the countdown to New Year, showing many groups of people excitedly waiting for its arrival. Everyone was smiling in preparation to say farewell to this year, hoping that the next year would be even better. At this moment, Seiji noticed something. He turned around, only to see that his adopted sister was looking in his direction. "What's the matter?" "Nothing." Shika lowered her head slightly. "I just feel like, as if I'm dreaming." "Eh?" "Meeting brother Seiji, and being able to stay here like this. It's just like a dream," she muttered lightly. After the clock tower rang to indicate the coming of the new year, would she wake up from this dream? Would she suddenly open her eyes to discover that she was still in her former apartment by herself? Could all of this just be her fantasy? A large hand appeared in her field of vision. When she lifted her head and looked, she saw her adopted brother smiling gently at her, reaching out with his hand. Shika blinked at this. She lifted her hand and gently placed her palm within his larger hand. Seiji closed his hand and enveloped hers. "With an adopted sister like you, I feel like I'm dreaming as well." Seiji smiled. "But, this isn't a dream, here's the proof." He squeezed her hand with a slight amount of force. It felt soft, warm, and real. Shika also held onto his hand. It felt solid, warm, and real to her as well. The feeling was so real to her. The anxiety in her heart disappeared just like that as she smiled. The two of them smiled at each other, which caused the atmosphere to become somewhat romantic. Thud! A sudden sound interrupted this atmosphere. The sound came from Ryo-chan. As she was falling asleep, her head landed on the table, causing a small thud. Mew! She even yawned cutely. Seiji and Shika both froze up. The two of them let go of each other and took back their hands. Seiji awkwardly coughed. Shika's face was slightly red. "Ryo-chan, how about going to sleep now?" Seiji asked. "Eh?" The little girl regained her senses when she heard this question. She slowly lifted her head and rubbed her eyes. "No. I want to watch it together." "Then do your best to stay awake for a little longer." "Okay, meow." Ryo patted herself on the cheeks and forced herself to be spirited. After a while longer, time finally arrived for the countdown. 10, 9, 8. The television program kept switching scenes and showing everyone in Sakura Island chanting the countdown in unison. 6, 5, 4. Seiji, Shika, and Ryo began counting down together with the television. 3, 2, 1. The countdown was at its end. Boom, they heard something faint and heavy in the distance. At the same time, they also felt like something invisible just passed them by. Everything suddenly became dark around them. Was this a power outage? Brother? So cold. What's the matter? Seiji immediately cast astral vision to help him see in the darkness. He saw that something seemed to be wrong with Ryo. She was clutching herself and shivering. Ryo! Seiji hurriedly rushed to her side to check her situation. He found out that she had a fever. Why were things suddenly like this? Seiji thought of the noise just now and the strange sensation of something invisible having passed them by. What just happened? Some sort of magical attack? Was it Akatsuki Matarai? No. If it really was Akatsuki, it probably wouldn't have been like that. I'm so cold. Harano Oniai-chan. Ryo was muttering. No matter what, he had to do something. Seiji immediately cast beginning level healing on Ryo. However, it didn't have any effect. She had a fever, but it was no ordinary fever. Could it have been because of Ryo's mysterious power? Seiji thought of Mayuzumi Amami's high fever from previously. Could this strange phenomenon that just occurred have some relationship with the mysterious power? Seiji furrowed his eyebrows. We have to take her to the hospital immediately. He made an instant decision before looking towards Shika. How about you come along as well? Shika nodded as she looked towards Ryo with a look of concern on her face. The two of them immediately put on their winter jackets and helped Ryo to put one on as well. In the meantime, Seiji also asked Shika if she felt anything strange, and Shika mentioned that she had. She also heard the same muffled sound as well as something invisible passing her by. If two spiritual ability users had the same feeling, that meant it was no mistake. Something must have happened just now, which likely caused the power outage as well as Ryo-chan's fever, Seiji inferred. Shika nodded in agreement. Was it some type of spell? Who cast it? What was their goal? Or was it another coincidentally successful story of 100 demons ritual activating? Or something similar? And, how large was the area of effect? There were many questions. Seiji carried Ryo in his arms after putting a winter jacket on her and left his apartment together with Shika. It was quite cold outside. The moon couldn't be seen and everything was dark. Seiji looked over at the Uehara family's residence next door. He was worried about Mika, so he went to knock on the door. The door soon opened. Seiji. Mika, it's good that you're alright. What's the matter with Ryo-chan? Mika noticed that something was off about her condition. She suddenly started having a fever. I suspect that it has to do with her mysterious power. Did you feel anything just now? Seiji asked in a low voice. I felt as if something invisible passed by me and I heard a low, muffled sound. Mika furrowed her eyebrows slightly. However, Mom didn't feel anything. That's no mistaken impression that you have there. Shika-chan and I heard and felt something as well, so something definitely happened. It might have been a spell or ritual of some sort. The power outage as well as Ryo-chan's fever were both likely caused by it, Seiji said in a serious tone. I don't know who or what did this. Right now, I'm going to take Ryo-chan to the hospital together with Shika-chan. Be careful at home, I don't know what else may happen still. If something happens, call my cell phone immediately. I can't call you, Mika said with a frown as she held up her cell phone. There's no more signal. What? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 397, The Darkness Was Always Present. Chapter 397, The Darkness Was Always Present. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. A few minutes ago, when it was almost New Year's. At almost the very top of a world-level tall tower known as the Sky Tree, which was over 600 meters tall, a silver-haired boy in black Sakura Island clothing was sitting here. This was definitely no location an ordinary tourist would be able to reach. At such height, just the powerful and chilly winds alone would be impossible for any normal person to withstand. It was obvious that this boy who was sitting here so relaxedly was no ordinary person. He looked down at the city below him, humming a fun and casual song while shaking his head. After he finished humming his song, he fell quiet for a few seconds before speaking up. Subame, give me one more glass, please. There was no response. I know that I've drank more than allowed already, but I just want one more glass. There was still no response. It's almost about to be the New Year's. How can such an important moment be without alcohol? He clasped his hands together in an imploring manner as he looked beside him. Please Subame, give me one more glass, just one tiny little glass. He lowered his head and even begged. There was the sound of a sigh. Then, a cyan-colored wine flagon and an exquisite glass materialized in midair as fragrant wine poured out from the flagon into the glass. Thank you. I love you the most. The young man gave his passionate thanks as he received the wine glass and immediately took a sip, revealing a blissful expression. You have quite a way of having fun, finding such a place to enjoy the scenery while enjoying some wine, a voice suddenly spoke up beside him. The silver-haired boy turned around to see that a black-haired beauty had arrived next to him without him realizing it. Hey, Shilin. I told you not to address me like that, the girl stated coldly. Shi-chan, then? Do you want me to kick you off from here? Milady, then? The girl didn't say no to this. Milady, why did you come to find me? To kill you. If you do anything strange, that's what will happen. Hey, don't scare me. The silver-haired boy seemed to be frightened. I'm just stating the facts. The black-haired girl looked at him. At such an important time, you're actually not staying where you should be. If I discover that you're doing something you shouldn't, I'll simply have to kill you. So scary. The young man was shivering. The girl retracted her gaze and turned to look at the city below her. It was about time. All those people below amongst all the lights didn't have an inkling of what the new year that was about to arrive really represented. It would be the arrival of a new era, but at the same time also the return of an old era. Long, long ago, people feared the darkness and relied on each other and the power of numbers to resist against their fear of the unknown. By now, people ignored the darkness and ignored each other as well, forgetting what their ancestors had faced head-on as well as the precious things they used to possess. The relationships between people became less than in the past as they used the intangible internet to fulfill their needs for communication and connection to others. They believed that this would make them independent enough to face everything as they abandoned many things that they should have valued as precious. They never knew that the darkness had always been present and never left. Nor did they know that some things that seemed as sturdy as stone were far easier to break than they thought. This included both electric lights and the darkness as well as the never-resting internet. What would people do if these so-called foundations of modern life disappeared? It's so beautiful, isn't it? The silver-haired boy spoke up. When looking at it from above, the entire city seems just like a treasure box that's giving off such an alluring light. The black-haired girl looked towards the young man. She saw that his eyes were sparkling. Such a brilliant scene will be swallowed by darkness in just a while. Just thinking of this, it seems all the more beautiful, it's so amazing. The young man took another small sip of his wine as he exclaimed, everything beautiful in the world is at its most beautiful moment right before it's about to be destroyed. The moment before it's destroyed, its beauty is at a peak that can't be surpassed by any artwork in the world. Only human souls can experience such beauty. The girl humped coldly upon hearing his high-pitched words. How vulgar. Milady, what do you think of all this, then? There's no need to tell you. Don't be like that, tell me we're companions. We're seeing this moment together, so there's nothing wrong with talking about what you think. The silver-haired boy chuckled. I've never treated you as my companion. There's nothing to discuss with you, the black-haired girl stated coldly. So cold. But, an icy beauty type is pretty nice as well, or should I say that you're at Sundara? Boom! The silver-haired boy was kicked off the high tower. Why, he shouted pitifully as he dropped from such a height. Suddenly, a pitch-black claw emerged from the darkness and accurately caught him. Thank you. Subame. He sat up on the claw and looked at his wineglass while almost crying. the wine spilled, can I have another glass? There was the sound of yet another helpless sigh. It was almost time. The black-haired girl watched the city and silently waited. The moment she was waiting for arrived. All the blinding lights in the city, the street lights, in everyone's houses, in various buildings and businesses, they all went out. It seemed just like a large candle that had been blown out. Everything sank into darkness. Happy New Year, the girl said lightly. She wasn't talking to anyone in particular. She was only talking to the new generation. Not only had the electricity gone out, there was no cell phone signals or internet. As they took a taxi to the hospital where Natsuya had helped him set up the right to receive magical-related treatment, Seiji held on to Ryo as he looked outside the taxi's window. Apart from other cars' lights, there was only darkness. The traffic lights were using a backup power source, so traffic was still able to proceed as normal. Could this have happened to the entire city? Seiji muttered to himself. What did he feel just earlier? It was so strong that it stopped all electricity and communications signals. It seemed like it had a huge area of effect, although he was unsure just how huge it was. Was Peach-sensei affected? Did she have a fever just like Ryo? He was unable to call her, so there was no way to contact Mayuzumi and ascertain her situation. Seiji was quite worried. Not long later, the taxi reached the hospital. The hospital also had a backup power generator, and had some basic lights on. After paying the taxi driver his fare, Seiji got off the taxi together with Shika and rushed towards the hospital door with Ryo in his arms. The female doctor on duty gave the little girl a checkup and informed them that the reason for Ryo's condition had something to do with her soul. There was no way to cure it, but they could suppress her fever with medicine. The cause is in her soul, it must be due to her mysterious power, as I thought. Seiji furrowed his eyebrows. Luckily, medicine was available to help reduce her fever. The female doctor prescribed some medicine for Ryo and arranged a high-class hospital room for her to receive an 4-drip in. Seiji was able to sigh in at least some relief after seeing her condition obviously improve. Shika-chan, stay here and take care of Ryo. I'm going to go look for Peach-sensei, he told her. Although he was unsure if Mayuzumi would be in her apartment right now for New Year's, he had to go take a look. After leaving the hospital, Seiji checked his cell phone again. There was still no signal. The city was pitch dark and all forms of communication were shut down. It felt to him as if time had reversed to an older era without electric lights or cell phones. He faintly heard the sound of a bell. He figured it came from a nearby temple. According to stories, ringing a bell was supposed to help clear away frustrations for the new year. However, with the city in its current situation, the frustrations probably wouldn't be so easily cleared. What an awful new year, just what bastard caused all this, thought. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 398, this is basically a terrorist attack. Chapter 398, this is basically a terrorist attack. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. What Seiji wanted to know was what many other people wanted to know right now. For a major city's entire electrical system as well as communications system to stop working was a huge incident. Although important places still had working sources of backup power that could be temporarily used, it would be a lot more difficult to recover the communication system. And, just to give some basic examples of the consequences from being unable to contact anyone, nobody would be able to call for an ambulance in an emergency, or call the police in an event of a crime, or call the fire department in case of a fire. People could die. Why did all this happen? Did their city receive an EMP attack? From where? All the public officials, electric company employees, and communications company employees, various personnel in these fields all worked overtime to deal with this disaster. Meanwhile, in another part of society, the spiritual ability users were enraged as well. Who the hell cast such a large-scale disruption spell? It was affecting the entire city, which was basically at the level of a terrorist attack. Which bastard dared to do such a thing? No matter who or what faction did such a thing, they were dead meat. Although the communications system were cut off, the spiritual ability users had their own ways of communication. Soon, various faction leaders came to an accord and gave orders for their elites to investigate what happened immediately. This person or faction that angered so many spiritual ability user factions would be ended on the spot if they were discovered. Seiji didn't get a chance to leave the hospital. That was because he saw the person he was going to go look for. Harano. Saki was supporting Mayuzumi as they got off a taxi. Editor Yoshizawa. Sensei. Seiji ran towards them. Mayuzumi suddenly got a fever. It's the same for Ryo. Shika-chan and I brought her here, and I was just about to go find Sensei. Seiji Princess carried Mayuzumi as he quickly ran back inside the hospital. After the doctor gave her a checkup, the doctor gave Mayuzumi the exact same medicine as Ryo and arranged a room for Mayuzumi to receive an 4-drip in. I was spending the New Year's together with Mayuzumi, and when it reached 12 o'clock midnight, the power suddenly went out and she got a fever, saying that she felt something strange, Saki explained. I felt like there was something wrong with this fever, so I brought her here. What you felt was correct. Harano, what's going on here? The female editor furrowed her eyebrows. I don't know, either. Shika-chan and I felt something at that moment as well, but we don't know what exactly happened. Seiji sighed. A moment of silence fell between them. Seiji, can you hear me? A voice suddenly spoke in his ear. It was Natsuya's voice. She was apparently contacting Seiji with a spell. I can hear you, he immediately responded while indicating to Saki with a hand gesture that he needed to do something as he walked by the window side. Are you all right? I'm fine. However, Ryo-chan and Peach-sensei aren't so fine. They both suddenly got fever right after midnight, Seiji explained. Shika-chan and I brought Ryo to the hospital, and then we met editor Yoshizawa who brought Sensei over here as well. Right now, they're both receiving 4 drips at the hospital and are doing better. I see. Natsuya, do you know what happened? A powerful spiritual ability user or group cast a very large-scale disruption spell. That's my preliminary guess, Natsuya said in a low voice. This spell has an enormous area of effect and covered the entire city. And, its power is far out of the ordinary. It even passed through all the spiritual ability user factions barriers. At any rate, it's astonishing. What spell is this? Where was it cast from? And, the most important of all, who did it? Right now, nobody knows. Everybody wants to know what happened. All the factions in our city have begun investigating, sending out all of their elites. My Urahana family also convened an emergency meeting just now and requested any relevant information whatsoever to be reported to them. Anyone that knows something but intentionally hides it without reporting it will be treated as an accomplice who will be punished most severely if discovered. Seiji furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Ryo and Sensei have been affected. Do they count as relevant information? Yes. Natsuya sighed. What will happen if you report information about them? Seiji asked in a heavy tone of voice. The worst result would be that they could get Ryo Tachibana and Amami-san involved. I'll do my very best to prevent that from happening, Natsuya told him seriously. There's many ways to fudge my reports. I won't mention anything about the mysterious power, and I'll only say that they were accidental victims from the game of 100 demons. That shouldn't attract any attention. Seiji rubbed his chin. As for Ryo Tachibana and Amami-san's treatment, if there's anything you need help with, let me know. For now, let me teach you the spell to keep in contact. Seiji attentively listened to Natsuya's instructions. After confirming that he understood how to cast the spell, Natsuya ended their conversation. Seiji returned to Saki's side. Just now, Natsuya Yorihana contacted me using a spell and explained some things to me, he told the female editor. A mysterious large-scale magic spell caused all of this. We don't know who the caster is, and there's many spiritual ability users currently investigating. Something flashed in Saki's eyes. Seiji glanced over at Mayuzumi, who was still on the hospital bed, then told Saki that he was going back over to Rio and left Mayuzumi's hospital room. The spell that Natsuya taught him was called Astral Communication. It was an easy spell usable between spirit-branded retainers and their contracted yin-yang masters. After practicing for about an hour, Seiji succeeded in mastering it as he contacted Natsuya. Did you report about what you knew? Yes, there wasn't any response. It seems like they treated it as unimportant. That's good, then. How are Ryo Tachibana and Amami-san? They've gotten better. At this rate, they'll probably recover from their fever by morning. That's good, then. A moment of silence fell between them. Then, both of them chuckled. Good night, Seiji. Good night, Natsuya. They ended their conversation there. Seiji then checked his system due to a system notification saying that he now had a new option, beginning level astral communication, available in his spiritual abilities options. The system's version of beginning level astral communication had the ability to communicate with any spiritual ability user. He would first have to mark a specific person, and the marked person would also have to use a minor amount of mana to maintain the connection. Obviously, this spell wasn't nearly as convenient as a cell phone or talking over the internet. It was only useful in certain special situations. Seiji returned to Ryo's hospital bed after he closed his system. Shika-chan, go ahead and sleep. I'll take care of her for a while, he told her. Shika was about to respond when her expression changed. Seiji noticed something as well, so he immediately cast Astral Vision. He saw a light green feathers descending from the air. This is... Seiji focused on the sight. A feather softly landed by Ryo's cheeks before disappearing. A second, third, fourth, a patch of green feathers appeared and lightly descended. Seiji reflexively caught one that was in front of him. He was able to catch it, but couldn't feel anything at all. It instantly disappeared, just like a bubble. Beautiful green feathers kept falling, just like a dream. The quietly sleeping little girl was currently dreaming. Dreamlike feathers. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 399, Abnormal Scene. Chapter 399, Abnormal Scene. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. This scene caused Seiji to recall when he was fighting Ryo, who had lost control of herself. At that time, it was as if she was possessed, with a green-winged beautiful woman's ethereal shadow behind her. She had been able to shoot her feathers as a method of attacking. Was the mysterious power activated again due to the influence of that strange spell? It seemed likely to him. The situation seemed better than that time since there was no black mist, but he couldn't know if there would be any black mist later. Should he wake Ryo up now? Just as Seiji was thinking about it, she made a sound from the hospital bed. MMM. Ryo was moving. All of the falling feathers instantly disappeared. Ryo slowly opened her eyes. Harano Oniai-san. How do you feel? Seiji asked in concern. I had a dream. I dreamed that I went to the amusement park together with Oniai-san. The little girl rubbed her eyes. An amusement park. Seiji recalled that they had visited an amusement park together before in her soul realm. Just a dream? You didn't feel anything else? I also feel a little uncomfortable. Ryo looked towards the 4 drip in her hand, then glanced over at the 4 bottle. Since her fever hadn't receded yet, it was only natural for her to feel uncomfortable. The doctor's medicine seems to be quite effective. At this rate, your fever should be gone by morning. Oh. Rio began looking around the hospital room. Although Seiji wanted to have her continue to sleep, would those feathers reappear if she fell asleep again? Should he let things be? Seiji mulled things over. Rio, there's some manga available here. How about reading one? Sure. The little girl nodded. Seiji brought over a manga for her from the bookshelf in the room. Rio sat upright and began reading the manga. Seiji indicated to Shika that he was leaving for a bit, then headed to Mayuzumi's hospital room to check on her. He saw that there was an abnormal scene in her room as well, but some blue lanterns were floating around the mangaka's hospital bed, white flames quietly burning within them. Seiji had seen identical lanterns in the Soul Realm before, when Mayuzumi had combined with Hinako Haza and transformed into Blue Lantern Ghost. He walked up closer and observed. Harano, what's the matter? Saki, who just walked out of the restroom, saw that there was something off about his behavior. Editor Yoshizawa, please don't approach here for the moment. Seiji held up his hand. Saki paused in her footsteps. What exactly happened? Sensei's mysterious power has been activated. There's some things around us right now. He didn't know if these lanterns would be dangerous, so he asked the editor to stay at a distance just in case. If they were touched, would they disappear just like Rio's feathers, or would there be some other reaction? Seiji wanted to confirm it, even if there was the possibility that they would explode on touch, although he felt that was highly unlikely. What exactly were these, anyways? Astral projections? Materializations of mana? Personal barriers? Should he contact Natsuya and discuss things with her again? Her current situation was one where she was forced to report any relevant information to her family, and Seiji didn't want Rio and Sensei to get involved. He mulled it over for a while. He decided not to tell Natsuya about these abnormal scenes for the time being. Nor would he attempt to investigate. He would simply observe. Seiji looked towards the quietly sleeping Mayuzumi. Sensei, wake up. He attempted to wake her. The mangaka reacted to his calling her. In just an instant, all the blue lanterns disappeared in exactly the same fashion as Rio's feathers. When she opened her eyes, Mayuzumi began smiling foolishly upon seeing Seiji by her bedside. Seiji, she called out intimately to him. Seiji was surprised and astonished. Seeing his surprise, the mangaka's expression froze over as well. She finally woke up fully due to this. No, not Seiji. Saki brought me to the hospital, where I met Haruta-kun. Her face instantly turned bright red as she had an embarrassed expression. Sensei, were you dreaming just now? Seiji tried asking. Wah! Mayuzumi let out a sound of embarrassment and averted her gaze. Seiji was rendered speechless. He really wanted to know what dream she was having, but also faintly perceived that it would be best not to ask. There was an awkward atmosphere. Cough. Sensei, you seem pretty spirited, that's great. I'll come back again later. He could only retreat for the time being. Harano. Saki called out to him. It's okay to approach now, Editor Yoshizawa. Seiji walked out of the room as he said this. She walked over to the bed and asked out of concern, Mayuzumi, what's the matter? Saki. I'm so embarrassed. The mangaka said in a low tone. After having such a dream and believing herself to still be dreaming after waking up, then calling the real Seiji's name in such a tone of voice. She wanted to go hide in a hole somewhere. Why did she have such a dream? Honestly, she was. Seiji re-entered Mayuzumi's hospital room after checking up on Rio one more time and waiting a sufficient length of time that he figured she could calm down in. Sensei, there's something I have to discuss with you. Haruta-kun. That now was. Mayuzumi's face was still slightly red. It's not about the dream, it's about the abnormal scenes. Abnormal scenes? Saki blinked at this. Seiji nodded. He explained how he had just witnessed many lanterns around Mayuzumi using astral vision, as well as the feathers that appeared around Ryo. For now, I've been calling them abnormal scenes. Judging from the current situation, they appear when Sensei and Ryo are dreaming. If this is just a temporary phenomenon, then it's fine, but if it continues going on, then we need to take steps to understand it, whether it's dangerous and how it can be controlled. Not only that. Seiji paused for a moment. The magic spell cast at midnight, I'm calling it the midnight spell for now, that spell caused all the communications and electronic systems in the city to collapse and caused major damage. Currently, many spiritual ability users are investigating. They'll be searching for any relevant information. My guess is that the midnight spell used something similar to the mysterious power, which affected Sensei and Ryo. And as long as Sensei and Ryo get exposed, they'll become targets of other spiritual ability users' investigations. Who knows how they'll be treated then? Natsuya is currently under pressure from her own family, so she had to report information about Sensei and Ryo to them. However, she cleverly hid the critical information, so her report wasn't viewed as important. But, with these abnormal scenes appearing, if she reports this information, it'll be quite difficult to still pull the wool over her family's eyes. That's why I don't want to tell Natsuya about this situation. However, if we don't tell her, she won't be able to help us, and it'll be difficult to understand what this phenomenon is. In the end, I'm still just a newcomer to spiritual abilities, and Shika lacks relevant knowledge as well. Seiji sighed. A moment of silence fell between them. At any rate, I hope that these abnormal scenes won't keep appearing. That way, we won't have to think too much about it. He smiled wryly as he glanced towards the mangaka. Rest up well for now, Sensei. We can see how things are after the fever recedes. Mayuzumi nodded. Hopefully, it's only a temporary influence and everything will go back to normal after tonight. Seiji truly hoped for this. However, he had a faint premonition that this hope of his wouldn't come to fruition. The midnight spell, this mysterious and powerful spell cast by an unknown entity, was the only purpose to have the entire city's population experience what it was like to have no electricity and internet and communications? Although having none of the above was quite a serious situation already, Seiji felt like things wouldn't be so simple. Sensei and Ryo were affected and showed abnormal scenes. In this city that had a population of well over 1 million, how many people would there be that were experiencing similar things? Was this the real purpose of the midnight spell? Was this its intended effect? Something flashed in Seiji's eyes as he slowly turned to look outside the window. Everything was pitch black outside. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 400, Night of 100 Demons. Chapter 400, Night of 100 Demons. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. A while later, Mayuzumi and Ryo, who were both still drowsy, went back to sleep. Seiji continued observing them, and in the end, the abnormal scenes didn't reappear. He was quite happy that his ominous premonition hadn't come to pass. Perhaps I really was thinking too much into it, he muttered to himself. With a large amount of people, especially those in relevant fields working overtime, communications and internet systems were gradually restored. The police received many emergency reports, and all ambulances were sent out, as well as many fire trucks were arriving at scenes of fires. At the same time, relevant reports about this matter had already appeared on the internet and were the hottest topic at the moment. Right on the New Year's, Sakura Island's capital city's electrical and communication systems all went down. This wasn't just a headline event for Sakura Island, this was at the level of international news. The government made an official announcement about this. They were treating it as a terrorist attack. The person or persons responsible were unknown, the motive was unknown, the goal was unknown, and the technique used was unknown. There was an ongoing investigation. The government didn't say much about it, while the citizens had many comments about the situation on the internet. On the largest and most famous message forum, Channel 22, there were various internet users arguing and debating over who the criminal was as well as what their motive was and how they did it. However, it was still the middle of the night. If it was morning, the forums would be even more of a hotbed for discussion. Just as everyone was focusing on the criminal, someone posted in celebration about how they were finally able to get online, making a post saying that they saw something scary while the electricity had been stopped. I saw a demon. It was definitely a Shitendaji. That was no cosplay. I swear on my virginity that I'm not lying, it was definitely a real demon. I was almost killed. There was even a photo attached to the post. However, it only had a hazy red figure and was incomplete. All that could be seen was that the picture was of a young man. The picture's not very clear, but that's the only one I have. All I cared about was running for my life. I was so scared. I immediately called the police after cell phone services were restored, but they ignored me. I know that it sounds like a lie, and I wouldn't have believed it myself if I didn't experience it. But I did, and I swear that everything I say is true. I was quite awake, and it was definitely no hallucination. At first, the tone of the post sounded normal. But by the end, it sounded rather desperate, and the words sounded like they contained fierce emotions. The internet users that had seen so many strange and unbelievable things online before wouldn't easily believe such a ridiculous story. Naturally, they treated this post as something made up for attention. Demon? Shitendaji? Even if you're trying to fool others, you should use something more interesting. Using such an old trick in the book? It doesn't sound scary at all. I agree with the above poster. Well, if the topic creator wanted people to comment on him in such a fashion, then I admit he succeeded. Compared to Shitendaji, I'd prefer to see Tamamonome. Topic creator, if you go out on the streets again, perhaps you'll even be able to meet her. I agree with wanting to see Tamamonome. Nobody believed this topic creator. However, similar posts appeared on the internet. Another topic creator claimed to have met a dog demon which seriously injured his friend. That dog had such a scary appearance. It didn't look like it was living at all. It resembled a zombie dog that you would see in a video game, but it felt like a demon. I'm his friend, and we saw the same thing. Neither of us have ever seen such a dog before in any manga or video game. It definitely wasn't a hallucination for either of us. It was so sudden, so we weren't able to take a picture. Who would remember to take a picture in such a situation? They'd only think about escaping. My friend's left hand was broken, the bones in his hand were crushed by the dog's bite. There were no pictures attached to this post, but the fear in the topic creator's words felt quite realistic. Similar posts kept increasing in number. Meeting female demons, seeing strange birds, seeing the dead, hearing abnormal sounds, and crashing into invisible objects. Some only saw, some met these things, some were injured, and some saw others being injured. After so many posts of this nature, some were finally convinced. Could this be actually real? Most internet users were still disbelieving, but some now began to view it as questionable rather than laughable. At this time, someone said that these posts about demons were specifically done by an organization to spread panic and rumors in order to achieve whatever their objective was. This might even be related to the terrorist attack. Many internet users believed this, so they now look down upon the posts about demons even more. Some of the topic creators posting about demons fell silent, while others continued arguing with the internet, doing their best to clear their names. With more and more posts about demons appearing, some topics appeared to counter such topics. Not only that, there were now also topics about seeing a middle-aged man using spells and talismans to fight against such demons, a spiritual ability user. There was a topic about aliens with strange appearances catching humans. There was a topic about ninjas regarding several masked individuals wearing different colored outfits working together to attack a huge monster. There was a post about magical girls where a beautiful girl wearing a black dress and wielding a crystal rod was fighting by herself against a large group of female demons. Various posts kept appearing, and the forums were buried in discussions about the mystical. Which were lies, jokes, and truth, nobody would be able to know. The best way to bury the truth, apart from destroying it completely, was to make it hazy and use a large amount of similar but false information to cover it. Another way of saying it was to distract people's attention from the truth. Seiji went online and browsed the Channel 22 message forum after he noticed that he had cell phone signal again. He immediately saw all the posts about demons. Night of 100 demons. Not only did demons appear, there were also various other strange figures and things. Should he be saying that the city was turning into something out of Natsume Yujinchu? His ominous premonition had come to fruition. Something flashed in Seiji's eyes. What was the death and injury rate in the city? These demons that appeared, would they vanish after harming someone or after the night was over? Or would they continue existing? Was this midnight spell different from what he surmised? Was it a spell to tell ordinary people about the existence of the mystical rather than a spell to make new spiritual ability users appear? Compared to the Night of 100 Demons that was currently occurring, the abnormal scenes surrounding Sensei and Ryo didn't seem like something much anymore. Perhaps it would be okay to tell Natsuya? After thinking about it some more, he decided to continue observing the situation. He then logged on to the chat group for his game group. Hisashi was the only one online. Seigo, are you alright? I'm fine, but not entirely alright. How about you? I'm fine, but some of the people in our mafia group met with strange incidents and were injured to the point of having to go to the hospital. The words across the screen couldn't contain the emotions that Hisashi must have been feeling, but Seiji was able to feel Hisashi's seriousness. Currently, Seiji wasn't talking to the otaku Hisashi, but instead Hisashi, the son of the Jumanji Mafia group. Are any of them seriously injured? One of them is quite severely injured, and is in life-threatening danger. What did he meet with? Tengu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5. Chapter 401, Everything was caused by the midnight spell. Chapter 401, Everything was caused by the midnight spell. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Tengu was a rather famous demon. Legends had it that this type of demon had internal rank differences amongst its ranks. The highest level would be called Great Tengu, next was Tengu, and the lowest was Crow Tengu and other similar lesser Tengus. And, amongst the highest level Great Tengus, there was one particular heavenly emperor who held a grudge and transformed into an Emperor Tengu, and became one of the 3 strongest and evilest demons, ranked as an equal with Shitendaji and Tamamonome. In his previous world, Seiji had never been able to draw a Great Tengu SSR card in his cell phone game. What people typically thought of Tengus was that they had red faces, large noses, were tall in appearance, wore monk attire and wooden clogs, held fans and hammers in their hands, and would be winged. In summary, they were a type of male bird humanoid. However, according to the description from the victim, the Tengu that he met had a white face and a vicious appearance. The Tengu had a large nose and was wearing black-colored Sakura Island clothing. He was holding a red folding fan and had no wings on its back. Compared to a demon, I think he looked more like a singer you'd find at a New Year's Eve party, Hisashi said. But there's no singer I know that's capable of causing someone severe injuries with a single swipe of his fan. Seiji was rendered speechless. Indeed, there were some New Year's Eve party singers that had even more ridiculous or demonic appearing outfits than actual demons. How did he meet this Tengu? He suddenly met the Tengu on the street and was scared by the Tengu's face, so he reflexively cussed at him, and then, well, he was beaten up. I see. Do you know what's going on? Seigo. Seiji knew that Hisashi wasn't asking about the Tengu demon, but rather about the entire incident of demons appearing. Everything was caused by the midnight spell. Which anime did you copy that line from? I admit that I intentionally used a line that seemed like it came from an anime, but that's the short one-sentence summary version of what happened. Seiji gave an appropriate explanation to Hisashi. The midnight spell. That's quite a suitable name that you came up with. Hisashi agreed with Seiji's naming sense after listening to the explanation. Such a powerful spell, do you think it will also appear in other cities? It's possible if the caster's goal is to make ordinary people know about the existence of the mystical. What benefits would that give to them to reveal the mystical side of society? I don't know. Perhaps the caster is just like the antagonist in some manga or anime, someone acting for the sake of their beliefs. Our goal is to make everyone see the truth. Hisashi made up a line that sounded like an anime character's. It's worth sacrificing some people for the sake of our cause. Seiji followed up with this line. There will be a beautiful new world after a short and temporary pain, the two of them said together. They had copied those lines from a mid-level antagonist in the Honey Candy Girl anime. That was a classical character, although it had a rather comical death. If the person who cast the midnight spell has such a way of thinking, then that's not laughable at all. Yeah. A moment of silence fell between them. Seigo, if something happens to Kid, are you willing to protect her? Hisashi suddenly asked this question. Seiji instantly pictured the blonde teacher in his mind. Of course I'm willing to. That's great, then start living together with her, right from today. What? Actually, my younger sister met Tengu as well. Hisashi sent a serious-looking emoticon. Although she defeated it with our family heirloom, it'll definitely return. She needs a spiritual ability user as a bodyguard. Hey, aren't you just making all of this up? Seiji didn't believe these obvious made-up lies. It's real, except that there weren't wings behind this Tengu. Instead, there was a horde of tentacles. What the hell? Stop ruining the classic images of demons. Its large nose was capable of spouting out white, murky, disgusting-smelling liquid. That sounds so depraved. Don't add such a setting. Any women that this Tengu catches will be in then and then. Stop censoring your own comments. I'm mysteriously curious about what the is supposed to represent. Our family heirloom anti-tentacle spray was all used up, so the next time it comes, there will be no way to fight back. Your family heirloom is incredibly strange. In conclusion, live together with her, Seigo. Don't forcefully come to such a conclusion. Seiji energetically retorted. Hisashi sent a slightly smiling emoticon. I think that this will be the best because Kid truly likes you. As long as you accept, she's even willing to be a mistress. What are you saying? Hear me out, Seiji Haruta. You're a man that's worthy of her love. I think that it'll be the best for her if she's together with you, both objectively and subjectively speaking. You're willing to protect her but not willing to accept her, or perhaps I should term it as not being willing to accept what she wants to give you. That's not good for her, since it'll make her feel uncomfortable, do you understand? Seiji was rendered speechless. Living up until now, I've never experienced love in 3D even once, so I actually don't have the right to talk about love, but I'm still her older brother, Hisashi stated seriously. I hope that my younger sister can live well and happily, and you're capable of giving that to her. Hey. Are you feeling like I'm leaving you with my last will and testament? I am indeed showing you my will. I'm representing my father and leaving my younger sister to you. Hisashi sent an emoticon that was pretending to be cool with sunglasses. We're in the mafia, and in our world, you have to be sensitive to death. Otherwise, you might not even have a chance to say your last words. And right now, I'm detecting the scent of death. To be more direct, my instinct tells me that this night of 100 demons won't end with just a single night, and it'll be continuing. As members of the Mafia, we're very likely to be attacked by demons. After all, it's our karma. Maybe I'm a coward, but I feel that it's better to say something while we're still able to. Otherwise, if these bad premonitions come true, we won't even be able to cry anymore. Seiji didn't know what to say. Seiji, please protect Kid. Also, if possible, accept her. The best would be if you could have 1 or 2 children together. Don't talk like you're actually going to die. Just treat it as something likely to happen. You're just having some bad premonitions, don't make it sound so severe. Fine, as long as you understand what I mean. Hisashi sighed. Then, he told Seiji that he had something to do, and logged off. After logging out of the chat group, Hisashi put down his cell phone and lifted his head. Across a glass window from him was a hospital room where a middle-aged man with whitening hair was lying on a bed. He was wearing a breathing respirator and receiving in 4 drip. There was also a heart rate monitor. He was obviously in quite a weak state. What Hisashi hadn't mentioned to Seiji was that the person who had been seriously injured and still in a life-threatening condition was actually his father, the Jumanji Mafia Group's leader, Mikiro Jumanji. For a mafia to have been beaten up to such an extent by a randomly appearing demon, what a joke. If he died just like this, then that would be a terribly unfunny joke. The Midnight Spell. Night of 100 demons, even the mafia that ordinary people feared could only take it lying down, powerless. Only spiritual ability users would be able to resist. Kid, when it's morning, immediately go to the Uehara apartments and stay by Seigo's side as much as possible, Hisashi told his sister who was beside him. Only by his side is where it's safest. What about you guys? Kid asked in a light voice. Don't mind us. Let us survive on our own, another red-haired man stated casually. This was Zankita Jumanji, Hisashi, and Kid's older brother. Go, be with that young male friend of yours and live well and properly as his woman. No need for you to mind mafia affairs anymore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 402, they're all the members of the harem that you want to establish. Chapter 402, they're all the members of the harem that you want to establish. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Smack, Kid kicked Zankita in the shin. Ouch. What was that for? Although I know what you mean, I still wasn't feeling happy about it, idiot brother of mine. If he knew how to talk, then he wouldn't be an idiot. Hisashi adjusted his eyeglasses. Could the two of you stop calling me an idiot? Zankita shouted. Second brother Hisashi, you should replace father after all. This brainless fellow isn't up to the task of leading our mafia group, Kid told Hisashi. I believe so as well. However, this idiot is well respected, and I don't want to be in the position of the leader. It seems quite troublesome. Hisashi extended his palms. Hey! Stop ignoring me. So noisy, could you shut up for a moment? Big brother, you only appear seemly when you're quiet. That's going a little overboard, Kid. At the very least, he has more uses than only being a decoration. That's enough. If you keep going on like this, I'll really get angry. Zankita raised his fist. Resorting to violence immediately, that's exactly why. The 3 siblings kept up their little argument in front of their father's hospital room. Seiji didn't know about the situation with the Jumanji family, but he definitely felt Hisashi's anxiety. Apart from causing harm to others, this night of 100 demons had also caused fear, or perhaps it should be termed as causing people to no longer feel safe. This was only the beginning. If such a situation kept continuing, even if the actual damage wasn't all that high, the entire city would collapse due to fear. The spiritual ability users probably wouldn't allow that to happen, and would definitely take action. But, regardless of what others do, what am I capable of doing? Seiji thought about this question. He wasn't particularly strong as a spiritual ability user. He was quite clear on this already, having faced Akatsuki Mitarai. But even if he was limited in power, there were things that he could probably do. He wasn't going to be a superhero, but he could protect others within the limits of his powers. As for whom specifically he wanted to protect. After thinking about it for a while, he took out his cell phone and sent a group text message. If you meet something strange and need help, let me know. This message was sent out to Chiaki, Yukari, Hoshi, Ryan, Katomi, and Keiho, as he hadn't talked to any of them since the night of the 100 demons started occurring. All of the messages were sent out successfully. Seiji stared at his cell phone for a few moments. Then, he put away his cell phone, stood up, and slowly walked up to the window and looked outside. It was almost getting light out. Ryo and Mayuzumi's fever successfully receded. Both of them appeared to be fine now, but the doctor still gave them some medication just in case. If there's anything that happens at all, contact me. Seiji told that to Mayuzumi and Saki as he split up from them. Yeah. Thank you, Haruta-kun. The mangaka smiled. After saying goodbye to each other, Seiji left. Seiji, Shika, and Ryo went back to the Uehara apartment. Before going back to his own apartment, Seiji knocked on the Uehara residence's door and met with Mika. Welcome back. Is Tachibana-chan alright? Her fever is gone now, and she's fine. That's great. The twin-tailed girl smiled. My mom is currently in the middle of making breakfast. How about eating together? That won't be. Before he finished speaking, he heard someone's stomach growl. The sound came from Ryo's stomach. She clutched her stomach as her face reddened. Well, let's stay over then. Sorry for the bother. Seiji changed what he was saying. Mika smiled delightedly. After eating breakfast together with the Ueharas, Seiji, Shika, and Ryo returned to their own apartment. When Seiji turned on the television, the first program he saw was discussing the event from last night. Seiji felt like it wasn't of much worth. It was just a few middle-aged and elderly people that were so-called experts, talking about some useless things. Seiji returned to his study. At this moment, he received a message on his cell phone. It was a text from Chiaki, asking him why he sent her something like that. Let's talk about it over the internet, Seiji responded. Then, he turned on his computer, logged onto his chatting application, and started browsing the internet forums. After Chiaki went online, he sent her links to the forum topics and explained what happened. Although I felt like things were out of the ordinary last night, I didn't think that they were to such an extent. Chiaki sighed after learning what occurred. You probably didn't send this message only to me, did you? Ah, that's right. I also sent the same message to Yukari, Hoshi, Ryan and Katomi, as well as Keiho. Oh, so they're all the members of the harem that you want to establish. Seiji was rendered absolutely speechless. This was too much of a change in the conversation topic for him to react to. What? All the people that you sent this message to are the people that you're willing to protect and help, the people important to you. They're who you view as the most precious to you. How else can they be described other than potential members of your harem? Chiaki sent him a smiling expression that seemed like it had seen through everything. That's not it at all. Seiji hurriedly denied it. I just feel like, with my current abilities, I can only take care of these friends. Your countering is so powerless, and absolutely missed the point. That's evidence that I'm on the mark. Chiaki sent an emoticon with flashing eyeglass lenses. And, the fact that you sound guilty means I'm right, so just honestly admit it, this is the harem that you have in mind, No. I only view them as good friends, it's nothing like a harem. If it was a harem, I couldn't possibly have added Hoshi. Seiji grabbed on to what he viewed as a critical point. Wrong. Deep in your heart, you've already accepted your cute junior. This is the truth. Accept the hell. Don't think that you can twist the facts just by saying it's the truth. I'm not distorting anything. You're the one who's not honestly facing your true self. That's enough truth out of you. Don't think that just because you're using exclamation marks that you're in the right. The truth is cruel. People never want to face it. But, I believe that one day, you'll be able to conquer the weakness in your heart. You'll openly admit to being bisexual, just like me. Chiaki sent him a brightly smiling expression. That day will never happen. Seiji retorted as forcefully as possible. It took them quite a while to calm down. Are you going to tell Yukari and the others about the mystical side of society? Chiaki asked. I'm not sure yet. If any of them met with demons and so on, then of course I'd tell them. But if they didn't? I'm not sure if I should tell them, Seiji responded. So, if there's any incidents, you'll help them out. If not, you'll warn them to be on their guard. That's what you intend, right? Yep. If this night of 100 demons keeps persisting, what will happen? I don't know. I figured there'll be some way to deal with things. How about I move to the Uehara apartments and start living together with you? The hell with that. She actually said the exact same thing as Hisashi. I'm not joking. If there's going to be demons every night, I really will want to sleep together with you. Chiaki sent him a serious emoticon. Are you that scared? Do you think I'm really brave? I think you're more courageous than most girls. What I have that's more than most girls is this. She sent him a picture of large breasts. Seiji was rendered speechless. Even if I'm braver than most girls, I'm still just an ordinary girl. Of course I'd be afraid of real demons, Chiaki said. Just imagining it. I don't know if I'll be able to sleep well tonight, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 403, Spiritual Ability User Teacher. Chapter 403, Spiritual Ability User Teacher. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Seiji fell silent for a moment upon hearing her say this. You could go over to Mika's place and sleep there, he suggested. It's not so good to go over to someone else's place for New Year's. What is the person that slept on someone's kotatsu on the winter snow festival saying? You're right about that. Chiaki sent him a chuckling emoticon. Not a bad suggestion. When we go greet the New Year's together later this morning, I'll ask Mika in hope that she'll take in the scaredy cat me. At this moment, Seiji's cell phone beeped. Yukari had replied to his text message. She wished him a happy new year, asking him what he meant by strange things. Seiji responded by asking her to log online as well, and showed her the posts about demons on the message forum. Sweet Pig told me that someone he knew met with such a strange incident, and that it's no joke. That's why I was worried, so I sent out that message to you. I see. Thank you so much for your concern, Seigo. Yukari sent him a moved emoticon along with a floating heart. I like you even more now. Seiji didn't know how to respond to such a direct flirtation. He paused for a moment before responding. No need to be polite, at any rate, be careful, especially when it's nighttime. Yep, I will. You be careful as well. Of course. By the way, are demons really injuring people? That's what the stories say. No matter what, it's probably true that there's something dangerous around. Seigo, you're confident enough to defeat demons? I have some confidence. How reliable, as expected of our unyielding king. Yukari sent him a saluting emoticon. Seiji sent back a smiling emoticon. If you really need something, then feel free to contact me. So cool. Yukari felt that he was so cool even from across the screen, causing her face to redden. After that, Hoshi, Keiho, Ryan and Katomi all replied to his text message. Seiji showed all of them the internet links regarding the demons, and was relieved to find out that none of them had met any demons. The Amami siblings and Keiho all indicated their sincere thanks for Seiji's concern. After that, it was the arranged time to greet the new year. Just as Seiji was about to turn off his computer, he received a phone call from Mika. Seiji, I can't go to the New Year's greeting anymore. Why's that? I received a phone call from Grandpa Zhao. He found a spiritual ability user teacher for me, and told me to contact her immediately. What? Spiritual ability user teacher? Seiji was astonished. That Zhao-san had mentioned he would help Mika out. He didn't give her a spiritual artifact in the end, and found a teacher for her instead. This was actually pretty good. No, it wasn't pretty good, it was the best method. Mika indeed needed a teacher more than any spiritual artifact. A good spiritual ability user teacher would be able to help her tremendously. Old Zhao-san was quite right about this. He said that her name was Ruri Kinchi, a skilled spirit controller that he found for me using his connections. He told me to call her and arrange a meeting time, Mika told him. Then go ahead and contact her. I think that it's a great idea by Zhao-san. You do need a teacher. I think it's good as well, and I'm quite grateful to Grandpa Zhao. But it's so sudden, and I'm a little nervous. It is rather sudden. Seiji rubbed his chin in contemplation. How about I accompany you? Mika fell silent for a moment. I'd like for you to accompany me, but I also feel like it's better for me to go by myself, Mika said in a light voice. It didn't feel right to have someone else accompanying her on the first meeting with her teacher. Then go ahead and meet her by yourself. Seiji gave her some encouragement. Conquer your nervousness and have a nice conversation with her. You can do it. Yeah. Thank you, Seiji. I haven't done anything worthy of being thanked for. Seiji chuckled. As for greeting the new year, I'll tell Chiaki to wait until later. After you finish meeting with that Kinchi-san, let's go together. Okay. Mika smiled. They ended their phone call there. Seiji called Chiaki after that and explained what just occurred. This master spiritual artifact craftsman from Huaxia, he seems like quite a powerful character. Yeah. I don't know how far his connections go, but there's no mistaking that he's a major personage. Could he actually be some sort of Huaxia royalty? Mika is actually a real princess. You're thinking too much into things. Isn't it possible, though? It's also possible for me to be the reincarnation of the strongest yin-yang master in history, Saimai Kamiju. Are you? I just want to express that there's too many possibilities out there, but they're nothing more than possibilities. Stop thinking so much about them. They're quite interesting to think about. Well, that's up to you then. Go ahead and rest while imagining what you like. Seiji was about to hang up the call. Wait a moment. Chiaki noticed that he wanted to end the call and stopped him. Aren't you curious about that spiritual ability user teacher? I am a little curious. Then let's go see her together. Huh? Let's follow Mika and take a look at the person that she's going to meet with. Seiji was rendered speechless. I don't want to do such a thing. You hesitated just now, didn't you? Actually, you really want to go see. While I do want to go take a look, there'll be chances to meet that teacher later. There's no need to do such a thing. Besides, Mika might have left already. Don't be like that. Stalking and peeping can be quite fun, you know. Don't say it like you enjoy such activities. It is a spirit controller that we don't know, though. Aren't you even a little worried about Mika meeting this person by herself? This was a good one. If you're worried about your clumsy friend and want to secretly protect her, you have to follow her. Chiaki made it sound like it was an act of justice. I feel like you're just covering up your intentions in pretty words. Stalking and peeping are necessary evil. For the greater good. After hearing this, it definitely doesn't sound like it's for the greater good. In order to protect those dear to us, let us transform into the darkness. Even if you use cool-sounding anime lines, it's still the same, but... Seiji thought things over even as he retorted, still, about worrying. I am a little worried, so let's go check things out. Welcome to the dark side. No, I'm still a loyal member of the light. Seiji hung up the call and then dialed Mika's number. Did you contact Kinchi-san? I did. When and where are you meeting her? 1 hour later, at the Black Sugar Coffee Cafe in the business district. Why are you asking about this? Although Zhao-san recommended her to you, she's still a spirit ability user that we don't know. I'm a little worried, so I'd like to follow along, Seiji said. I won't join in the conversation, I'll just be around nearby for protection. Seiji. Is that alright with you? Yeah. Thank you, Mika said with sincere feelings. I feel so reassured with you close by. It's good as long as you don't think I'm butting in too much. Seiji chuckled. Right now, he felt like an older brother who was worried about his younger sister going to meet an internet friend for the first time. To be more specific, he felt just like Kyuso Kusaka from My Little Sister Can't Be This Cute. As an aside, the person Mika was going to meet was named Ruri Kinchi, and had the same first name as one of the main female characters from My Little Sister Can't Be This Cute, Ruri Goku. It really felt subtle to him. This Kinchi-san, she wouldn't happen to be just like Koroneko Ruri Goku and be a girl with black long hair, have a creamy complexion, red eyes, and be a Chinibiya who enjoyed wearing gothic Lolita clothes, would she either? How was that possible? That would be impossible. Seiji felt like he had been infected by Chiaki with the bad habit of thinking too much into things. However, 1 hour later, at the Black Sugar Coffee Cafe, he was astonished. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 404, Normally, I charge for this service. Chapter 404, Normally, I charge for this service. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. A petite woman with dark long sleek brown hair that reached her waist, sleek bangs, and a creamy complexion walked into the store. She was a beauty who had vividly red eyes. She was wearing a black lace dress with a white jacket. Although she wasn't wearing the gothic Lolita style, it felt rather similar. No way, a Koroneko for real. Seiji was unable to believe what he just saw. They had an over 90% resemblance. Even the fact that they had moles by their eyes was the same. The only difference was in the location. This was the first time Seiji had ever seen someone with such a high degree of resemblance to a fictional character from his previous world. He was truly astonished. He stared at the girl walking up the stairs to the second floor of the coffee cafe in stunned amazement. I think that she's Kinsa-san, said Chiaki, who was sitting across from Seiji. How about you? Seiji was still in a stunned state. Chiaki had to call out to him one more time to help him regain his senses. Sorry, what did you say just now? I said that I think she's probably Kinsa-san, because I can feel that she's no ordinary woman. Chiaki looked toward Seiji. You seem to be looking at her in fascination. Could you have fallen in love at first sight? No, I just... Seiji paused for a moment as he considered how to explain. She just happened to greatly resemble a character I thought of in my story, which was why I was so astonished. Oh? How similar. Almost exactly identical, right down to details like the mole by her eye. That's really quite similar, then. Chiaki blinked. Could it be that you've met her somewhere before, so you reflexively imagined her as one of the characters in your novel? No, I'm certain that I've never met her before, but... That's such a wondrous coincidence then. Yes, it truly is wondrous, Seiji exclaimed sincerely. This was going to be a challenging job. That was Ruri Kinsa's opinion after learning the basic situation from her new female disciple as well as seeing her disciple's spiritual creature. Although Ruri had experience in teaching others, this girl named Mika Uehara was a rather special case. Firstly, Mika had been an ordinary person not long ago. Secondly, the spiritual creature that Mika possessed was highly unusual. As a spirit controller, Ruri was confident about her knowledge in this field. However, she was completely unable to see through or understand what the spiritual creature named Mashiro Uehara was supposed to be. Even though its internal structure was obviously chaotic, it was still alive, and obviously quite intelligent. It seemed at the level of a human child, which was truly strange. This type of creature shouldn't exist, or at the very least, Ruri didn't know of any such creature that existed. However, it indeed existed. Although Ruri was self-aware, knowing that her own knowledge was limited, Mashiro Uehara still gave her an impact regarding her knowledge. It was as if an expert on animal species had suddenly met an alien lifeform, something out of her domain of knowledge. She needed some time to take it all in still. That was how much of an impact she had received. Teaching a complete newbie who had just been an ordinary human not long ago was already a difficult task. On top of that, this newbie possessed such a mysterious spiritual creature. Ruri couldn't think of any words to describe things other than challenging. If this was a simulation video game of some sort, this type of setting would definitely be the most hellish and difficult one. She didn't fear such a challenging difficulty, but rather the opposite. She reveled in such situations. Let's begin with having you cultivate spiritual power. Ruri sipped on some coffee as she told this to Mika. The way to get stronger as a spirit controller is to raise both your personal strength as well as your spiritual creature's strength. But since your spiritual creature is far too unusual, I don't know how to raise its strength, so I'm first going to have you try improving your own power level. Oh. Mika nodded. Tomorrow? No, let's start this afternoon. Will there be any problems with that? Ruri asked while looking at Mika. This afternoon. That's fine. Mika was nervous at first, but soon revealed an expression of resolution. I'll try my very best, she said in a serious manner. Excellent. Nice attitude she has there. I hope she can maintain it. Ruri thought that to herself. Although, I have a question. What is it? Should I call you Master from now on? Ruri blinked with her vividly red eyes as she smiled. You could just call me Sensei, but being called Master sounds nice as well. You can do as you like. Then. Master Kinsa, please take good care of me from now on. The twin-tailed girl lowered her head in deference. Yep, I'll teach you well, Mika. Seiji and Chiaki saw Mika coming downstairs together with the red-eyed beautiful young woman. It was her as I thought. I guessed it. You're treating me to our next meal. Chiaki was all proud of herself. Stop pretending like we had a bet. Seiji gave her a sidelong glance before looking back towards Mika and the red-eyed woman. Mika looked at him as well, and smiled towards him. Ruri noticed this. Was that handsome boy someone you knew? She asked after they exited the coffee cafe. Yeah, he's my friend. Mika paused for a moment. Actually, he was worried about me, so he followed me, Ha, a knight in shining armor. Ruri smiled faintly. Was the girl sitting together with him also one of your friends? Yes, the two of them are my most important friends. One boy and two girls, this type of friendship can change easily. The red-eyed young woman's mouth subtly arced upwards. Although a change in friendship is also a type of youthful experience, I don't wish to see my disciple receiving too much of an impact from it, which could cause you to become depressed and neglect cultivation. Let's take care of it right here and now. Ruri paused in her footsteps. Take care? Mika felt an ominous premonition. Yep. First, answer me, do you like that boy? Ruri was instantly certain of the answer when she looked at the twin-tailed girl's expression. Now then, select the method to deal with this matter. The first is to make that boy fall in love with you, while the second is to make them dislike each other. Which do you choose? This. Mika widened her eyes in surprise. I recommend the first method as it's more direct. But if you don't like it, choose the second. Ruri smiled. I can accurately control the level of like that they have for each other to maintain their friendship, but make it impossible for them to develop into lovers. Her current smile was not only beautiful, it also seemed slightly devilish. Mika was stunned by the sight. She didn't expect that her nice-seeming master had such a side to her. I don't want to do this, Mika hurriedly said when she finally returned to her senses. I don't want to do either method. I don't want to treat them like that. Why? Because they're my friends. It's precisely because you're friends that you have to take care of things early. Otherwise, you'll lose this friendship. Ruri's smile became even more devilish. Something sounds wrong about that. Mika denied it. Where am I wrong? I'm thinking about things for your sake. If it wasn't for the fact that you're an important disciple of mine that I must take good care of, I would never do such a thing for free. Free? Master, could it be that? Yep, normally I charge a fee for this type of thing. My prices aren't cheap. The red-eyed young woman ran her fingers through her own hair, seeming quite attractive while doing so. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 405, Great Misfortune. Chapter 405, Great Misfortune. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. She typically charged for such a service? Spiritual ability users, did spirit controllers typically do such things? Mika's mouth was now wide agape in astonishment. Teehee, Ruri giggled at this. She clutched her arms as she covered her mouth and laughed. There was an alluring light in her red eyes. He. I was just joking. I was just joking, making things up, Ruri stated in a casual manner. I didn't expect that you'd treat it all as real, and even had such an expression. You're so cute. Mika was left speechless. Master. This joke was a bit overboard. Mika's expression became angry. Ruri smiled as she looked at Mika's face. Something flashed in Ruri's eyes. Although I was joking, I basically understand now that you're an honest and well-behaved child. If you chose to take care of the matter in either fashion, I really do have the power to do what I just said. But, you didn't choose to do so. How well-behaved of you, or should I call you naive? Ruri reached out with her hand and smiled ambiguously as she caressed Mika on the cheek. I don't dislike disciples like you. Mika didn't know what to say as she felt the touch of Ruri's hand on her cheek. The red-eyed young woman retracted her hand. See you later this afternoon, Mika. She turned around and left with her hair flowing in the wind. Stunned, Mika simply stared at Ruri's disappearing figure. She felt something indescribable in her heart. She didn't regain her senses until a familiar voice called out to her. What's the matter, being so lost in your thoughts? Did you fall in love with your beautiful teacher? Chiaki joked. Then, she saw that Mika had a complex expression. What's with your expression? Did something happen? No, it's nothing. Mika averted her gaze. It was quite obvious that it wasn't nothing. Seiji and Chiaki exchanged awkward glances. What exactly happened, Mika? Is there something weird about that teacher of yours? This identically named Ruri isn't actually a Chinibu as well, is she? Seiji thought the last part to himself. The twin-tailed girl fell silent for a moment. Should I say that she's a little weird, or terrible, she muttered to herself. Seiji and Chiaki were both mystified. I think it should be fine, probably. Mika sighed after struggling with her inner conflict. After that, she didn't say anything else. Although they were still somewhat worried about Mika's condition, Seiji and Chiaki were unable to pry any further since Mika herself said that things should be fine. Afterwards, the three of them returned to the Uehara apartments. Seiji was going to take Ryo with him, and Mika was taking her mother as well. They were all going to go together to the shrine to greet the new year. The moment Seiji entered his apartment, he saw that Keed was in the living room playing games together with Ryo. Happy New Year, Harano-kun. Happy New Year, Jumanji-sensei. Seiji looked at her. We're about to go greet the new year. Would you like to come with us, sensei? Sure. Keed smiled as she agreed. After taking the lowly and the mature woman with him, he saw the widow from next door. Happy New Year, everyone. Nozomi Uehara greeted them. Seiji and the others wished her a Happy New Year as well. Then, Nozomi gave Ryo some money as a New Year's present, and Ryo delightedly thanked Nozomi. Should I be giving Ryo some spending money as well? Seiji wondered to himself. Their procession headed for the shrine. Seigo, when we're drawing fortunes for this new year, let's have a competition about who has the best fortune. Chiaki started a topic of conversation. Alright then, what should we bet on for winning and losing? Seiji accepted. If I win, you have to sleep with me. Don't immediately ask for something ridiculous. If I lose, I have to sleep with you. Hey! Isn't that the exact same thing? If I can have Harano-kun sleep with me if I win, then I want to join this little betting competition as well. Keed grinned as she joined in. Sensei, please take more care of yourself. Mika retorted. I also somewhat want to participate. Nozomi was also grinning. Mom. Same with you. I get to sleep together with Harano Oniai-san every day. I don't need to participate. Ryo proudly lifted her face. The atmosphere instantly froze over. Harano-kun. Is what she said true? Keed and Nozomi maintained their smiles as they both stared at Seiji with something abnormal flashing in their eyes. Seiji was rendered speechless. He felt like he was breaking into a cold sweat. That's because there's no more beds in my apartment. He explained while withstanding an invisible pressure, and did his very best to not appear insecure at all. Chiaki grinned as she watched the scene, and refrained from making more chaos for the time being. Mika observed this coldly. With Ryo being a witness, Keed and Nozomi accepted Seiji's explanation. He was barely able to escape from being suspected as a pervert. How unfortunate that you weren't executed. Whoops, I meant that's great, Seigo. Chiaki smiled. You. It's all because of you. How about we discuss next about what you feel about sleeping together with Ryo every night? Please stop. It's all my fault. Seiji almost felt like crying, only tears wouldn't come out. Chiaki giggled, then finally stopped teasing him and changed the topic of conversation. Everyone laughed and had fun chatting with each other as they walked towards the shrine. They finally reached the shrine. There were many people as expected. It was quite lively. Seiji and the others passed through the hordes of people and arrived at a torii gate which was quite commonly seen in anime. They went to the washing area to wash their hands and cleanse themselves, then went through another torii to the main temple. There was a line of people waiting to greet the new year here. When it was Seiji and his friend's turn, they tossed coins into the offering box, shook bells, bowed, clapped, and made wishes. Seiji's wish was for this new year to be peaceful and happy for him and his friends. But judging from what happened already, that didn't seem likely. After greeting the new year, it was time to draw fortunes. Seiji received his fortune and opened it up to see. Great misfortune. Seiji's eyes twitched at this sight. Hey, aren't the chances of drawing great misfortune on the new year supposed to be incredibly small? Why did I get it with only a single try? If only he had such luck in his previous life making random draws in his cell phone games. What did you draw, Seigo? Ha. Chiaki came over to peek at his fortune, and instantly broke out into laughter. You actually drew great misfortune. That's so amazing, this one is even harder to draw than great fortune. She kept laughing uncontrollably. Seigo got great misfortune? Mika came over to have a look as well. This is my first time ever seeing the great misfortune fortune. Kid, Nozomi, and even Ryo clamored to have a look. This is my first time seeing great misfortune as well, Kid said. I drew it once when I was young. This is only my second time, though, Nozomi mentioned. Great misfortune? It seems really impressive. This was Ryo's comment. It's really amazing. It's the most difficult fortune to obtain, so it's the coolest fortune of all. Chiaki chuckled. It's your victory, Seigo. I don't want such a cool fortune at all to help me win our bet, Seiji sighed. Actually, fortune or misfortune isn't so important. What's important is the content of your fortune, Nozomi smiled. Take a look to see what's written. Seiji checked over his fortune carefully. Romance, work, money, family, and health, according to his fortune, all of the above categories would have great misfortune. Then, the fortune also suggested how to mitigate or avoid such disasters from befalling him. At any rate, it seemed somewhat accurate but also somewhat inaccurate. That was how things like fortunes were. Either you believed them, or you didn't. Did you finish reading your fortune? Show me as well. I'm quite curious what's written on a great misfortune. Chiaki made such a request. Please allow me to refuse, Seiji said decisively as he folded up his fortune. Just let me take a little look, don't be so stingy. I want to see it as well, especially what it says for the romance category. I want to as well. Brother, I also want to see it. Haha, I'd like to see it as well. Please allow me to refuse. Seiji felt as if some great misfortune would immediately befall him if he really showed them his fortune, so he adamantly refused and hid his great misfortune fortune away in the area for hanging up the fortunes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 406, Soul World. Chapter 406, Soul World. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Seiji was the only one who needed to hang up his fortune. Chiaki, Kid, and Ryo all drew good fortune, while Mika and Nozomi both drew great fortune. It would seem that the Uehara family would be quite lucky this year. Next up was obtaining protective talismans and writing emmas. Emmas were small wooden signs to inscribe one's wishes for the New Year's on, placed as an offering to pray for the gods' protection. After doing all these things, that was the end of their greeting the new year. After finishing his lunch, Seiji went to his study and began drawing. He wanted to finish all the insert art as soon as possible so that Brother Monogatari could have an early publication date. Oh hey, will the matter of demons harming people in town affect the sales of my book? Seiji was somewhat concerned about this. Although he didn't lack money now, he still hoped that his and Shika's story could attract as many readers as possible. If this incident affected the sales potential, that would be unfortunate. However, there was no use being concerned about such a matter. He got rid of his idle thoughts and concentrated once more on drawing. Later that afternoon, he received a phone call from Natsuya. "Are you currently home?" "Yeah." "Can I go over there to your place in a bit?" "Of course." "What's the matter?" "I have something to give to you." Not long after ending their short conversation, the student council president arrived. When she entered, Natsuya was somewhat astonished to see Kid playing a game together with Ryo. "Jumanji-sensei, why are you here?" "She lives upstairs as my neighbor," Seiji explained. "Good afternoon, President Yorihana." The blonde teacher politely greeted Natsuya. "Good afternoon." The president had a subtle expression in her eyes as she looked at Kid. Cough, I should explain, Jumanji-sensei is actually. Seiji wanted to explain. "I know who she is." "I just didn't expect that she was living here," Natsuya told him as she looked towards Kid again. "Jumanji-sensei, thanks so much for your groups, the Jumanji Mafia group, assistance that time, but..." "No need to be so polite, President Yorihana," Kid responded with a smile. "It was our honor to be able to assist you." The two of them seemed to non-verbally communicate something in the air with their eyes. "Seiji, let's not bother Sensei and Tachibana-chan while they're playing a game and move to another room to talk." Hearing Natsuya say this, Seiji led her to his study. Something flashed in Kid's eyes as Seiji led Natsuya to the study. "How long has she been living here?" Natsuya immediately asked this question the moment she entered the study. "Slightly over 1 month, I think." The second day that she arrived here was the first day that she started working at school. Seiji thought about it. "Oh, right, the day that she moved in was the same day that I brought your talismans over to the Jumanji group." Natsuya didn't respond to this. "It was quite a surprise for me as well when she moved here, but we're just neighbors." Seiji awkwardly scratched his face. "She's staying quite naturally in your living room, and playing a game together with the little sister that you took in. She doesn't appear like any ordinary neighbor." Did you ask her to take care of Ryo Tachibana for you?" "No, she just gets along really well with Ryo." Something flashed slightly in Natsuya's eyes. Seiji mysteriously felt somewhat insecure. "I came over this time in order to give you this." After a momentary silence, the student council president changed the topic of the conversation. She gave him a long-shaped box that she was holding and handed it to him. Seiji accepted this box. "What's this?" "It's the spiritual weapon that I promised to get for you during the Winter Snow Festival." Seiji's eyes lit up at hearing this as he placed the box on the table and opened it. He saw a bronze yellow-colored wooden sword inside. The sword seemed to be flashing slightly, and tiny, elegant runes were carved into it. It definitely appeared rather beautiful. This sword was created using kapok tree bark that was specially cultivated with spiritual powers. In its normal condition, it has hardness equaling that of steel. Once you inject mana into it, you can increase either its sharpness or hardness, and use it as either a blunt weapon or a sword. It's capable of attacking both the physical and the spiritual, Natsuya explained. If you master its usage, you can even send out sword waves with it as a form of ranged attack to slice your target. Oh. Seiji picked up the wooden sword and felt that it was rather heavy. Still, it was slightly lighter than a metal club would be. He gripped the sword hilt and felt that it was quite comfortable to hold. He attempted to swing it twice in midair, making a whooshing sound in the air. "Awesome, I really like it." He thanked Natsuya sincerely. "That's good, then." There's also an instruction book on how to use it in the box. Read over it carefully. A wooden sword even had its own instruction booklet. Well, he figured that it was probably beginner-level spiritual weapon sword techniques. He picked up with white little booklet in the box and read it over. The contents were easy enough to understand as they were indeed beginner level. "Apart from the wooden sword, I'm also giving this to you." Natsuya handed him a black flash drive. What's in this? Information regarding the challenger's blood wine. The password to the document is 44657. 1 hour after you open the document, it'll automatically delete itself, so you need to finish reading it as soon as possible. Also, don't attempt to copy or move the document, as that will cause it to immediately delete itself. Got it. Seiji took the flash drive. Thank you. No need to be polite. Seiji pocketed the flash drive and put the wooden sword back in INT's box. As for the midnight spell, that's what I'm calling the grand-scale magic spell from last night. Did you find anything out about it? I haven't received any detailed information yet, but I've heard that it's already been confirmed to be the work of a secret faction calling themselves Soul World. Natsuya blinked. You're calling that spell the midnight spell? Yes, I'm calling it that for the time being. I think that's quite an appropriate name for it. Natsuya agreed with his naming sense. You can try letting more people call it by that, then. Seiji chuckled. By the way, a secret faction, are they a so-called mysterious organization? I suppose you could say that. No, they really are one of those so-called mysterious organizations. Natsuya sighed. All of their members that have ever appeared before have currently gone completely off the radar. Nor has it been possible to find out their members' true identities. Their faction's home base is unknown, and their members' true names and identities are also unknown. They're basically like a thick fog of mysteries. I've heard that their members sometimes sell strange but incredibly useful objects to certain people, and strictly require the buyers to keep them a secret. Do you still remember the mysterious medicine that Okubo Yoshiaki possessed? It's highly likely that he obtained that from a member of the Soul World organization. Seiji recalled the time when they were dueling against Okubo Yoshiaki, causing him to furrow his eyebrows. Then, about the Night of 100 Demons, this incident with demons harming humans, what's this about? Seiji continued asking. Just how was this situation created? Will it still continue? About this, right now it's already confirmed that many demons have materialized and are injuring humans. As for how it specifically came about, that's still unknown. Natsuya paused for a moment. Perhaps it was one of that spell's, the midnight spell's effects. Or it could be another spell's effect from the Soul World faction, or it might have been caused by some other faction. As for whether or not it will continue, I don't know. However, all the spiritual ability user factions are already on guard now. If this repeats again tonight, there will be even more people investigating the situation, finding out what's going on as well as figuring out how to stop it. That's good, then. Compared to an electronic and communications systems breakdown, demons appearing and harming humans, the Night of 100 Demons is far more likely to cause great tremors in society and expose the existence of the mystical, which is why all the spiritual ability user factions will stop it as quickly as possible. Ah, that's the same as what I expected, Seiji thought to himself. By the way, about this faction called Soul World, is there any particular meaning behind their name? Seiji asked out of curiosity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 407, Barriers. Chapter 407, Barriers. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. The faction named Soul World caused Seiji to recall the antagonist faction in the Thunderbolt puppet show from his previous world. The Thunderbolt puppet show was a series of puppet shows that all had the word Thunderbolt in its name. Puppet shows, as per the name, were performances held by manipulating puppet marionettes. The Thunderbolt puppet show series was a miracle amongst all puppet shows back in his previous world. Not only did it successfully have a television drama made about it that spanned over 2,000 episodes, there was even a movie. The puppet show made use of modern technology and computer CGI to improve itself, which helped improve its effects much better than what could be done with only traditional methods. However, What people paid attention to the most was still its outstanding plot. Apart from traditional wuxia, the series also had mystical and science fiction elements, with demons, monsters, vampires from Western culture, robots, biologically engineered humans, and other such characters. There were space and time dimensional battles that took place in the past, as well as dimensional traveling to other worlds for battles in different dimensions. It was a series that kept up with the times, just like an anime or a manga would. Seiji understood all this because a famous scriptwriter for depressing stories who was also known as a warrior of love had written the script for one of this puppet show's scripts. And this puppet show had a movie produced and directed by the same Thunderbolt puppet show company. At the time that he learned all this, he felt that it was truly eye-opening. If it wasn't for the fact that he found it difficult to accept the drawing style for the puppet show's media, he might even have become a fan. He had gotten sidetracked. At any rate, there was a gigantic antagonist faction in the Thunderbolt puppet show series named Soul World as well, which was why he'd thought about it. As for this world, did the name Soul World have some particular meaning for the mystical society? It does, Natsuya told him. The legends about a soul world refer to a special dimension that exists in the netherworld, where countless ghosts and demon spirits that want to return to life in our world will gather along other demons and spirits that want to come to our world to spread harm and chaos. They'll constantly crash against the barriers between the netherworld and our world. However, the barrier will absorb their power and automatically repair itself, so their actions only harm themselves, and are considered meaningless. Seiji rubbed his chin in contemplation. If they're naming themselves after such a location, does that hint at their goal being to have demons and spirits fill our world? It's possible, but it's also possible that they want to have a mysterious-sounding name. Natsuya shrugged. As for what the organization's name really meant, only the organization's members would know. There was no point in being too concerned about it for now. Seiji understood. But the Night of 100 Demons was already going on, and on top of that, having learned the meaning behind this faction's name, Seiji was feeling a faintly ominous premonition. I'd like to be able to protect my friends that are just ordinary people. Is there some good method to do this? How many do you want to protect? Natsuya looked towards him. About 10 or so. They wouldn't happen to all be girls, would they? No, there are boys as well. How many are boys? 2. Natsuya didn't respond for a long while to this. Seiji felt like it was rather painful being stared at by her. If you want to protect ordinary people, you can set up magic barriers around them, Natsuya told him after staring at him for several seconds. You can have barrier spells cast around their persons or place barriers where they live. Barriers, the ones I know now, are only capable of protecting myself. Seiji sighed. I wonder if Shika-chan is able to cast barrier spells. Shika knew how to use basic barrier spells, but he was unsure whether she was capable of casting long-lasting maintainable barrier spells that were strong enough to defend against demons and spirits. He would have to ask her later. You can also hire a spiritual ability user to cast barrier spells on the people important to you. How much would the price be for that? I'm not sure myself. It's probably influenced by several factors, such as whether the barrier spell is for a person or a location, as well as the strength of the barrier and size of the barrier, so the price will likely fluctuate greatly. Please introduce someone who can cast such barrier spells to me. I think that it's better if you ask Huju-san rather than me. She's more knowledgeable than I am in this area. Seiji nodded. I have to leave now as I still have other things I must do, Natsuya told him. If anything else happens, contact me. Yeah. I'm grateful to you, Natsuya. The two of them left the study. Something flashed in Keed's eyes as she stood up when she saw that Natsuya Yorihana was preparing to leave. President Yorihana, may I discuss something with you? Natsuya looked towards the blonde teacher. Is there something the matter? Jumanji-sensei. Yes, it's about the Jumanji group. Keed walked closer to her and began whispering. Last night, someone in our group was attacked by a demon and was seriously injured. We're all quite worried because we don't know if something similar will happen again tonight. You should discuss this problem of yours with Seiji as he'll know how to deal with it, Natsuya told her. I have something urgent to take care of, so I don't have the time right now. Please forgive me. Ah. I'm sorry for bothering you, At. Please don't say that. I should be the one apologizing for being unable to help out. Goodbye. The student council president left. Seiji returned to his apartment after seeing her out. Harano-kun. I'm sorry. Keed lowered her head in apology. Eh? Why are you apologizing? Seiji was confused. The blonde teacher had an expression of guilt, but she didn't explain anything. After a momentary silence. I don't feel like you have anything to apologize for, so I don't really know what's going on. Seiji looked towards Keed. But, if you don't want to explain, then I won't pry. Thank you. Keed looked at him. Harano-kun, you're so gentle. Why was it that her favorability rating of him was suddenly shooting up? Seiji was mystified by this, but immediately put it behind him. As for how to defend against sudden demon attacks, I know the method now. Wait for me for a moment, as I need to discuss some things with some people. After telling this to Keed, he went to go knock on his adopted sister's door. He met with Shika and explained the situation to her. I'm able to cast and maintain demon-repelling barriers, but I'm unable to be too far away from my own barriers or they'd collapse. I can't make a barrier to the extent brother wants. I apologize. Shika lowered her head. No need to apologize, I'm not blaming you. Seiji smiled wryly. Why is everyone apologizing to me all of a sudden? He reached out and patted his adopted younger sister on the head. It's fine if you can't do it. There's other methods available. No need for you to feel bad. After coaxing Shika, he went back to his study and made a call with his cell phone. Good afternoon, Junior. What business do you have with me? Good afternoon, Senpai. I've come to give you some more work again. Heh, do you want to deal with someone again? He heard the sound of my chuckling. No, the opposite. I want to protect some people. Seiji explained the situation. Establishing magical barriers. I have an acquaintance that's skilled at this, I told him after listening to what he needed. Her prices are quite high, but her barriers are highly reliable. You get what you pay for. What's her specific price range? It's better if you ask her directly. Her name is Shizuka Saran. Let me contact her first. Wait for a few minutes. They ended their conversation there. Shizuka, this name caused Seiji to recall Doraemon as that was the name of the female lead in that story about a blue chubby robotic cat. She was the goddess of his childhood. As for Shizuka's last name in the Doraemon story, Seiji figured that few people would remember it. However, her last name was Minamoto, the same Minamoto as Minamoto no Reiko. Seiji patiently waited. A few minutes later, an unfamiliar phone number called his cell phone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, am I speaking to Seigo Harano-san? A soft-sounding female voice spoke on the phone. That's me. I'm Shizuka Saran. Fujisan told me that you would like to request my services for magical barriers, is that the case? Yes, what's your asking price for such a service, Saran-san? Fujisan told me that you intend to protect ordinary people. In such a scenario, I recommend that you use the reactive type barrier. Barrier's activation methods included reactive types that only activated on an attack, barrier types that could be activated at any time, or combination types that were an overlap of the two. To use analogies, the first type was like a landmine that would automatically activate when a demon attacked. The second type was more like a hand grenade and could be activated at any time when necessary. The third type was a combination of the two, being both reactive and possible to be activated. For ordinary people, the reactive type was the most recommended. The barrier could be maintained for 72 hours. The lowest strength reactive type barrier would cost 150,000 Sakuras for the 72 hours. If the reactive barrier was activated within its maintainable timeframe, it would transform into a normal strength barrier. After 72 hours, it would still work, but the barrier's strength would gradually decrease more and more, and holes would even appear in it. In order to maintain the barrier's strength, it would require the additional injection of mana into it as a form of recharging. Recharging the barrier would cost 100,000 Sakuras for each time. The longer the barrier could be maintained without recharging, or the stronger the barrier's strength, the higher the price would be. The same went for the price to recharge. As for fixed location barriers, the price to cast a barrier over a 25 square meter area was roughly 3 times the price to cast a barrier on a person. After learning all of this, Seiji told Shizuka that he would consider things. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 408, You're actually a spiritual ability user? Chapter 408, You're actually a spiritual ability user? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. A minimum of 150,000 Sakuras per person was no small price. As for Chiaki, she said already that she was going to Mika's place to stay over tonight, so Chiaki should be fine. Peach-sensei could probably afford the payments for her and editor Yoshizawa's protection. As for Hisashi, he could also afford the payment. Keed was living right above him, so it wouldn't be necessary. As for Hoshi, he was currently living with Rika Amami, the confectionery store owner and manager. Perhaps Rika would be able to pay. As for Ryan and Katomi, they were currently living together with their grandfather, Shizu Amami. Seiji recalled the time when he met the Amami family's grandfather. Although they never discussed the mystical during their last meeting, Seiji's instinct told him that Shizu might know something about the mystical side of society. And so, Seiji decided to have a talk with Shizu about it. He immediately called Shizu, and Shizu accepted the call quickly. Good afternoon, young Master Seiji. Shizu's raspy voice greeted him. Good afternoon, Amami-san, please don't address me like that. The old man chuckled. Hirano-kun, is something the matter? It's like this, Amami-san. Although we didn't mention it last time we met, you probably know about the mystical side of society, right? Seiji tried asking Shizu. Yes, I know about it. Shizu admitted it directly. Amami-san, are you a spiritual ability user? I was once in the past. In the past? Now I'm just an ordinary old man. Oh. It would seem that there was a story behind this. Since Amami-san knows about the mystical, this will be much easier. Seiji paused for a moment. I would like to discuss what happened last night. He gave a rough explanation of the situation. Thank you so much for being concerned about my grandson and granddaughters, Shizu thanked him sincerely after hearing his words. They're my friends and companions. It's what I should do. Haha, I definitely didn't misjudge you. Seiji felt rather awkward about being praised like this. As for the matter of barriers, there's no need, Hirano-kun. Although I'm no longer a spiritual ability user, I still have some connections in that side of society. I'm capable of protecting my family from demons and spirits. I see. Since Amami-san says so, I feel more reassured now. Hirano-kun, please be careful yourself as well. It's nice that you're thinking about others, but it's more important to protect yourself. I will. Thank you. They ended the conversation there. It seemed that he wouldn't need to worry about the Amami family. That just left Yukari and Keiho. What should he do? If the Knight of 100 Demons was a real threat, then he should explain it to them. But the problem was that this threat was rather uncertain. Perhaps demons wouldn't appear anymore tonight. Perhaps he was being overly concerned, just like how he wouldn't know if it would rain tonight or not, but he still wanted to buy a super expensive umbrella. In such a situation, was it really alright to tell them about the existence of the mystical? Seiji thought over this question for quite a while. In the end, he decided that he should tell them. Although it was also alright to secretly pay for their personal barriers out of his own money without telling them about it, he felt that it wasn't something very good to do. Let's just tell them the truth and face it together. Mayuzumi was quite astonished to hear from Seiji about her uncle's true former identity as a member of the mystical side of society. After thinking it over for a little while, she decided not to trouble her uncle. She would personally pay for barriers to protect her and her good friend Saki. As for how she would convince the editor to accept such an expensive protection, Seiji didn't know. After Hisashi learned about this available option, he requested to purchase 3 personal barriers, as well as a 50 square meter fixed location barrier. Seiji immediately contacted Shizuka Saran again and placed his order. I need some time to prepare for these barriers. I'll contact you again after I'm finished with my preparations. How long do you need? Approximately 3 hours. I might order some more barriers from you later. Is that all right? Yes. Feel free to contact me if you need my services. They ended the phone call there. After that, Seiji called Yukari. Good afternoon. Do you have time to meet up? Yukari was quite surprised to receive an invitation to meet up from Seigo Harano. When he told her that he wanted to discuss something important with her face to face, she agreed, although she was somewhat confused. What important thing could it be? No matter what, she was happy to be able to meet with him. After dressing herself appropriately, Yukari headed over to Seiji's apartment. Sorry for suddenly calling you out like this. Seiji opened the door for her when she knocked. It's fine, I just happened to be free. Yukari smiled as she entered his apartment. Seiji had Yukari sit down by the kotatsu and served her some tea and confectionaries. After that, he took out a white gift box. This is my return present for the Winter Snow Festival. I apologize that I'm only giving it to you now. Thank you, Yukari accepted it happily. Can I open it up right now? Of course. Yukari immediately opened up the box to see an exquisite light novel illustrations collection. This was something that she had been wanting recently. This is amazing. Yukari was delighted with this present to the point where her eyes were sparkling. This was something I really wanted. Did I ever mention it to you before? No, you didn't. I just felt like this light novel illustration collection was pretty good and that you'd like it as you're also an artist yourself, Seiji told her. Actually, he had used the power of the gift information card in his system. I really like it. Thank you for giving me this. Yukari smiled beautifully, it came from her heart. She was more delighted with the fact that he gave her such an appropriate present for her rather than the light novel illustration collection itself. Seiji was entranced by her beautiful smile, and was slightly dazed. It's good that you like it. He sipped on his tea in order to help him regain his senses. Was the important thing you mentioned this present you gave me? No, it's more about what I mentioned this morning. Seiji paused for a moment before lifting his head and looking into her eyes. If I tell you that there really are demons out there harming humans, what will you think? There really are demons out there, as well as spiritual ability users that exist. I'm one of them. Yukari was rendered speechless. She didn't know how to react to this sudden revelation, and her expression became a little strange. Of course, Seiji wasn't surprised at all that she reacted in this manner. In order to make her believe as quickly as possible, he lifted his hand and cast the most pretentious spell he knew in his arsenal. Whoosh! The light novel illustration collection began to fly in midair. Then, it dropped down back towards the table, but flew up again when it was almost about to hit the table. Then, it flew in all sorts of random directions, flew in circles, whirled around in midair, and flipped itself around and around, all sorts of fancy flight paths. The purple-haired girl was stunned to see this sight. Finally, the light novel illustration collection landed back in Seiji's hands. "Go ahead and inspect this. There's no tricks to it whatsoever," he told her as he handed her the light novel illustration collection. Yukari maintained her dazed expression as she woodenly accepted the illustration collection and inspected it. It didn't seem like there were any tricks possible to her. "Actually, I can perform the same thing with other objects as well. As long as the object isn't too heavy, I can do the exact same thing with it." The purple-haired girl looked at him once more when she heard him state that in a calm manner. She saw that he had quite a serious expression. "Spiritual ability user," Yukari muttered to herself. "It must be difficult for you to accept, but amazing." Yukari's eyes began sparkling even shinier than when she received the present earlier. "Seigo, you're actually a spiritual ability user, no wonder you're so strong. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 409, I can take care of it with just my imposing manner. Chapter 409, I can take care of it with just my imposing manner. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. It was considered a mystery why Seigo Harano was so strong. Regarding the incidents involving him at the tennis club and basketball club, that could be still attributed to having overwhelming stamina. However, the fact that he single-handedly defeated the entire karate club by himself had far surpassed what could be explained by having excellent stamina. That was overwhelming strength, as if he was a dragon, which was how he obtained the nickname of Magic Devouring Dragon. Yukari had personally witnessed his astonishing strength at the doujinshi convention. His cosplay sword fight had seemed too realistic and amazing. It was obvious that it was out of the ordinary. Many students in Genhana High School had discussed amongst themselves the reason for his strength before. They guessed various things, such as whether or not it was related to his family background or if he had a hidden identity, such as being a former child soldier, mercenary, special forces operative, assassin, and so on. The fact that he never joined any sports clubs in the end was something that was attention-inducing as well. Although Seigo gave an explanation for not joining any sports clubs, people found his explanation difficult to believe and interpreted it as him wanting to keep a low profile. And now, Yukari Asamiya learned the truth. Seigo Harano was no ordinary person. He was a spiritual ability user. Due to being a spiritual ability user, he had more power than ordinary people. Due to being a spiritual ability user, he didn't join any clubs in order to avoid drawing too much attention. Everything made sense now. Seiji was rather astonished that Yukari believed him so easily. He even impulsively wanted to ask her why she believed him so readily. But he suppressed this unnecessary impulse of his. After all, it was a good thing that she was willing to believe him. "I'm happy that you're willing to believe me." Seiji smiled. "To be honest, I was hesitating whether to tell you or not. Now, it seems like I made the correct decision. Thank you for being willing to tell me your secret." Yukari smiled back at him. "You probably think that this is all really sudden. There's a reason for this. Last night." Seiji gave her a rough explanation of the midnight spell and the situation with the Night of 100 Demons, along with his own opinion of what was going on. "Although I'm not certain whether or not it will happen again tonight, I'm rather worried. You could call it an ominous premonition. Although my power is limited, I still want to do what I can to protect all my friends within my power. And so, I came up with the idea of personal barriers. Yukari silently listened to his full explanation. "Thank you for being so worried about me," she told him softly while looking into his eyes. "Now, I'm feeling like it's a wonderful thing that I fell in love with you." Another direct attack. Seiji felt that it was difficult to face her gentle expression head-on, and lowered his head to sip on some more tea to conceal his embarrassment. Yukari could tell that he was embarrassed, which gave her a warm feeling inside. There was a moment of silence between them. Barriers mean that things will certainly be safe, while without a barrier, there's only a risk, not certain danger, right? Yes. In that case, I choose not to use a barrier, Yukari told him. Is it because it's too expensive? Indeed. Although you said that you'd pay for me, I don't wish to trouble you to such an extent. The purple-haired girl smiled. We're only friends, and I shouldn't have a friend pay so much money for my sake just because there's the chance of danger. Seiji was rendered speechless. He wanted to say something, but she said something first. Of course, if you want to take care of me as your girlfriend, that's another matter. I'd happily use your money. What are you saying? Seiji swallowed down his original sentence as he revealed a helpless expression. I like the way you do things, telling me directly so that we can discuss things together rather than hiding things from me and secretly purchasing a barrier for me, Yukari continued. While that can be termed as gentle, that's all it is. Perhaps some girls will really like that, but I'm not that type. Compared to that type of gentleness, I prefer this type. Seiji looked at her. If I don't give you the money and lend it to you instead, won't that work then? If there's certain danger, then I wouldn't hesitate. But, you said that the danger's only a possibility. Although it's only a possibility, it's quite dangerous if you really do meet with a demon. It's just a demon. I can take care of it with just my imposing manner. The purple-haired girl raised her head proudly. Seiji was rendered speechless. Just joking. If that really happens, then I'll have to ask you for help. Yukari chuckled. At such a time, please come and save me as soon as you can, Mr. Hero. Yukari Asamiyo-san. Are you thinking that I'm rather troublesome now? That's right, that's just how I am. Please take good care of me. Seiji could only sigh at this. Although he indeed found it somewhat troublesome, he could still understand. After all, this was her way of being reserved as a girl. If you meet with any demons, call me for help immediately. This was all he could say. Yep, if I'm really that unlucky, I won't care about anything else and I'll call you immediately. Yukari then blinked. Since you told me your secret, let me tell you one of my secrets as well. Come closer, and give me your ear. Seiji was somewhat mystified, but he did as she requested. My secret is... The purple-haired girl got closer to his face and whispered in his ear. Pucker. There was a tiny sound. Seiji felt something warm and moist, which caused him to pause in surprise. His face turned red after he realized what just happened to him. Hee, ambush successful. Yukari's delighted voice sounded next to him. Seiji looked over to see that the purple-haired beauty was blushing and her eyes were watery. She had a soft and seductive smile. This is a girl's secret deposit, Mr. Hero. Only a long while after Yukari left did the heat on Seiji's face finally dissipate. He had been kissed. Kissed. It was already tremendously fortunate that Sergeant Haruta wasn't instantly defeated by such an astonishingly heavy cannon attack. What an amazing deposit! Seiji sighed to himself in sincerity. After he finally calmed down, he called Keiho and learned that she had gone to another city together with her family to visit relatives. Since she wasn't in this city, there probably wasn't anything to worry about. Seiji chatted a little with Keiho before ending the phone call. He took a sip of his tea and thought of the Fuma family as he looked at the exquisite tea set that came from them. He was somewhat worried, so he gave a call to Eri Fuma. Seiji learned that her entire family had returned to their hometown on New Year's Eve and wasn't staying in this city at all. Rather, Eri was concerned about her Seigo-senpai, since she had heard the news about demons appearing in the city. Seiji thanked her for her concern and wished her a happy New Year's. After finishing the call, he laid his head down on the kotatsu. Now, all he could do was wait. After dinner, Seiji received a phone call from Shizuka Saran. They agreed to meet in a private room at a coffee cafe. When he arrived at the agreed-upon location, he saw a woman wearing a gray jacket and long pants. She also had headphones and a white breathing mask on. The only physical characteristic of hers that she revealed was her light green eyes. "Hello, are you Saran-san?" The woman nodded. "Please take a seat, Hirano-san." Seiji sat down across from her as she took out a black briefcase and placed it on the table. She opened it up and showed Seiji what was inside. Inside the briefcase were numerous light yellow talismans with black ink. Each talisman was embedded with a crystal in the center that was roughly the size of a finger. "Everything you wanted is here, including an instruction booklet on how to use these," Shizuka told him in a soft voice. Then, she took out a card reader and pushed it towards Seiji. Seiji took out his bank card and swiped it to pay her with. Shizuka's card reader printed a receipt for him. "That concludes our deal, thank you for your business." Shizuka Saran pushed the briefcase towards Seiji, put the card reader back in her purse, and left. After watching her leave, Seiji looked towards the briefcase again. The neatly stacked talismans in the briefcase had an out-of-the-ordinary quality to them. The white and yellow crystals within the talismans were sparkling slightly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 410, Relax, it'll be fine. Chapter 410, Relax, it'll be fine. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Seiji took the briefcase over to Peach Sensei's apartment and handed her 2 sets of personal barrier talismans along with the instruction booklet. "Keep the talisman on your body, and then read the incantation." Mayuzumi tried using the talisman after she read the instructions. There was a flash of light. The barrier has indeed activated. Using astral vision, Seiji was able to see a faint white glow on Mayuzumi. "I can't see it. This barrier is effective against physical attacks as well. Let's try it out." Seiji asked Mayuzumi to bring him a broom. Then, he swung it at her using a slight amount of force. Smack, the broom was blocked by an invisible power. Seiji was clearly able to see in the field of his astral vision that a barrier spell formation had blocked his attack. They had now confirmed that the product they purchased was working properly. Seiji said goodbye and left afterwards. Then, he headed for the Jumanji Group's residence and gave 3 sets of personal barrier talismans and 1 set of fixed location barrier talismans to Hisashi together with the instruction booklet. "Thank you, Seigo. You've been a great help. I only acted as the middleman. No need to be polite." The 2 of them exchanged smiles. They said goodbye to each other after wishing each other a Happy New Year's. Shika placed some barriers of her own as well, protecting Seiji's apartment, the Uehara family's residence, as well as Kide's apartment. Seiji chatted online with the 3 Amami siblings and learned that they received some talismans from their grandfather that appeared top class. They felt like these talismans really would have the ability to exorcise demons. Well, those talismans were the real deal. But since Shizu Amami didn't tell them the truth, Seiji refrained from saying anything unnecessary. He hoped that there wouldn't be a night of 100 demons tonight. Although it would be somewhat awkward if the demons stopped appearing after he went to all this trouble for everyone, he still felt that it would be better than meeting actual danger. After he finished chatting with the Amami siblings, Seiji picked up his wooden sword. This kapok tree bark sword that Natsuya gave him also gave him something in his gifts, rewards in his system, beginner-level sword techniques learning card. After he used this card, he was immediately able to learn martial arts technique, beginning-level sword techniques. The effect was simple and direct, which he considered excellent and strong. Seiji tried things out immediately. Now, the way he swung his wooden sword around looked proper. It seemed possible for him to generate sword waves as well. His character reward card, Shika Kagura, now unlocked its fourth special ability as well. Additional ability 4, Ice Calamity Blade, prerequisite, beginner level sword techniques required. Spiritual weapon technique. Can only be activated when wielding a spiritual weapon. Slice with the power of ice. At the same time, materialize a spiritual sword of ice for an additional attack. This technique uses both mana and physical energy. The attack's power depends on the amount of mana and physical energy expended. Limited to 2 times usage per day. This blade shall bring about an ice calamity. System, you finally stopped copying from Overwatch. This was Seiji's first thought after reading the additional comment at the end. An ice sword technique that was limited to 2 uses per day and its attack power depended on how much mana and physical energy he expended. This seemed to him like it could be used as one of his ultimate techniques. He really wanted to go to the president's residence and go practice it immediately in her underground practice field, but he decided to forget about it for tonight. Seiji felt that it was quite fun to hear the sound of his wooden sword whistling through the air as he swung the wooden sword around in his own study. At this time, Mika and Chiaki came over. This place feels totally safe. Chiaki said this as she casually sat down by the kotatsu as if this was her own home. I'm even beginning to look forward to seeing demons appear. I want to see what real demons look like, and I also want to watch Seiji coolly defeating the demons. Don't say it like you're an audience member at the live filming of some show. Seiji poured some tea for Chiaki and Nika. But that's exactly my current feelings, as if I'm waiting to watch a show. It'll be best if something like a Tamamonome or Great Tengu comes. That'll make for an amazing fight. Chiaki, you. Nika glanced coldly in her good friend's direction. Don't be so overconfident. Perhaps a major demon will arrive and eat you instantly. We won't even be able to save you in time, Seiji said in a low voice. That wouldn't really happen, would it? Chiaki's expression froze over slightly. It's not impossible. If a really strong demon appears, the barrier might not be able to block it, and it'll suddenly rush in. Seiji continued narrating in a low tone as he gradually put on a cold and cruel expression. There might even be some vicious demon that we can't deal with by any means other than escaping. At such a time, someone needs to be the bait to distract its attention. You just happen to be the perfect sacrificial candidate. No. This is my real motive in inviting you over here, haha. So insidious. The barrier already envelopes us. There's no escaping for you even if you try. Save me. Chiaki pretended to shiver. Seiji revealed a villainous expression and laughed loudly 3 times. As expected, whenever the two of them are together, they can take the tension out of any situation. Nika mentally commented on the situation as she silently sipped some tea. By the way, Nika. How was it, learning from Kinsa-san this afternoon? Seiji changed the topic after he finished joking around. It was, alright. The twin-tailed girl revealed a complex expression. Why did she have such an expression again? Seiji and Chiaki were both rather curious. At any rate, Master Kinsa is a good master, and under her teachings, I believe that I can learn much from her. However, it also feels like I'll lose something. Mika looked off into the distance as she said so in a soft voice. Why did it feel like she experienced so much? Just what could she have experienced? If this was a manga, Seiji and Chiaki's heads would be covered in question marks. Although they wanted to know more, there was an atmosphere of being unwilling to talk about it around the twin-tailed girl, so they found themselves unable to ask. Keed and Rio walked out from another room into the living room. After the lowly and the mature woman greeted Mika and Chiaki, they sat down in front of the television and started playing a video game together. When did you add Jumanji-sensei into your home here? You evil person. Chiaki looked toward Seiji. Don't say it like I have wicked intentions. She's accompanying Ryo-chan. You're using an elementary school girl to seduce a beautiful teacher. You evil person, . It looks like you're adamant on calling me an evil person regardless. If you don't like that term, how about I call you a beast instead? That's even worse. Some joyful music began playing on the television screen as it showed a plumber and an often kidnapped princess racing against each other on a racetrack. These video game characters used various underhanded methods to attempt obstructing their opponents from progressing, desiring victory at all costs. The night gradually darkened outside. Yukari took a look at the time. It was the time when she would typically go to sleep. However, anxiety caused her not to feel sleepy at all. Would demons really appear? She didn't regret politely rejecting Seigo's offer to help her. But when she thought about how demons might really appear, she still felt a little scared. Relax, it's fine. She already told Seigo that if she really did meet a demon, she would ask for help from him immediately, and that he would come right over. The purple-haired girl felt reassured as she recalled his figure. She picked up her cell phone and sent Seigo a message through a chatting application. Good night, Mr. Hero. 2 seconds later, she received an almost instant reply. Good night, princess. This was followed by a smiling emoticon. Yukari smiled sweetly upon seeing this. Meanwhile, on the other side of the chatting application, Seiji made up his mind to wait until midnight. He wanted to see if the midnight spell would repeat itself again, although he didn't feel like it was probable, he was still somewhat worried. Logically speaking, such a large-scale magic spell wouldn't be so easy to cast again on such short notice. Besides, all the spiritual ability users in the city were on guard now. Doing something so major again, did this faction really treat all the spiritual ability users in this city as idiots? The Soul World faction couldn't possibly be so suicidal, could they? But, what if this mysterious faction ignored all logic with their actions? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 411, Save Me. Chapter 411, Save Me. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Seiji found it difficult to get rid of his anxiety. Perhaps I've read and watched too many manga and anime, which has overly stimulated my imagination regarding evil and mysterious organizations, Seiji mentally commented in his mind. No matter what, he intended to wait until midnight. After all, even if he lay in his bed, he wouldn't be able to fall asleep due to being too concerned about this. Brother Seiji. Go ahead and sleep first, Shika-chan. I'm going to sleep a bit late tonight. Ryo had already gotten into bed and fallen asleep. He had Shika go to sleep as well while he sat down in front of his computer and randomly browsed the internet, waiting for time to hit midnight. On the Channel 22 message forum, everyone was discussing whether things similar to last night would occur again. These topics had a high number of posters. Seiji figured that many people were just as anxious as he was. Time passed quietly just like this. There were now 10 seconds until midnight. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It was now time. Midnight. There was no strange sensation at all. Seiji's computer remained on as the electricity didn't stop this time. His cell phone still had a signal as well. The midnight spell didn't repeat itself. Seiji went to go check on Ryo and saw that she seemed fine. Then, he returned to his computer and continued browsing the internet for another hour. Everything was calm. No demons ran into the barriers that Seiji purchased and set up, nor did any new relevant topics appear in the message forum. Has nothing happened? Seems like I can relax for the time being. Seiji leaned back against his chair and heaved a sigh of relief. I must have thought too much into things. He muttered to himself. After finally feeling like he could relax a little, he instantly felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Let's go sleep. Seiji turned off his computer and went to his bedroom. He placed his cell phone and wooden sword by his pillow and got into his bed and blankets as quietly as possible so as to not wake Ryo up. He shut his eyes and went to sleep. Yukari was running for her life. She was currently in a place that seemed like a cave. As for why it only seemed like a cave, that was because she had no time to inspect her surroundings whatsoever. Some bright red flowers illuminated this area with a dim red light. Apart from that, everything else was pitch black. Yukari did her absolute best to run down the red illuminated pathway. There was a gigantic monster chasing after her. Tap 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 tap, the sound of the monster's feet wasn't that loud, and even sounded rhythmic. The purple-haired girl's heart filled with a tremendous amount of fear upon hearing this sound. Why are things like this? Why am I here? Why is such a monster chasing after me? Her last memory was going to sleep in her own bed at her own home. For some unknown reason, when she woke up, she discovered that she was in this strange location. Right after waking up, a gigantic spider appeared in the darkness. The spider had 8 eyes that let off a bloody light, along with sharp fangs and lengthy legs. Yukari was frightened to the point of screaming upon seeing its vicious appearance, and turned around to run instantly. She was afraid of spiders to the point of having arachnophobia. That was because when she was young, a spider had once crawled around on her face, so she was afraid of spiders ever since. Such a gigantic and ugly spider increased her fear to the maximum. She furiously ran for her life, propelled by her instinct. However, her stamina gradually decreased. Although Yukari's athletic ability was above average for a high school girl, anyone would get tired after running for so long. The monster would eventually catch up. Just imagining what might happen if the spider monster caught up to her caused Yukari to shiver all over. I'm so scared. Why are things like this? Am I dreaming? Yet this all feels so real. Her sense of logic and reason told her that this seemed likely to be a dream. However, what she experienced felt so real. If that monster catches up to me, I'll really die. I don't want to die. Save me. Save me. Seigo. Yukari's eyes filled with tears as she thought about Seigo. She started shouting out loud. Save me. Seigo. You promised. As long as I called for you, you'd come save me. I need you right now, Mr. Hero. Save me. Seigo. Something red flashed in the darkness. Seiji felt as if he was floating in midair as something red passed him by. What was that? Where am I? Seiji's consciousness was quite hazy. Although he had some questions about his current state, he didn't possess the mental acuity to think about these questions right now. He faintly felt like he was hearing something. However, the sound was too faint, and he was unable to hear it clearly. He kept floating and floating, his consciousness grew even hazier, not even questioning his surroundings anymore. It was as if he had become an empty shell of himself that kept floating in the darkness. However, a voice gradually became clearer to him. Save. Seigo. Save me. Hurry and save. Hurry and save me. Seigo. Seiji's consciousness suddenly became much clearer. Although it still felt like his mind was filled with mud that caused his thoughts to slow down, he recognized this voice. He did his best to look for the source of that voice, reaching out with his hand, wanting to catch onto something. Smack! Yukari tripped over something and fell over. Her body felt like it was in intense pain, pain so realistic that it couldn't possibly be a dream. This proved that she was indeed having no dream. It hurts. She cried as she dragged herself up, having discovered that she was injured in bleeding bright red blood. She was unable to do anything about it right now, because the monster behind her had gotten much closer. Its gigantic body and numerous legs that moved all at once, in combination with its 8 blood-red eyes. Yukari was frightened to the point of screaming and attempted to escape, but two pincers reached out from the darkness and clamped onto her. "Let go of me!" The purple-haired girl did her best to struggle. However, her efforts were fruitless. She was clamped and brought upwards into the air. The pincers were so tightly clamping down on her that she could barely breathe. "No. I don't want to die." Her face was filled with tear streaks. Many scenes flashed through her mind. "I don't want to die. I want to live. Save me." She instinctively reached out towards the sky with her hand, wanting to grab onto something. In the midst of all the darkness, some light suddenly appeared. Yukari. A figure appeared in the middle of the light and reached his hand out to her. Yukari widened her eyes in surprise. Hearing his voice and seeing him at such a time, her mind went completely blank, with only one thought remaining. "You came." Seiji took Yukari's hand with his left hand while he used his right hand to wield his spiritual weapon wooden sword and slice through the pincer clamping down on her. Then, he held her tightly in his arms and jumped steadily down onto the ground. His consciousness was fully awake now. Where is this? What type of monster is this? Although he was confused as to what was going on, Seiji cast the body-strengthening spell upon himself and speedily backed away from the spider monster while holding onto Yukari, putting a distance of several dozen meters between them and the monster. "That's a spider." Using astral vision, he was able to see a clear outline of the monster in the darkness. "This is such a huge spider. I can't see it too clearly since it's so dark, but it's already much larger than a normal car." It was screeching ear-piercingly, making sounds of obvious anger. Simultaneously, a light red glow gathered upon its body. Part of the red light gathered on one of its legs that had been sliced off by Seiji while it was pincering Yukari. Then, the leg speedily regrew. "Seigo." Yukari wanted to say something. But before she was able to, the humongous spider rushed over. When it closed the gap, it lifted its abdomen and shot something white out from it. Spiderwebs. Seiji dodged the sticky spiderweb strands that landed on the ground. The large spider continuously fired spiderwebs at them, not giving up. After dodging numerous waves of spiderwebs, Seiji chose to do his best to take Yukari and escape, searching for a safe location. He ran at a high speed which easily helped to put plenty of distance between him and the large spider. "Where is this place?" he asked Yukari in his arms. "I don't know, all I know is that I was suddenly here." "You don't know where that spider came from, either?" "I don't. This place appears like a cave." All these red flowers seem to be Lycoris radiata, Seiji thought to himself. Lycoris radiata also had a more common name, Cluster amaryllis. They had bright red petals, which were shaped like upturned claws. In some legends, they were the flowers that bloomed on the road to the netherworld and represented death. A dark cave, red cluster amaryllis, and a humongous spider monster. This didn't seem like reality, but also felt quite real. Is this place a soul realm? Whose could it be? Yukari's? And if this is her soul realm, why would it be like this? How would she even get trapped in her own soul realm? And why was I able to arrive here? I was clearly sleeping in my own bed just earlier. Did something happen again while I was sleeping? Seiji pondered all these things as he kept running. Suddenly, his field of vision widened up as he arrived in a relatively wide open space. Seiji looked all around him and discovered that there were no more paths to take. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 412, Spider Slaying. Chapter 412, Spider Slaying. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. He could only battle, then. Seiji carried Yukari over to a corner and placed her down onto the ground. I'll deal with that spider. Don't get close and be careful to avoid it. Seigo. The purple-haired girl grabbed onto his shirt with a worried expression. Relax, it'll be fine. Seiji smiled. I've dealt with monsters larger than this one before. It's not a big deal. Yukari took a deep glance into Seiji's eyes before slowly letting go. You have to be careful. Yeah. Right when they finished talking, they heard the sound of footsteps. Tap 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 tap, the large spider had caught up to them. Seiji headed out to face off against it. When the humongous spider saw him, it lifted up its abdomen once more and shot spiderweb at him. Don't think that you're the only one capable of shooting such things. Seiji dodged the attack as he injected his own mana into his wooden sword. He suddenly sliced out with a white wave of sword energy. The wave of sword energy scored a direct hit against the large spider. It didn't cause any obvious damage. However, the red light on its body flickered slightly. It would seem that this spider had spiritual abilities as well, so he decided to call it a spiritual spider beast for the time being. Seiji recalled a game from his previous life called Monster Hunter, where the game was mostly focused on dealing with large monsters. One of the earliest monster encounters in that game was a spider monster, which seemed similar to this circumstance. In that game, the first step required to deal with the large spider monster was to slice off all of its 8 legs. Although it might not be the exact same thing, I can use it as a reference. Seiji moved around at a high speed while dodging the spiritual spider beast's attacks and continuously unleashed new waves of sword energy aimed at the spider's legs. The large spider roared ear-piercingly in anger once again. It gave up on its useless spiderweb shooting and gathered red light at the end of its abdomen. It seemed to be preparing for some stronger attack. When Seiji saw this preparation for such an obvious ultimate move, he decided to suddenly change the direction he was moving in and rush towards the spider monster instead. Pooh! A large mass of white shot out in Seiji's direction. This mass of something white suddenly expanded into a huge spiderweb. If Seiji had kept going in his original direction, it would have been impossible for him to dodge. But since he changed to dashing directly towards the enemy spider, he barely managed to dodge the edge of the huge spiderweb. He dashed right in front of the spider monster. The large spider wielded 2 of its legs that were glowing red as if they were 2 gigantic sickles and sliced down at him, but Seiji was able to dodge one and blocked the other with his wooden sword. Immediately following that, he used some sliding steps footwork to slide beneath the large spider and swung his wooden sword while holding it in a backhanded grip. Boom. Star. It felt like it would be very difficult to pierce through, but suddenly, the wooden sword broke through the red light protecting the spider monster and pierced through the spider's stomach. Shing! Although the speed was a bit too quick for Seiji, so he was unable to see things clearly, he was certain that this blow dealt the spider monster some definite damage. He speedily slid out from the spider's other side and instantly put some distance between him and the spider. It was angrily roaring, red flashes of light streaked all over its body, mostly concentrated on its stomach area down below. It doesn't seem that difficult to deal with. It just might take some time. Seiji was confident that he could defeat this spider just like in the game Monster Hunter if it was only strong to this degree. The background music of Monster Hunter even started playing in his mind. Cough, don't get sidetracked. He was unsure if it would have any extra powers or transformation abilities, and needed to be cautious against it. In fact, he had no clue where this place was or what exactly this spiritual spider beast was supposed to be. He knew that he shouldn't treat this just like a game. At this moment, the large spider suddenly jumped up into the air and curled up its body into a ball, which smashed towards him at a high velocity as if it was a meteor. Boom! The spider crashed into the ground. Seiji managed to dodge it just in time. The spider monster unfurled its legs and jumped up once again for its meteor crash-like attack. Boom! Seiji dodged it for a second time. The spider monster jumped up yet again. Are you supposed to be lice, jumping like that? The third time that it crashed down, Seiji intentionally dodged at a close distance so that he could rush up to it and viciously slice down at its legs while it was recovering its balance. The kapok tree bark wooden sword broke through a red flash and sliced through one of the spider's legs. The spider monster roared in pain and used its other legs to furiously counterattack. Seiji immediately retreated and sent out waves of sword energy to cover himself. The human and spider's fierce battle under the illumination of the red cluster amaryllis seemed like a scene from Legends. The battle between a spiritual ability user and a large spider monster. Yukari, who was watching all this, felt her heartbeat rapidly increase. At first, she felt only worry for Seigo. However, the fight seemed awesome to the extent of being just like something from a movie, so she gradually got excited. If it wasn't for the fact that she had reflexively covered her mouth, not wanting to shout out and distract Seigo, she probably would have shouted out countless times already. The more she watched, the more allured she was by Seigo's cool actions. So amazing. The purple-haired girl's eyes were lighting up more and more as she praised him in her heart. He answered my call for help and came to save me. He's facing such a scary spider monster with no signs of fear or hesitation. He's fighting bravely, and even gained the upper hand. He's a true hero, and the person I love. Yukari's eyes slowly became those of a maiden in loves. I think that should be sufficient, Seiji thought to himself when he saw that the spiritual spider beast's red light was faint to the point of almost becoming imperceptible. Although it might be fine to continue fighting with it like this, Seiji wanted to avoid it bringing out some new unexpected technique once it was forced to the brink, such as self-destruction. He felt it would be better to finish it off quickly with an ultimate ability. Actually, it was half because he wanted to take a look at his new ability's effects. The large spider rushed towards him once again. It furiously waved its legs around, creating a patch of fragmented red shadows before it that seemed like they could tear through anything. Seiji dodged this attack, while the spider corrected its path and faced off against him again. Seiji retreated to the wall of the cave clearing. The spider monster continued proceeding towards Seiji. It saw that he had nowhere to run to now, so it waved its legs around more fiercely than ever. It had an imposing manner like it wanted to rip Seiji into little pieces. At the final instant right before the spider could attack Seiji, Seiji suddenly jumped up, ran up the wall, and sprang off the wall in order to dodge the spider's attack, as he backflipped through midair and wielded his wooden sword with both hands. Ice Calamity Blade. The kapok tree bark wooden sword's slice left blue-tinted trails behind in the air, slicing deeply into the large spider's back together with a wave of chilling energy. At the exact same time, 6 spiritual swords of ice materialized in midair and viciously stabbed themselves into the spider's body. Asterisk shriek. Star dot. The large spider made its most pitiful scream of all so far. However, it soon stopped screeching. That was because it had been frozen. Its entire body was frozen solid, just like a gigantic ice cube. Nice power level. Seiji felt that his new ability that he had just tried out for the first time was pretty nice. He pulled out the wooden sword and jumped off from the spider's corpse. It's over, Yukari. When he looked at the girl in the corner, he discovered that she had retracted her body into a ball and was shivering all over. What's the matter? Seiji rushed over immediately. Yukari felt a sudden headache along with a cold feeling spreading all over her body. When she heard Seigo's voice and saw him rushing over towards her, she did her best to greet him. It's wonderful that you're fine. You were so cool when defeating that monster. Thank you so much for saving me, my hero. She wanted to tell him all that. However, her vision became blurry, her hearing no longer worked properly, and she was unable to make any sounds. Her legs felt completely drained of energy, and her consciousness felt like it was being swallowed up by something heavy and icy. Just what was this type of feeling? Yukari. Seiji hugged the purple-haired girl who had collapsed. He could tell that her body was freezing, just like an ice cube. Why are things like this? What happened this time? He furrowed his eyebrows deeply, pondering about the confusing situation. He suddenly came up with one possibility. He had slain the spider monster using his Ice Calamity Blade technique. And right now, Yukari's symptoms were just like that of being frozen solid. Could that spiritual spider beast have actually been? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 413, Mystical Connection. Chapter 413, Mystical Connection. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. That's not it. A lazy-sounding female voice spoke up in his mind. Seiji paused for a moment out of surprise at suddenly hearing this voice. It took him a few seconds to recall who this was. This was his newly bonded spirit. Apart from saying a few words when she was summoned for him, this mysterious female spirit had always been sleeping at all other times. He recalled that Natsuya had guessed that she was Tamamonome? You believe that I'm that nine-tailed golden fox? The female spirit chuckled lightly. That's not it, either. If you're not Tamamonome, then just who? My name is unimportant. What's important right now is this beautiful young lady, right? Seiji fell silent at this. You believe that this spider must have some sort of intimate connection with this young lady, which is why killing that spider caused her to become like this. Although the result indeed makes things appear like what you surmised, things actually aren't what you inferred them to be. You know something? I only know what I know, and I can't guarantee that I'm 100% accurate. Even so, would you still like to hear what I know? Please. That spider is the materialization of the mystical connection that this young lady possesses. If she faces off against it by herself and defeats it, she should be able to awaken to certain powers, the female spirit explained. However, she didn't do so, as she requested assistance from you, and you answered her call for help and slew the spider for her sake. Although you were able to defeat the materialization of the mystical connection in this manner, she was unable to receive her own mystical connection's recognition. So, the mystical connection judged that she still lost and gave her a punishment that caused her to become like this. Seiji didn't know what to say to all this as he processed it. Did you not understand my explanation? Well, I understand the gist of what you said, but there's various parts that I don't understand. Seiji sighed. May I ask some questions? Go ahead. First, what is a mystical connection? You can understand it as some type of fate involving a human and a demon or spirit and so on, which is why it's also called a connection. Could you go into more detail about this? Actually, I don't know much about it either, so I don't know how to explain. Alright then, my second question. Why would Yukari's own mystical connection transform into a spider and attack her? Because it was awakened. Awakened? Yes, all humans have a mystical connection of their own, either strong or weak. Once a mystical connection is awakened, it will affect the human in question. It might be harmful, it might be a trial, or it might be something else entirely, the female spirit explained. What this young lady is facing isn't something entirely harmful, instead, it's a trial. Something flashed in Seiji's eyes. How are mystical connections awakened? I don't know the answer to this question. You said that Yukari's facing a trial-type mystical connection, and if she defeats the spider, she can awaken to certain powers. Are you referring to spiritual abilities? Indeed. If she loses, if the mystical connection judges that she lost, she's punished like this, is there a way to cure her? This is a punishment handed out by the mystical connection. If you want her to recover, you can try negotiating with its main body. Main body, where would that be? If you would like, I can help you open up a path to reach the mystical connection's main body. However, meeting it could be quite dangerous. There's a possibility of death? Yes. If you aren't careful, your soul might sink forevermore into the depths of the darkness. Seiji looked at the face of Yukari, who was in his arms, and felt how cold she was. He came to an instantaneous decision. I'd like to go. Please assist me in doing so, You've resolved yourself so quickly. Hee, I like men like you. The female spirit chuckled lightly. After that, Seiji received a mental message from her and learned what he needed to do. He gently placed Yukari onto the ground and put his right hand on her forehead and left hand on her stomach as he utilized his mana and uttered an incantation. Physical body in the realm of Yang, and soul in the realm of Yin. Qi in the current world, breath of the mystical world. The 5 elements move in harmony, the 6 great divisions in the wheel of karma. As Seiji muttered the incantation, Yukari's body gradually lit up with a red light, and complex blood-red runes appeared on her body and floated in midair. Seiji stood up, removing his hands from her body, and continued the incantation while making hand seals. All the cluster amaryllis around them stopped glowing, and the entire space fell into darkness. The path leading towards a distant world opened. Seiji ended by extending his palms. The blood-red runes from Yukari's body lit up with a blinding redness in the dark cave and formed a highly complex oval-shaped spell formation that resembled a humongous red mystical eye. Seiji carried Yukari in his arms and jumped into the middle of this spell formation. The spell formation closed up as if it was an eye that was shutting itself, and vanished in the darkness. The firelit road. In legends, this was another name for the road to the netherworld. That was because the road to the netherworld bloomed with a large number of cluster amaryllis, which were as bright red as fire, making the road seem like it was burning up with flames. Seiji was currently walking down this firelit road. He princess carried the purple-haired girl in his arms and walked down this road with countless bright red cluster amaryllis blooming, heading into the distance. Apart from this path that was covered with blooming cluster amaryllis, everything else was pitch black. If he strayed from this path, he would sink into eternal darkness. Seiji wanted to talk more to his female spirit, but she fell silent again. He was even beginning to wonder if he had fallen into a trap of some sort, but since she was his bonded spirit, she shouldn't have any negative intentions towards him. If she wasn't Tamamonome, though, just what powerful spirit was she? She possessed the power to open up the path to the netherworld. Could she be? Seiji thought of one possible name. If that was who she was, if she was the spiritual manifestation of that concept, then that would be quite incredible. He pondered this question as he walked. Apart from his female spirit's identity, he was even more worried about Yukari's situation. He also pondered over many things about Yukari. By the way, just how long is this road going to go on for? It seemed like there was no end. Wait a moment, he finally saw the end to this road. Seiji immediately quickened his pace. He clutched Yukari tightly as he began running. There was a large pit located at the end of the road. The pit was lit up with a golden glow that seemed quite extravagant. Seiji held on to Yukari as he jumped down this pit. He felt his body beginning to spin as everything before him turned golden. He could hear faint noises coming from around him and his consciousness became hazy. He suddenly began falling. He managed to adjust his position in midair and land safely. However, he discovered that the girl he had been holding on to had vanished. Yukari. Seiji felt anxious as he looked around his surroundings. This place seemed like a forest. There was a silver full moon in the sky which illuminated the forest. Cluster amaryllis flowers were growing everywhere on the ground. Apart from that, there was nothing except for darkness and quietness. Walk towards where there's the most flowers, the female spirit spoke up in his mind. You're finally talking again. Why weren't you talking just earlier? Seiji asked as he headed towards the thickest patch of flowers. I don't like talking when I'm busy doing things. Oh. Seiji interpreted as it must have been inconvenient for her to talk while opening up a path to the netherworld for him. You successfully guessed my name, hee hee. I originally wanted to keep the secret for a little longer. Seiji stumbled in his footsteps. You really are. While that is indeed my name, I'm not the type of existence you think I am. Someone just happened to give me this name. The female spirit chuckled lightly. Someone gave you your name? Could that person have been? You should probably focus on what's before you for the time being. Seiji entered the deepest part of the forest. Cluster amaryllis flowers were blossoming thickly everywhere. There were humongous spider webs to be seen everywhere between the tall trees. Many animals' bones could be seen on the spider webs, and there were even numerous human bones as well. There was a purple-haired girl lying on one of the spider webs, quietly sleeping while illuminated by the moonlight. This girl was not Yukari. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 414, Possession. Chapter 414, Possession. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. This girl was wearing extravagant black-red Sakura Island clothing, and her dark purple hair reached her waist, which was a different length of hair compared to Yukari's. However, Seiji's female spirit told him that this was indeed Yukari. The young ladies combined together with her mystical connection, or, it might be more accurate to say that it's possessed her. How did they combine? I don't know. Is it possible to separate them? I don't know that, either. Then, what should we do? Seiji furrowed her eyebrows. Wake her up and try communicating with her. Although I feel that communication won't be so easy. It's highly likely that she'll attack you on sight when she wakes up. Should I defeat her? I don't know what the correct action to take in this situation is, so I can't give you any appropriate advice. You should decide this on your own, the female spirit told him. Seiji fell silent upon hearing this. If the mystical connection had combined with Yukari, that meant harming it would equal harming Yukari. In that case, he couldn't use any overly powerful attacks against her. One workable method might be to defeat and suppress her with as little injury as possible, then attempt at communicating with her. One more method was to. Is it possible to wake Yukari herself up? Yes, but I feel that would be quite difficult to do so. I have to try, Seiji sighed. Having to fight a friend who lost her sense of self in order to wake her up? This was an overly dramatic type of scene that he didn't really enjoy. But, he didn't really have any other methods available to him that he could think of in such a situation. Seiji didn't want to harm Yukari. He definitely wouldn't do that to her unless he was absolutely forced to do so in order to defend himself. So, if she really did attack him immediately without even attempting to talk things out, he decided that he could only go on the defensive while attempting to call out to her. After making his preparations, he slowly walked towards Yukari. The girl on the spider web slowly opened her eyes, sat up, and turned to look at him. When Seiji exchanged glances with her, he saw that her face was the exact same as Yukari's. Apart from her eyes were completely blood-red and had no pupils. Those were the same eyes as the large spider monster from earlier. The purple-haired girl instantly disappeared from the spider web. Something flashed under the moonlight. Seiji suddenly swung his wooden sword, slicing at something in midair. Shing, he managed to slice through the thin threads of spiderweb that were aimed at him. More spiderweb strands were quickly shot in his direction. These spiderweb strands glinted sharply under the moonlight. Seiji dodged those that he could, and sliced through the ones that he couldn't. These spiderwebs had greater slicing ability than even a metal sword. If any normal person was hit by even one, that person would probably be sliced apart. Yukari, he shouted as loudly as he could while defending himself. Don't lose to such a thing. Don't be controlled by her. Wake up! There was no response. An endless stream of spiderweb silk kept coming for him. Smack! Seiji was finally hit by one strand. Luckily, he had cast mana barrier on himself beforehand, which was able to block the attack. Seiji continued shouting. However, there was still no response. Instead, his opponent's attacks became stronger and stronger. Asterisk smack. Smack. Smack, asterisk. It was going to be no good if he only defended himself, as he was gradually getting overwhelmed. Yukari, I apologize. Seiji backflipped in midair, and sliced out with a wave of sword energy towards the shadows in the forest to his right. His wave of sword energy was destroyed by the spider web strands. He sent out even more waves of sword energy. His continuous waves of sword energy clashed fiercely in midair against the spider web strands. This stalemate between attacking and defending continued for several seconds, until a white long whip suddenly attacked from the darkness. Boom! Seiji dodged this whip's attack as it crashed into the ground, making a loud sound as it smashed a large amount of cluster amaryllis flowers to little pieces. The broken flower petals flew everywhere, looking just like droplets of blood. The black-red clothed purple-haired figure rushed out from the shadows, twirling around at a high speed while viciously swinging her whip at him. Asterisk boom. Asterisk smack. Seiji blocked this attack with his wooden sword, but he was sent flying from the impact and crashed into a large tree. Luckily, he managed to hold on to his sword. Evolved mana barrier. Seiji sensed danger, so he borrowed power from his bonded spirit to cast a stronger version of his defensive spell, causing golden light to appear all around him. This decision of his turned out to be a correct one. That was because a white whip immediately came snaking at him and viciously struck his side. The thick tree was snapped in two by the tremendous force, and Seiji was sent flying from the impact once again. If he hadn't protected himself with evolved mana barrier in time, he figured that perhaps he wouldn't have gotten off so lightly as just being sent flying. He adjusted his position in midair to see the purple-haired girl now wielding a white whip in each hand. Swoosh swoosh, the two long white whips suddenly transformed into countless spider webs that shot in his direction. The spider webs were so thick that they even blocked out the moonlight. Bullet time, activate. Evolved body strengthening technique. As Seiji was midair and unable to dodge this, he cast another evolved spell and managed to wield his kapok tree bark wooden sword at high speed in order to break through the spider webs aimed at him, safely landing on the ground. The purple-haired girl paused in her movements slightly, apparently not expecting him to be able to defend against this attack of hers. However, the next second, she continued attacking without saying a word. Yukari, wake up! Seiji did his best to resist as he shouted. Defend, counter, defend, counter, defend, counter. Seiji grit his teeth as he withstood a furious flurry of attacks and continued shouting towards Yukari. Even if it seemed like it was fruitless, he still did his best to persist. That was because he believed in Yukari. She had to be doing her best to fight in her own way as well. That girl definitely wasn't the type to let herself be controlled by something so mysterious. As long as she possessed any willpower left, she would definitely resist. I think that it's enough for you to have persisted to such a degree already. Some minutes later, the female spirit talked to Seiji again. You should be able to tell now that you're unable to wake up that young lady through this method. Perhaps injuring her slightly will make it easier to wake her up. No, Seiji refused. Why? Because I feel, although I really want to go on the offensive as well, only defending for all this time, I can feel that Yukari's trying her best as well. It doesn't appear to me like her movements have changed in any way. That's why I said that it's only something I feel. As they talked, Seiji sliced through another wave of spiderweb strands. I don't know why I have such a feeling, and I also know that it won't be good if things continue like this. Perhaps it's the right thing after all for me to start attacking and going all out, but I still want to believe in her until the end. The female spirit fell silent for a moment. You're an idiot. She sighed. That's right, I agree with that assessment as well. Feel free to laugh at me. I won't laugh at a man who has such firm resolution. Go ahead and struggle as you wish until the end, he. In the end, didn't you still laugh after all? Seiji's cheek twitched slightly. At this moment, the purple-haired girl suddenly glowed red and her movements unnaturally slowed down. It appeared just like the scene of a character in a video game who was suffering from lag. It's having an effect. Something flashed in Seiji's eyes. Yukari, do your best. He began cheering her on. Yukari had woken up long ago. Seigo's voice woke her up. After being woken up from a hazy state, she was astonished to discover that he was defending against her own attacks, and that he was shouting towards her. Yukari tried controlling her own body. However, she failed and couldn't feel anything from her body at all. She had no clue what she should do. She was quite worried when she saw that Seigo was being attacked continuously and put into multiple perilous situations. She wanted to shout out to him for him to no longer worry about her. She wanted to see him counterattack, for herself to be defeated. Even killing herself was fine with her, as that might release her from this. However, he didn't do any of that. He only adamantly continued defending himself and countering her attacks. This definitely won't be good if things continue like this. Yukari felt pained for him as she watched. Even though she didn't know what she could do, she could only try her best. Stop, 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 stop. This is my body. Stop. She began to feel hatred for whatever it was that was controlling her body to attack him. Stop controlling me. Just what are you supposed to be? Get the hell out of my body, she angrily roared in her heart. At this moment, whatever it was that was controlling her received an impact, and its movements slowed because of it. Yukari recovered the feeling of being able to control her own body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 415, My Ancestor. Seems to have been a spider. Chapter 415, My Ancestor, seems to have been a spider. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. The purple-haired girl kept glowing red. Every time she flashed red, she would freeze in her movements. As the flashes of red kept occurring more and more frequently, the scene became rather strange. Seiji felt like he was witnessing what would happen to a video game character if the person playing as that character had a terrible internet connection. Lag, lag, lag. For him, who had been defending against her attacks just earlier with great difficulty, he was now free enough to stand around and simply observe the situation. Finally, a large amount of red light was emitted from the girl's body as her movements froze completely. Get the hell out! With this shout, there was a sudden blinding red flash as a red shadowy figure exited the girl's body. Yukari instantly felt a sensation of release. She instantly discovered that her body completely belonged to her again, causing her to be overjoyed. Seigo! I did it, she shouted out joyously to him, but saw that he had a dazed expression as he stared at her. What's the matter? Yukari looked at herself, and noticed what was wrong. Her clothes were gone. She was completely naked, revealing every bit of her skin as well as certain private parts that shall not be named. Ah! She suddenly crouched down as her face heated up and tears welled up in her eyes. Why did all my clothes disappear? I'm totally naked, he saw everything. I'm so embarrassed. This is so humiliating. The purple-haired girl really wanted to dig a hole and hide in it right now. Seiji finally regained his senses when he saw how Yukari was becoming embarrassed. I saw something nice. No, I can't think like this, now's not the time to be thinking of such things. Yukari had recovered to her original state. Although he didn't know why she became naked, this was still a good thing. The part to focus on right now was the thing that just left her body. Seiji looked towards the red shadowy figure. It kept changing its form. It resembled a spider, yet also a human, or a mix between a human and a spider. Is it possible to communicate with that? Seiji mentally asked the female spirit in his mind while walking up to Yukari, taking off his jacket and placing it on her body. I don't know. You can attempt to communicate with it. What should he even say? Should he ask what it was? Seiji attempted to ask the red shadow what it was. There was no response. The purple-haired girl beside him stood up. Seigo. Although she was still feeling embarrassed, Yukari knew that now wasn't the time to be too worried about embarrassment, as it was more important to understand what was going on with the current situation. Yukari, I don't know what exactly this red shadowy figure is, but according to what my bonded spirit tells me, it's a fated mystical connection between you and a certain demon or spirit. Seiji explained things to Yukari. I'm not sure about the specifics, but apparently, as long as you obtain its recognition, you can awaken to spiritual abilities. However, if you fail, you'll be punished, just like how you were earlier. Yukari blinked as she listened to Seiji's explanation. So, that is to say, this is actually similar to a trial of power that you can see in anime and manga? And this is the judge for the trial? Yes, you can think of it like that. Something flashed in the purple-haired girl's eyes as she looked towards the red shadowy figure. Under her gaze, the red shadowy figure changed into the form of a woman wearing Sakura Island clothing and stopped fluctuating in form. After exchanging glances with it for a while, Yukari bravely walked up towards it. Seiji reflexively wanted to stop her from doing so, but stopped himself. Instead, he followed her silently and prepared himself for battle just in case. Yukari walked up to the red shadow and spoke cautiously, I don't know anything about you. If you have anything to tell me, please let me know, The red shadow woman slowly reached out with one hand to Yukari. When Yukari saw this, she hesitated for a moment, but slowly reached out with her hand as well. Their hands touched. Seiji witnessed a bright red flash. Then, the purple-haired girl shouted as she retracted her hand and clutched her forehead. Yukari, what's the matter? I'm fine. She forced herself to speak. I'm fine. I just saw. What did she see? Seiji looked at her in a worried manner. Moments later, Yukari finally slowly put down her hand and revealed a complex expression. I had a bad headache just now. I saw many things. The scenes were rather scattered, but I understood the basic meaning. She paused for a moment. My ancestor appears to have been a spider. What? A large spider that came from somewhere transformed itself into a human form, married a human, and had a child. That seems to be what happened. Seiji was rendered speechless. Is such a thing even possible? He wondered out loud. For demons and humans to join together as one and have children together, this type of story was indeed quite common. But was it really possible in reality? Even if they loved each other, having children, wouldn't there be any physical problems with that? Yukari smiled wryly, shaking her head to indicate that she didn't know the answer. It's indeed possible, Seiji's female spirit answered him. In an earlier generation where there were fewer differences between demons and humans, this type of thing would happen, but Seiji fell silent, digesting all the information he just received. Everyone was silent for a few moments. It wishes to give me the power of my spider ancestor, Yukari continued speaking. And if I'm to receive this power, I must face it by myself, without relying on others. Will you be all right? Seiji was quite worried. I will be all right. Although I've always been afraid of spiders, I'm no longer that afraid after witnessing what I just did. Yukari smiled as she looked at Seiji. Could you accede to one request of mine? What is it? Please loan me your wooden sword. Wooden sword. Seiji looked towards his spiritual weapon. Of course, if it's of any use to you. He handed her the kapok tree bark wooden sword. Thank you. Yukari accepted the wooden sword as she smiled brightly. I'll feel even braver with this. Seiji looked directly at her face. She also looked at him for a while before turning towards the red shadow with a resolute expression in her eyes. Let's begin. The red shadow flickered slightly, then floated backwards and began transforming. Soon, it turned into a gigantic red spider with 8 pitch-black eyes. Yukari faced off against it with the wooden sword in her hands. Seiji nervously watched this scene. However, his vision suddenly became hazy. What's going on? It's time for you to leave, his bonded spirit told him. His hazy vision suddenly turned golden, and he was unable to control his body as he began spinning. Then, he suddenly had the sensation of falling. Seiji fell down onto the ground without having time to adjust his posture. This place is the firelit road. This was the dark road filled with blossoming cluster amaryllis that he had just passed by while holding on to Yukari in his arms. What do you mean by this? Yomi, Seiji asked his bonded female spirit as he spoke her name out loud. Yomi, the name of the representation of the netherworld. It could even be said that it was the representation of the concept of death. He had guessed that she was the spiritual manifestation of this concept. However, she denied it, saying that she had only been given the name Yomi by someone else. I felt that you shouldn't stay there any longer. Why? Her battle will surely be difficult. I believe that she wouldn't want you to watch her struggling in such an unsightly manner. Seiji was rendered speechless. Just wait here silently for her. That young lady seems pretty good. She should be able to win. Seiji sighed upon hearing this. Don't you believe in her? Of course I believe in her, it's just I'm really worried. So you're quite concerned with this beautiful young lady. I also feel that she's quite an appropriate one for you. Why don't you simply marry her? The female spirit chuckled. That's none of your business. Seiji sat down on the firelit road and folded his arms as he contemplated. Yomi, or, I should call you Yomi-san, was it Saimai Kamaja who gave you this name? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 416, Goddess. Chapter 416, Goddess. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. You can treat it as so, Yomi responded. What does that mean? Interpret it however you like. I like to maintain a feeling of mystery. There's far too much unnecessary mystery about you. Seiji retorted. The only response was a light chuckle. Why do you always sleep? He asked something he really wanted to know the answer to. Because I want to sleep. Actually, I want to sleep right now as well. I'm a little tired after working so hard just now. Wait. I have so many questions I want to ask you, I don't like men that ask too many questions, the female spirit yawned lazily. Good night. Hey. There was no more response after that. Seiji felt helpless about it all. Geez. He could only sigh. Long ago, there was a spider. This spider lived in an incredibly large forest. In this forest, there were many other spiders of the same species, as well as a wide variety of various living creatures. This spider wasn't any different from her kind. Every day, she weaved webs and captured prey that was weaker than she was while avoiding creatures stronger than her. She obeyed the natural law of the jungle and survived, just like that. However, one day, the spider wondered, why is it that I must only eat those weaker than I am? After beginning to wonder about this spider began thinking about it. A while later, she decided to do something she had never done before, to hunt a creature that was much stronger than her. This was quite difficult for her. However, due to her clever use of her own abilities, she finally accomplished it. The spider felt an immense sense of satisfaction as it gazed upon the corpse of the creature she slew, which was many times larger than she was. From then on, she began hunting larger and larger as well as stronger and stronger creatures. After an unknown period of time, this spider became a gigantic spider. Not only did her body shape far exceed that of other members of her species, she was now the largest living creature in the entire forest. She became the ruler of the forest as there was no longer a single existence in the forest that was stronger than her. The gigantic spider lived idly in the forest day by day, year by year, and slowly began to feel bored. At such a time, a strange group of creatures arrived near the forest. These creatures had very little body hair compared to most animals, and they preferred to cover themselves with something resembling tree leaves. Although the spiders saw that they had 4 feet, they only used 2 of their larger feet to walk with, and used their 2 smaller feet to manipulate various objects. The large spider secretly spied on these creatures and discovered that they were quite clever at manipulating all sorts of objects in a flexible manner. These creatures built a nest of their own near the forest. Sometimes, they would enter the forest to hunt some of the weaker animals or to take some of the plant life for their own consumption. The large spider tried hunting a few of these creatures and felt that their taste wasn't bad. These creatures responded to the fact that their species had been hunted. The stronger-looking ones among them gathered together and entered the forest as a large group. The spider understood that they were looking for her, wanting to hunt and kill her. It was quite amused by this, so it happily came out to battle them. As a result, she killed a portion of these creatures in battle while some others escaped. There were also several that lay collapsed on the ground, making strange sounds. The spider hadn't had so much fun in such a long while, so she decided to spare these creatures that survived. Instead, she grabbed them all and placed them outside the forest, close to their nest. After that, these creatures stopped entering the forest for quite a while. The large spider was rather disappointed. Although these strange creatures were quite weak compared to her, their actions and reactions seemed much richer in variety compared to any other creature she had ever met, which really interested her. She didn't want them to fear ever entering the forest again. Finally, one day, these creatures finally re-entered the forest. They brought some objects and arrived at a clearing in the forest. They kneeled in unison and made some strange sounds before getting up and leaving. They left what they brought with them in the clearing. The large spider had seen similar actions from other creatures before, and understood that these items were offerings given to her. So, she decided to go take a look. She played with the items and ate a few. She felt that the flavor was a little strange, but it wasn't bad. A while later, these creatures arrived again, and just like last time, they left some offerings and immediately left the forest. Once again, the large spider went to enjoy the offerings. The third time that these creatures came to give offerings, one of them stayed behind with the offerings, and kneeled prostrate on the ground. The large spider walked in front of this creature. The creature made some strange sounds. Then, a strange light floated from its body towards the large spider. Out of curiosity, the large spider decided not to dodge the light. It allowed the light to settle on its body. This light was a human magic spell that helped it to clearly understand and communicate with humans. This creature called itself and its species humans, and called the spider a goddess. Humans would pray to and seek protection from the gods, while swearing to worship and venerate the gods. This would be an eternal contract. The large spider agreed. From then on, it became a spider goddess. After that, another long period of time passed. The spider goddess got to understand humans better and better, and became more and more interested in humanity. She felt that compared to her own life as a goddess, human lives were far more interesting. When her boredom reached a peak, she made a decision to transform herself into a human. She had learned various types of knowledge from the humans. After many experiments, she finally succeeded at transforming into a completely human form. She transformed into a human woman and left the forest, heading for human territories to have fun. She experienced various things, tasted all sorts of food, saw lots of interesting sights, and had so much fun with all sorts of entertainment. Sometimes, she would help people, or save people, or hurt people, or kill people. The spider goddess enjoyed everything that humans viewed as fun. One day, she got married to a human man. Her goal was to experience what it was like for human families to be married. However, baseless rumors started spreading that she was having an affair with a man other than her husband. Her husband, who happened to be a human domain lord, believed these rumors. He tossed her into a cage filled with poisonous spiders as a way to execute her. She was quite bored with this and broke free from the cage quite easily. She slaughtered her husband as well as those who spread the false rumors about herself before leaving. Sometime later, she gave birth to a child. At this time, many strong humans were attempting to hunt her down. She found it inconvenient to take her child along with her. And so, the spider goddess gave a portion of her own power to her child and left the child in the care of a human family as she left on a journey by herself. Yukari was unable to defeat the red spider. This was only natural. She was only a normal high school girl. How could she possibly defeat such a large monster? Her current appearance was quite pitiful. She collapsed on the ground, injured all over and completely unable to stand up anymore. It was all she could do to barely hold on to the wooden sword in her hand. This was her limit. The red spider made this assessment as it observed the injured purple-haired girl. This red spider was actually a portion of the spider goddess's power that was left in her descendants. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have woken up while it slept in this girl's soul. However, due to certain reasons, it was awakened and acted on its job, to carry out a trial to test the spider goddess's descendant. The trial was mysteriously interfered with by an outsider, but it was now over. As a portion of the spirit of the spider goddess, its final assessment of this girl that shouldn't have faced it to begin with was barely a pass. The red spider closed its eyes as it transformed its gigantic body into specks of red light that gradually dissipated. A small portion of the red lights entered the purple-haired girl's body. Yukari instantly felt like her entire body was painfully tearing apart. She was in so much pain that she was unable to even scream. Her consciousness became hazy, and she felt like she was dying. No. I can't die. I still want to be together with him. Yukari was swallowed by the darkness as she continued struggling. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 417, Take Proper Responsibility. Chapter 417, Take Proper Responsibility. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Seiji opened his eyes to discover that he was once again in his own bed. I've returned. He slowly sat up and looked at his pillow's side. His cell phone and wooden sword were still quietly sitting there. Was everything just earlier a dream? No, that was impossible. He quietly got out of bed, checked the time on his cell phone, and called Yukari's number. While waiting for the call to connect, he picked up his wooden sword and walked towards his study. Yukari picked up the call. Yukari, how are you doing? I'm all right. Her voice was filled with fatigue. Do you remember what happened just now? Seiji tried asking. I remember, it was no dream. Yukari paused for a moment. Seigo. I want to see you. Eh? Right now? Yeah. Alright, I'll go pick you up from your home. Seiji made a decision instantly. Thank you. I'll wait for you. They ended their conversation there. Seiji knocked on Shika's room's door and told her a short version of what happened and why he needed to go out. Then, he speedily put on some winter clothes and left while taking his wooden sword with him. It was extremely cold. The sky wasn't even bright outside yet. Seiji called for a taxi and had the driver head for the address that Yukari texted him. Yukari was feeling very fatigued right now. She really wanted to sleep, but was unable to do so due to her inner anxiety. She really wanted to see Seigo, at this moment, only he would be able to make her feel safe. She got out of her pajamas and put on some winter clothes. Then, she quietly waited for him in her room. Some minutes later, her cell phone rang once more. "I'm in front of your home." When she heard this, Yukari immediately walked out of her room and secretly exited from her home. She saw him when she walked outside. Seigo. She sped up her pace and jumped into his arms. Seiji hugged the girl that seemed rather weakened and used astral vision to inspect her condition. "Let's get on the taxi." He took Yukari onto the taxi, and saw that the taxi driver was gazing at them with a curious expression. There's some circumstances. He didn't know how to explain. The middle-aged male taxi driver smiled meaningfully without saying anything as he glanced at how Seiji was carrying the purple-haired beauty. He's definitely misunderstanding what's going on here. Seiji felt rather helpless about the taxi driver's misunderstanding, but now wasn't the time to mind such things, so Seiji decided to just let the taxi driver believe whatever he liked. Yukari hugged him tightly and closed her eyes while laying in his arms. She felt quite safe, and gave up on resisting her fatigue. Seiji didn't find anything wrong with Yukari upon inspecting her with astral vision. However, out of an abundance of caution, Seiji still intended to take her to the hospital for a checkup. When Seiji told the taxi driver where he wanted to go next, something flashed in the driver's eyes as he drove towards the hospital. When they arrived at the hospital and Seiji was paying the taxi fare, he saw something flashing in the middle-aged taxi driver's eyes. The taxi driver changed to a severe expression. "Take proper responsibility, young man," he warned Seiji in his serious tone. Seiji was rendered speechless. The misunderstanding had gotten worse. "I don't have that type of relationship with her." He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he tried explaining. "Men that avoid responsibility are the worst. No matter how unseemly you are, admitting it is still 100 times better than avoiding responsibility." The middle-aged driver glared at Seiji. "I'm just taking her here for a checkup. Go, and remember what I told you." The taxi driver turned around to leave. "You don't need to pay me my fare. Things really aren't what you think they are, mister." Seiji's cheeks twitched continuously. He truly felt helpless right now as he wanted to explain, but it would be difficult to do so. Forget it, he decided against saying anything else. He carried the sleeping Yukari off the taxi and entered the hospital to look for a doctor to give her a checkup. According to the doctor, the result was that she was perfectly healthy. She was only sleeping due to a normal level of fatigue. Seiji felt relieved to find out that Yukari was alright. He then took Yukari out of the hospital and back to the Uehara apartments. "After a beautiful blonde teacher, now you've added a female schoolmate to your harem collection." Chiaki greeted him with a smile. However, her eyes weren't smiling at all. "You're quite skilled, you beast. I'm just having her rest here for a little while. Taking an unconscious girl into your room, then taking off her clothes, and putting her on your bed. I just normally took off her jacket to help her sleep more comfortably." Seiji sighed. "Could you stop joking around like this?" "Humph." Chiaki retracted her smile. "I haven't even gotten to sleep on your bed yet. She actually got there before me." As expected, one can't underestimate the princess. Seiji was rendered speechless. He had no idea how to respond to this. "Ha! Seiji is just this type of person." Mika sighed. "Don't you have anything to say to him?" "I have nothing to say to a handsome boy, beast, like him." "I agree completely." The two girls reached mutual accord and sipped tea together. "By the way, what exactly happened?" Chiaki finally asked why Seiji brought Yukari here after sipping on some tea. "While I was asleep, I entered Yukari's soul realm," Seiji explained. "I don't know the specific reason, either. As for what happened, let's wait until after she wakes up to tell you about it. It's something difficult to talk about? Somewhat. The spider, mystical connections, Yukari's ancestor's identity, and the trial. Seiji was uncertain whether or not Yukari would be willing to tell others about it. Especially the fact that a spider demon had transformed into a human who was her ancestor. That would make Yukari part spider. For a girl, that would be a rather sensitive subject, wouldn't it? Since he didn't know what Yukari herself would think of it, he didn't want to tell others before hearing her opinion first. The soul realm, similar to what happened with Tachibana-chan? Nika blinked. Very similar, but there were also some things that were different. It also felt more realistic than what happened with Ryo-chan. Seiji tried recalling. You entered someone else's soul while you were asleep. That sounds like something an incubus would do. Could it be that you did something perverted together? Chiaki looked directly at Seiji. Not at all. Seiji instantly denied this. However, he immediately recalled the way Yukari looked while completely naked. Cough, that was just an accident. I can detect the scent of a lie. Chiaki squinted at him. Did you truly not do anything perverted? Haruta-san. I didn't. I indeed didn't do anything. I just saw something, that's all. Then, did you receive some unexpected benefits? Seiji fell wordless as he averted his gaze. It would seem that I'm on the mark. It must have been something quite wondrous. Famous Detective Chiaki adjusted some imaginary eyeglasses as her mouth arced upwards ambiguously. Whoops, tell us honestly. Haru Fantasy-san. Don't just change my name as you please. I've already seen through the truth, you can't defend yourself. Haru Pervert-san. I'm not a criminal. Besides, that's not my name, either. Only by confessing will you be able to lighten your punishment. Resistance is futile, Pervert-san. That's still not my name. Besides, what happened was only an accident. Heh, now you've personally admitted to having received some wondrous benefits. Chiaki's mouth arced upwards even higher. Ark? Seiji was unable to counter this statement. At this moment, they all heard footsteps. When Seiji, Nika, and Chiaki turned to look, they saw the purple-haired girl arriving. Yukari had woken up. Seiji met her gaze and greeted her. You're awake, good morning. Good morning, Seigo. Yukari smiled in greeting. How are you feeling now? Pretty good. That's good, then, have some breakfast. We made some for you as well. Seiji stood up and headed for his kitchen. Yukari watched him for quite a while before she turned to look at Chiaki and Nika. Good morning to the two of you, she greeted them. Good morning, Asamiya-san. Chiaki and Nika greeted her as well, looking directly at her. The scene fell silent for a moment. I heard Seigo say that you met with some incident last night. Could you tell us exactly what happened? Chiaki asked Yukari directly. Something flashed in Yukari's eyes as she looked at Chiaki and Nika. I would like to discuss something with Seigo first. As for whether to tell you or not, please allow me to consider things first. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 418, I only need the princess's smile. Chapter 418, I only need the princess's smile. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Chiaki and Nika returned back to the Uehara residence in order to give Yukari and Seiji some privacy for their discussion. Breakfast was delicious. Thank you. It's good that you liked it. Actually, Shika-chan cooked it. After Yukari finished breakfast and Seiji finished washing the dishes, the two of them sat down by the kotatsu. After you began your battle, my spirit forcibly took me out of that forest and I had to wait until I woke up, Seiji told her. So, I didn't see anything of your battle. How did it go? I was beaten quite badly. Yukari smiled wryly. I find it quite fortunate that you weren't there to see it. Ah, so you must have failed your trial. Seiji looked towards her. But, it's fine as long as you're safe. While you were sleeping, I took you to a hospital that has spiritual ability user doctors for a checkup. The doctors there said that you were basically fine, just a little fatigued, but... No. I passed the trial. Eh? Although I didn't defeat the spider, it admitted my worthiness, just barely. Yukari sighed. This trial isn't one that required me to win. Instead, it was just testing me. No, I should say it was forcing me. Forcing? Yes, forcing me to face it directly. If I only kept trying to escape it or was paralyzed with fear, not doing anything at all, that would have been the worst result. However, I displayed some courage and managed to resolutely face it head-on, which earned its recognition, the lowest level of recognition. Oh. Seiji blinked upon hearing this. Then, that means you. Yukari smiled faintly as she lifted her right hand, then quickly opened up, then closed up her palm again. Suddenly, a teacup flew into her hand. That was... Seiji was astonished and immediately cast astral vision to see what was going on. Spider web threads? He saw that there was a white thread connecting Yukari's palm to the teacup. That's right. Yukari held the teacup in her left hand while showing Seiji her right hand. She cast more white spiritual spiderweb thread, which was invisible to the naked eye, on the teacup. Then, she faced her palm towards the ceiling, and shot out sticky threads that attached to the ceiling. Then, she tugged with her right hand, and let go of the teacup with her left. This caused the teacup to successfully hang in midair. For those without the power of astral vision, all they'd be able to see was the mystical scene of a teacup floating in midair. How did you cast this? Seiji asked. Just with my instinct. It feels just like using my hands or feet. Yukari paused for a moment. After I woke up, I noticed that I had this additional new ability. An ability, not a spell of some sort. Something flashed in Seiji's eyes. Every single spiritual ability at his disposal, apart from the beginner-level punching techniques and beginner-level sword techniques, which were classified as martial arts techniques, were all spells. That was to say, all of his spiritual power relied on magic spells as the foundation. However, that wasn't the same for Yukari. She didn't need any methods at all and only needed to rely on her instincts to use her ability just like she could use her hands and feet, Or, perhaps there could be another term for it, mystical ability. That red spider was termed a mystical connection, while passing its trial would help the host obtain a spiritual ability. Calling it a mystical ability seemed quite appropriate. Mystical connections were fated connections between a human and a demon or spirit. What if it wasn't limited to only demons and spirits? Seiji suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He thought of his character reward cards. Hoshi Amami and Shika Kagura cards. Both of these two cards had given him many abilities. If they were mystical connections, then wouldn't it also make sense to call those abilities on the cards as mystical abilities? No, this wasn't limited to only his character reward cards. If he took it one step further, the gifts, items, and possibly even the entire dating sim system, could it all be a mega-powerful mystical ability? Seiji faintly felt as if he was approaching the truth. As for whether or not he was on the mark, he had no idea. For now, it was just a guess. After thinking about this for a while, he finally returned to his senses. He saw that the purple-haired girl was patiently and quietly observing him. I apologize, I was lost in my thoughts just now. It's fine. I enjoy watching you like that. Yukari smiled. Seiji suddenly received yet another direct attack. You have a spiritual ability now, so from now on, you can be considered a spiritual ability user. Seiji paused for a moment. Although I feel like I should say something as your senpai and being a spiritual ability user, I'm actually just a newbie myself as well. By the way, do you have any plans for yourself? Such as wanting to do something with this ability of yours, or anything like that? Yukari blinked at this. It told me that there would be danger. Eh? The spider that gave me this ability told me that the intention behind this power is to protect myself against impending danger, something like this. That sounds rather hazy. It was indeed rather hazy in its description. You saw the way it communicated with me as well. I could only piece together my best understanding of its intentions, which may not even be a correct interpretation. Yukari sighed. I can only describe it like this. It feels like someone who doesn't know how to speak is trying to transmit their intentions to me via hand signals and facial expressions while I can only guess at what they mean. I see. Seiji rubbed his chin in contemplation. It talked about impending danger. Was it referring to the Night of 100 Demons? Last night, the Night of 100 Demons occurred once again. Many new messages and topics about demons appeared once again on the most popular Channel 22 message forum. This topic became more popular and more people paid attention to it than yesterday. If danger refers to the Night of 100 Demons becoming more and more severe, that would be quite bad. Yeah. The two of them fell silent. Use that ability well to protect yourself, then. Of course, if there's something you can't deal with, you can still come to find me. Seiji smiled. Although, I can't guarantee that I can help. Perhaps I'll even get in the way. Yukari smiled. You definitely didn't get in the way. If you hadn't come at that time, I definitely would have. A gentle expression arose on her face as she looked towards Seiji. Thank you so much, Mr. Hero. No need to be polite, my princess. Seiji awkwardly scratched his face, feeling embarrassed from being looked at like this. The hero that saved the princess should receive a thank you present. Is there anything that you would like? About that. I only need the princess's smile, Only a smile? Yukari acted all disappointed while a flirtatious look appeared in her eyes. I can give you much more than that. Seiji received a direct hit from the main cannon. Sergeant Haruta, maintain your composure. Cough, actually, I didn't do that much at all. Seiji couldn't help but recall the way she kissed him yesterday, which caused his face to redden. He then averted his gaze. No need to stand on formality with me. I want to thank you properly. Something flashed in Yukari's eyes. If you don't have anything else that you want, then I shall give you what I want to give. You're forbidden from not accepting it. Seiji averted his gaze yet again. He then thought of something to change the topic. Right, I almost forgot to mention. Is it alright to tell Mika and the others about what happened to you? That's because they may meet with similar incidents, so I want to tell them at least something. If you don't want to reveal the details, would it be alright for me to tell them a rough explanation? Yukari was rendered speechless. Idiot Seigo read the atmosphere. She began to mentally pout. If you want to tell them, tell them. Do whatever you want. Are you angry with me? No. Yukari averted her gaze. It seems like you really mind. How about I don't mention anything about spiders and only say that you met a large demon? Will that be alright? Seiji tried asking once again. I said, do whatever you like. I don't care even if they start calling me Spider Girl, Judging from your tone, it doesn't sound like you don't care. At any rate, in your heart, those two are the most important to you. It doesn't matter what I feel. They are indeed quite important to me. Seiji smiled wryly. But, you're also very important to me. I can't possibly ignore your feelings, Yukari. The purple-haired girl still appeared somewhat angry on the surface. However, she was already feeling warm in her heart now. Such a big idiot. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 419, Awakened. Chapter 419, Awakened. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Yukari agreed to tell Chiaki and Mika about her trial and awakening to a spiritual ability as long as Seiji agreed to her request not to mention anything about spiders or what her specific ability was. And if he wanted to, he could talk about her situation to others as well, as long as he only told them a rough outline without mentioning her name or identity. After making this agreement and promising Yukari that he would adhere by it, he called Chiaki and Mika to have them come over again to explain what happened last night. A trial, and you awaken to a spiritual ability, how amazing. Chiaki looked directly at Yukari. What ability is it specifically? Nothing, that's a big deal. Please allow me to keep it a secret, Something that's not too good to talk about, am I right? Could it be just like your secret identity as an arrow artist, and your ability is slightly perverted? Yukari's expression didn't change in front of Chiaki's inferences. Meanwhile, Seiji's expression flickered subtly. Shooting white strands of spiderweb, if one tried to forcibly make certain analogies, it could indeed be interpreted as somewhat perverted. At this time, Chiaki suddenly glanced over at Seiji's expression. Haha, judging from his expression, it's highly likely that I was on the mark. Chiaki chuckled, and adjusted some imaginary eyeglasses in order to pretend to be a famous detective. Seiji hurriedly put on a poker face, but it was too late already. Chiaki, Asamiya-san wishes to keep it private, so stop guessing randomly. Mika stopped her friend. All right. Chiaki actually agreed and stopped joking around. By the way, though, awakening to a spiritual power in a single night? It's something that I'm quite envious of. I'd really like for that to happen to me as well. She sighed. I don't think that it's something to be envious of at all. If it wasn't for Seigo helping me out, I might have never woken up, Yukari stated. Oh. My apologies, I was too casual in my choice of words. Chiaki clutched her arms. Still, even if it isn't easy, I'd like to have such a chance. Why's that? Yukari looked towards her. Because I'd like to be together with my good friends, and not be the only odd one left out, Chiaki said sincerely as she looked towards Seiji and Mika. Chiaki. Mika was somewhat moved by her statement. Yukari came to a realization upon witnessing this scene. Uehara-san is also a spiritual ability user? That's right, Chiaki answered for Mika. Out of all of us currently here, I'm the only ordinary human. The purple-haired girl remained silent. However, wanting to be the same as my good friends is only half the reason, the other half is because I want to act cool. The last few words suddenly changed drastically in tone, as something flashed in the silver-haired girl's eyes. Awakening to special powers is the dream of any child. I can even accept transforming into a magical girl. Seiji, Mika, and Yukari were all rendered speechless. Magical girl Chiaki? The three of them simultaneously tried imagining it, and found that it actually seemed quite suitable for her. If Chiaki becomes a magical girl, I think that she'll become the second most popular character after the main character. Or, she might even become more popular than the main character. Mika couldn't help but say this out loud. I think so as well. I can even imagine clear drawings of such scenes in my mind. Yukari nodded in agreement. I know, right? I'm quite dazzling, I realize. Chiaki made a sparkling hand gesture. However, due to your overwhelming popularity stealing the show from the main character, you were killed off in the later part of the story, Seiji added. No. Right before the big ending, all you'll receive is a flashback to the scene of your death, that'll be all, Yukari followed up. That's terrible. After the main story's end, you'll become the main character of a new series spin-off. The author's goal will be to profit as much as he can, squeezing every last penny from you, Seiji exclaimed. That's so horrible. I definitely won't do it. The author didn't expect the spin-off to become so popular, so he was forcibly requested by his publisher to write as much as he possibly could. In the end, he was no longer able to follow all the loose ends of his own storyline. Yukari continued with this work of fiction. That's enough. Chiaki energetically commented. What's with the two of you following each other's sentences like that? Stop imitating the twin witches. Cough. I was just making up a story for fun. Seiji paused for a moment before changing to a serious expression. It's unknown why Yukari met with her trial, nor do I know how to prevent such a thing from occurring. Although I can try finding out more about it, I feel that this might be very difficult to prevent from occurring. Let's just treat this as something that might happen to any ordinary person. I hope that you will all mentally prepare yourselves. If you really meet with such an incident, maintain your calm and cautiously deal with it. If you need help, you can try calling out to me. Perhaps I'll be able to answer your summons, and perhaps I won't be able to. Or perhaps I'll even make the situation more chaotic. At any rate, don't panic if you're caught up in an incident, and calmly consider what you should do. Chiaki and Mika indicated their understanding of his sincere warning. After Yukari and the others left, Seiji called Natsuya to inquire into what happened last night. The student council president told him that not only did the night of 100 demons repeat itself, there were even more demons that materialized compared to last night. However, since all the spiritual ability user factions were prepared, they exorcised most of the demons in time, and less harm was done to ordinary humans than last night. This was undoubtedly a serious situation. However, compared to the other matter that happened last night, it wasn't much at all. What happened was that ordinary people started awakening to spiritual abilities within a single night. This is an incredibly astonishing phenomenon. It's the equivalent of how you improved your spiritual power and mana so much with only one night of visualization. It's something only seen in legends. Natsuya told him seriously. Though awakened. This morning, the Mystical Society had decided on this term for the ordinary humans that awakened to new spiritual abilities. It wasn't entirely impossible for an ordinary person to become a spiritual ability user within a single night or a similarly short period of time. For example, Mika Uehara. She had only been an ordinary girl, but managed to become a spirit controller due to having received the spiritual creature named Mashiro. However, that was an example of someone awakening due to an external object or force. For someone to awaken all on their own and be able to naturally use a spiritual ability was considered highly unusual. The last record of this occurring in the Mystical Society's history books happened more than 1,000 years ago. That's right, 1,000 years ago. Such an archaic phenomenon seen only in past legends actually appeared in the modern day, and not only with one or two examples, the entire Mystical Society, or Spiritual Ability User Society, was tremendously shaken by this. From what I've heard so far, there's already 8 formerly ordinary humans that have discovered to be awakened. Not only that, the actual number is definitely far higher than this. This was something truly shocking. What was going on? What caused it? Why these specific people? All the spiritual ability user factions had many questions about these awakened. Including my Yorahana family, all the factions are putting their main focus on the awakened, and moved investigating and stopping the night of 100 demons to being only second in priority, Natsuya explained to him. Seiji furrowed his eyebrows slightly. What will happen to those awakened? He inquired in a low voice. They'll be conducted research upon. The Mystical Society will probably use various methods to investigate what happened to their bodies. Natsuya paused for a moment, as she intentionally lowered her voice. Seiji, out of the people you know, do you know any that have become awakened? I don't. Seiji understood her intentions, and decisively answered with this. That's good, then. After that was a period of silence. Night of 100 demons. Awakened. I'm beginning to feel that the midnight spell was a spell that far surpassed our imaginations. Natsuya sighed. Although it's not 100% confirmed that everything was caused by it, I'm beginning to faintly perceive that it's all related, and that everyone's underestimated it, because nobody knows what it was for. Yeah. Seiji looked outside his window. I have such a feeling as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 420, Red Leaves. Chapter 420, Red Leaves. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. After finishing his phone call with Natsuya, Seiji immediately called Yukari, intending to tell her the relevant information. However, he stopped himself before he said anything as he felt that it would be better to say it directly to Yukari in person. So, he asked her to come back. Then, he also called Mika and Chiaki and asked them to come back as well. I apologize for suddenly asking you all to return. I learned something important just now, regarding Yukari. I think it'll be safer to tell you all in person. The three girls that left just a few minutes ago soon returned to Seiji's apartment, while Seiji explained about the awakened to them in a serious manner. That's why, please make absolutely certain to keep the fact that Yukari is an awakened a secret. Yukari, you especially need to be extra careful, and don't use your ability in public. Yukari and the others realized the gravity of the situation due to Seiji's serious expression and tone. Chiaki and Mika promised not to tell anyone about Yukari. Yukari promised that she would be careful. Just in case, if you really do meet with something, come find me immediately. And if you're unable to do so. Seiji looked at the purple-haired girl. Perhaps telling whoever's giving you trouble my real name may be able to help you out. Real name? Yukari was astonished to hear this. My real name is Seiji Haruta. Seigo Harano is my alias. Well, by now, I feel like it's my second name, no longer just a simple alias. Seiji smiled. I apologize that I didn't tell you until now. Before, I mainly felt that there was no need. My family is considered quite famous in the mystical society of spiritual ability users. This real name of mine, well, in a way, it's famous in its own right. That's why, if any spiritual ability users give you trouble, telling them my name may be able to help you out. Yukari widened her eyes in surprise as she recalled all the various inferences she made before about his family background, so he really was from an illustrious family background. This is our king's real name, so remember it well. Perhaps it might even save your life at a critical moment. Chiaki smiled at the purple-haired girl. Of course, I'll remember it. Seiji Haruta, right? Seiji nodded. Yukari took a deep look at him, then suddenly smiled. I'm only a fake princess, but it would seem that you are a true prince after all. Don't say that. It's only my family background, and you know what type of situation I'm currently in. Seiji shrugged. Even so, I still enjoy the protection of my family name. I'm grateful for that. It seems that there's a story behind all this. I look forward to the day that you tell me. It's not much of a story. Please don't hold out too much hope for it. The two of them exchanged smiles. I feel like I'm being left by the wayside. How about you, Mika? Chiaki asked. Don't ask me. The twin-tailed girl averted her gaze. After that, the three girls left once more. Seiji went to his study and logged online to his chatting application to ask Hisashi how he was doing. Hisashi replied that nobody in the Jumanji Mafia group had been injured last night by any demons. However, they heard about some ordinary people that became victims. Apart from that, there were also some stories that Hisashi heard regarding healthy young people mysteriously dying in the middle of the night while they were asleep. Hisashi didn't know if this was also caused by demons. Something flashed in Seiji's eyes when he heard this. However, he didn't mention anything about it. After talking to Hisashi, he then sent messages to the three Amami siblings. Ryan and Katomi responded very quickly, telling him that nothing happened to them last night, and thanked him for his concern. It took Hoshi a while longer to respond. He said that he was working at the confectionery store, which was why he hadn't replied until now. Then, he mentioned that he had a strange dream last night, a dream that felt so real. Seiji furrowed his eyebrows slightly when he saw this message. "When's your break time?" "I'd like to come talk to you at the confectionery store," he told Hoshi. Seiji hadn't visited the Divine Taste confectionery store for approximately 1 month now. That wasn't a particularly long time, but it felt like really long ago. Seiji attributed it to the fact that so many things happened recently. Seiji arrived 10 minutes earlier than time agreed upon and entered the store. He saw a new employee that he didn't recognize, a youth who had short brown hair and was rather tall. However, this youth appeared somewhat weak. He was currently writing down notes in his notebook from what his senpai was teaching him. That senpai in question was Hoshi. Seiji couldn't help but recall how things were in the past when he still worked here as he watched the scene. He felt rather nostalgic. Compared to that tall youth who had an obvious aura of being a newcomer around him, Hoshi seemed a lot more reliable, and no longer had the aura of being a weak newcomer. "Welcome to our store, eh? Hey, it's you." A male server walked over and paused in surprise when he saw that the customer was Seiji. He then switched his friendly professional smile to a more sincere one. "Long time no see, Tanaka-senpai. It's indeed been a while. I thought you'd stopped coming here." Tanaka sighed. "What wind blows you here today? You didn't even bring any female companions. Are you here just for the sake of seeing your old lover?" "What are you talking about? What old lover?" "I'm talking about that person." Tanaka pointed at Hoshi. Coincidentally, Hoshi just happened to finish teaching his junior at this time and looked at Seiji's direction. "Senpai. You're here." Hoshi's beautiful face was filled with a brilliant smile. Seiji was rendered speechless. Tanaka slapped Seiji on the shoulder and had an expression of barely holding in his laughter. "The stories of the relationship between you and Hoshi are still considered legends in this store. Many of our repeat customers will mention you guys and talk about how nostalgic they were about you." Okay then, he couldn't resist anymore as he broke out into laughter. "Tanaka-senpai. You two go ahead and chat. I won't be the unwanted hanger-on, huh?" Tanaka escaped while still continuing to laugh. Hoshi walked over towards Seiji. It was quite obvious for everyone to see that Hoshi was obviously in an overwhelmingly joyous mood. It seemed like he was even glowing, which immediately attracted many female customers' attention. "Eh? That person across from Amami-kun, could he be the legendary senpai? Wow, I'm so lucky. I actually got to see him, Quick, take a picture." Seiji's cheeks twitched as he faintly heard such comments from the customers. He regretted having come 10 minutes early. "Senpai." Hoshi walked up to Seiji. "No need to serve me. I can just sit down anywhere." "Sure. What would you like, senpai?" "Just give me a glass of orange juice." Seiji sat down by a window. The confectionery store had excellent business as usual. He watched the servers going around busily, and recalled the way it was when he worked here. "If I want, I can still work here again. That will help to polish my customer service skills. Perhaps I should come work here again for a change of pace after I'm done with the insert art for my novel." Seiji casually pondered upon such things. Seiji sipped on his orange juice once it arrived and enjoyed a momentary peace and quiet. Hoshi's break time arrived. Hoshi thought that they would simply chat at the confectionery store. However, Seiji requested him to come outside for a chat. Although Hoshi felt it was rather strange, he listened since it was Senpai's request. The two of them left the confectionery store and walked to a nearby quiet alleyway. "Let's chat here." Seiji looked at Hoshi. "Could you describe your dream to me in detail?" "Sure, but why?" "I'll tell you in a bit." Hoshi blinked in surprise. "About my dream, I dreamt that I was in a forest." He began describing his dream experience. Hoshi witnessed maple trees all around him, with bright red maple leaves everywhere. The ground was covered with maple leaves, and new maple leaves continuously fell from the trees. It was a beautiful scene, as well as slightly abnormal. Hoshi could hear a woman singing in the forest. He had never heard this woman's voice before. Her song was incredibly beautiful. When combined with the beautiful scene of maple leaves, it reached an indescribable level. It was like heavenly music of nature, at a divine level, Hoshi exclaimed from his heart as he recalled his dream. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 421, Isn't this just like a secret organization? Chapter 421, Isn't this just like a secret organization? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Hoshi was attracted by this song and wanted to find the girl who was singing. While walking around in the forest, what he saw, heard, and touched all felt incredibly realistic to him, unlike any dream he'd ever had. It all felt tangible to him. This lucid dream is incredible. That was Hoshi's opinion at the time. In the end, he never found the singer by the end of his dream. After I woke up, I tried recalling for a long while if I had ever heard this song anywhere before, but I couldn't recall it at all. I found it quite strange why it appeared in my dream. Hoshi tilted his head slightly. Perhaps it's that I heard it once long ago but forgot. At any rate, I was unable to recall it. A forest of maple trees, red leaves, and a female singing. Seiji recalled a common SR-ranked spirit in the cell phone game he used to play in his previous world. This beautiful female spirit with black hair and red eyes had been an original creation by the game's developers, but she was also based on a legend as well. He was uncertain if there was a similar legend in this world. In his previous world, her legends weren't very famous. Even though she was clearly a beautiful female demon as powerful as Snow Girl, she was quite unknown, which seemed rather wondrous to Seiji. Judging by the contents of the legend about her, she was likely to be even stronger than Snow Girl, and could have been an SSR card's power, but she was only an SR. He was getting sidetracked. As for the story involving that original spirit, compared to the situation in this world, Seiji subtly felt as if he was sensing evil intentions from the world. He decided not to think too much into it. Hoshi, what I need to tell you is that your dream was no simple dream, Seiji told Hoshi in a serious manner. This was not only an overly clear and strange dream. It's best if you treat it as a second reality, if you dream the same dream again tonight. What? Hoshi made a foolish sound of dazedness. He knew that his senpai wasn't joking around due to the serious tone of voice, but... Senpai, just what exactly? It's not a convenient time to explain the things your dream involves to you right now. Hoshi now had a confused expression. I apologize for confusing you. Seiji smiled. Let's just leave things as is for now. After you're done working for today, I'll contact you again and we can discuss it then. Oh. Okay. Go ahead and rest for the remainder of your break. I'm leaving now. Hoshi watched his senpai leave and felt like there was a mysterious aura coming from that familiar figure. Seiji headed to the Jumanji Mafia Group's residence to find Hisashi. As for the matter of people dying in their sleep, all I can say is that if any of you have a strangely realistic dream, you should act calmly and treat it as you would in real life, Seiji told Hisashi. And if your life is in danger, you can try calling out for me to save you, although I'm not sure if it will work or not, Hisashi fell silent for a moment after hearing these words. Got it. Thank you, Seigo. No need to be polite. Did you come all the way here just to tell me this? Yeah. You went to the trouble of coming here personally instead of telling me over the internet or on the phone. This means that this is some top secret information? Hisashi adjusted his eyeglasses as something flashed in his eyes. I suppose you could say it like that. I'm not sure either if it counts as top secret or not. I just feel that it's best to be cautious. Seiji sighed. Understood. Hisashi nodded. I shall only tell what you said to my father and older brothers and Kita. I won't tell anyone else apart from them. Is that all right? That's fine. After leaving the Jumanji group, Seiji then went to go find Peach Sensei to tell her what he knew. Soul Realm, just like that time before? Very similar, but not entirely the same, Seiji stated. I don't know how to specifically describe it, but it felt different from being in Ryo-chan's Soul Realm. It felt more realistic. The mangaka looked towards Seiji. Did you save someone again? She asked. Yeah. I felt that things were rather subtle. I wasn't sure if I helped out or actually made more trouble. Did the person in question think that you made more trouble? No, she didn't. That's fine, then. Mayuzumi began smiling as she looked at Seiji's face. You're a hero, Haruta-kun. I just did what I could. Seiji felt rather awkward as he scratched his face. He. The mangaka chuckled lightly. She promised him that she would be careful as well, and that she would tell what he just told her to Saki in person. I hope that you won't force yourself. It's nice to be a hero and all, but you have to make sure that you don't collapse first. I know. Thank you for your concern, Sensei. After talking to Peach Sensei, Seiji then headed for Shizu Amami's residence, where Ryan and Katomi also lived. Welcome, Harano-kun. Sorry to be a bother, Amami-san. After entering and taking a seat, Seiji directly discussed the main topic. Amami-san, have you heard about the Awakened? I've already heard some news about them, yes. This will be easy to explain then. I believe that Hoshi is possibly going to become an Awakened. Oh? Something flashed in Shizu's eyes. Harano-kun, why do you think so? Please allow me to keep that a secret. It's difficult for me to talk about in detail. If he talked about it in detail, that meant revealing what he knew about Yukari, which was something he didn't want to do as he had promised to keep information about her a secret. Seiji looked towards the elderly man. The important part here is Hoshi. Although it's only a possibility, I feel that it's likely that he'll become an Awakened tonight. Amami-san, do you have any thoughts about what to do in such a situation? Shizu fell silent for a moment. I don't wish to see the child Hoshi become an Awakened. However, I don't know any way to stop this process. He sighed. If he truly awakens, then all I can do is do my best to take care of him. Seiji nodded. I believe that Hoshi should be told about the mystical society, about spiritual ability users, so that he's at least mentally prepared. What does Amami-san think? Shizu considered it for a moment. I suppose that now is a good time to tell him. He looked directly at Seiji. We might as well tell Ryan and Katomi as well, so that they know Harano-kun's true identity. Is that all right? Sure. They already know my true name and family background. All that's new is that now they'll know I'm a spiritual ability user. He didn't expect that Shizu Amami would add in the twins as well. Seiji felt that it was fine to tell the twins. However, he suddenly realized that with this, his entire dating sim game creation group, with himself included, now had 4 out of 9 members as spiritual ability users, almost half. Seiji couldn't help but imagine the future developments. If everyone in his game group awakened, then this group whose original intention was to create a game together that called themselves the Knights of the Round Table just for fun, wouldn't it become just like an alliance between spiritual ability users? Wasn't this just like a secret organization? Seiji was astonished by his own idea. He didn't know why, but just imagining it made him feel like it had the potential to become reality. That couldn't be. No, I can't say that it's impossible. Seiji couldn't help but continue imagining. The first knight Hisashi, who had two personalities, open and funny on the outside, secretly cruel and dark on the inside. The second knight, the beautiful Yukari, who manipulated spiderwebs and toyed with others as she pleased. The third knight, the twins Ryan and Katomi, that acted as if they were one and had better cooperation with each other than any possible duo, and who would always work together to defeat any opponent. The fourth knight, the androgynous Hoshi, who had a magical seeming figure and smile. Cough. Stop. Seiji forced himself to stop getting carried away in his fantasies and finally returned to his senses. Although he accidentally thought of a scene that he shouldn't have, all in all, it seemed quite good to him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 422, I would like for you to defeat our older sister. Chapter 422, I would like for you to defeat our older sister. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. At this moment, Seiji received a message from on his cell phone. When Seiji took a look, his gaze sharpened. I apologize, Amami-san, there's something sudden that's come up. He hurriedly left after saying goodbye to the Amami family grandfather as well as saying a few words to Ryan and Katomi. That was because Hana was the one who sent him the message. He returned home, turned on his computer, then downloaded and installed an application as she requested. While doing so, Seiji recalled how the conversation between Mika and Old Man Zhao went similarly. Old Man Zhao had also sent over an application for Mika to download in order to talk to him. He figured that this was a secretive method of communication between spiritual ability users. After installing it, his entire computer screen turned black, just like what happened before with Mika. Several seconds later, he saw a figure wearing a dark blue jacket, along with a cat-eared hat and a cute cat mask. Happy New Year, brother. Happy New Year, younger sister. The two of them exchanged glances. Then, Seiji broke out into laughter. What are you laughing for? The cat-eared hat girl tilted her head slightly. Nothing, you look quite cute like this. You even praise a girl who's wearing a mask. How shameless. What does this have anything to do with shamelessness? Cute is cute. Shut up. You shameless perverted familiar. I apologize, my job as your familiar has ended already. If you wish to continue the contract, please charge additional money for magical crystals. I'll take 10,000. No, wait. Charge money, the hell. I'll even give you a 20% discount for the New Year's activity. I said I won't give you any money. You can even enter a special drawing with a 100% chance of winning. The big prize is a totally unique New Year's specialty. What's in it? No, wait. I definitely won't be fooled. It's probably just some cheap loot box or merchandise. It's a life-sized intelligent humanoid figure that's capable of moving and taking care of itself. That seems pretty nice. Wait, isn't that just a real person? They joked around with each other for a while. Let's stop joking around now. You know what it is that I want. Hana changed to a serious tone. Yeah. Seiji looked at her. Then I shall start by telling you about when I first arrived in this world. Apart from the existence of his dating sim system and a few other parts that involved others' private affairs, Seiji told everything about his experiences as a reincarnator plus transmigrator to Hana. The cat-eared hat girl didn't say a single word during the entire story. She merely listened attentively. After Seiji finally finished his story, There was silence for quite a long while. It really sounds like some main character's story. I'm starting to believe that you're a hero from another world now. That's because your experience is completely like the setting of a harem manga or anime. Hana sighed. Seiji was rendered speechless. Although I don't want to admit it, it does indeed seem similar. He awkwardly scratched his face. You must be having a lot of fun, pervert. I think that there's not a single man who wouldn't have fun as the main character in a harem story. Disgusting. Shtick, Seiji took an arrow to his heart. It was indescribable how painful it was to be called disgusting by his blood-related sister in this world. I apologize. I shouldn't have gotten carried away. He lowered his head with sincerity. Humph. The cat-eared hat girl made a complaint that sounded like a cat's. Another several seconds of silence fell between them. Do you have no feelings of hatred toward our older sister whatsoever? Hana asked him a serious question. Not at all, Seiji responded honestly. What about the desire to conquer her as part of your harem adventure? Seiji's cheeks twitched upon hearing this. Wasn't this joke supposed to be over? No to that as well. He decided to respond anyways. TSK, how lacking in will. The cat-eared girl made a condescending sound. Hey! Just what is it that you want from me? Seiji felt like flipping the table now. I want you to defeat our older sister. What did he hear just now? Seiji's expression froze over. Did you just say, defeat? That's right, defeat our older sister, defeat Yui Haruta, Hana said in a heavy voice. I would like for you to do that, brother. Seiji was rendered absolutely speechless. Why do you have such a strange expression? Isn't this something perfectly ordinary? No, this isn't ordinary at all, okay? Why? No particular reason. I just want to see such a scenario happen, the cat-eared girl stated lightly. The exiled brother has truly changed himself for the better and finally received his older sister's recognition after working hard and returned to the family. This type of story is far too boring. A story about revenge is far more interesting, although it's cliché as well. Hey. If you're able to do this, I'll forget about everything in the past. What? All those disgusting things you did to me before, if you defeat our older sister, I'll treat it all as having never happened. No matter if you've truly changed for the better, or if you're actually a hero from another world, I'll treat you as my real older brother in the future. Seiji widened his eyes in surprise. He completely didn't know what was going on here. Why was she saying something like that? Why was he hearing all this? He suddenly really wanted to be able to see her face, which was covered by the cat mask in their video call. He wanted to see what type of expression she had right now. Just why exactly? I already said that there's no particular reason. Hana paused for a second. I know that what I'm requesting is extremely difficult. I don't need you to do it immediately, but I need you to work hard at this as your goal. If you promise to do this for me, I won't only sit idly by, I'll assist you. Basically, I'll become your ally. In summary, I want you to ally with me to deal with our older sister. Brother? Seiji Haruta, what's your answer? Conversation options appeared in front of him. No, unless you tell me why exactly, I won't consider it. Alright, then. Since you're the one requesting me, I'll do my best with this as my goal. No, I definitely won't do this. Seiji fell silent for a moment. He guessed that there must have been some sort of conflict between Hana and Yui which must have caused this. An argument between sisters. Hana was unwilling to tell him, so there was no way for him to know. Defeating Yui Haruta, this would definitely be a difficult task. Besides, what exactly did the word defeat entail exactly? beating her one-on-one, or participating in a formal yin-yang master duel against her involving both sides' spirit-branded retainers? There were various questions involved. However, he had to come up with an answer first for now. Seiji wanted to choose option A, but he felt Hana's resolution from across the computer screen through the mask she was wearing and was unable to bring himself to choose this option. He faintly felt like if he made a mistake with this conversation option, that some things would be irrecoverable. He decided to first save a file at this conversation option. After saving a file, Seiji thought over it for a long time after that before finally coming to a decision. Alright, then, since it's your request. I think that you must have some important reason. He looked directly at Hana's mask. I believe in you, so just as you wished for, I shall work my hardest with defeating Yui as my goal. Hana took a deep glance at her older brother's face through the mask she was wearing. You can't just try, you have to be absolutely resolute in your conviction that you can win, she said lightly. Anyone half-hearted will never defeat our older sister. Even if you say that, it's difficult for me to stack up so much confidence right away. Seiji smiled wryly. Hana fell silent for a moment. Then I'll give you some information to back up your motivation with. Actually, our sister has already had your name stricken from the family records. Haven't you ever found it strange why nobody from the Haruta family has ever come looking for you after all this time? Logically speaking, even if you're exiled, there's still uses for you to us. This? I wouldn't know. As long as you're still considered to be a member of the Haruta family, no matter how depraved you get, it shouldn't have gotten to the point where you would have to live in a low-class apartment, Hana stated. The reason why the Haruta family has completely ignored you is because our older sister had your name formally erased from the family records so that you're no longer considered part of the family. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 423, Harem Brains are Unsalvageable. Chapter 423, Harem Brains are Unsalvageable. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Although he was still able to keep the name Seiji Haruta, from his family's viewpoint, he was no longer part of the Haruta family. That was Seiji's understanding of having his name erased from the family records. Seiji rubbed his chin in contemplation after hearing his younger sister Hana's explanation. Judging from your tone, this sounds like something serious. But it doesn't feel like it's much of an impact to me. What a joyous life you lead, That's right, I'm living quite well even if I'm not part of the Haruta family. No, what I should say instead. Seiji smiled. I don't care if my family admits me or not, I only care if you, my family members, admit me. Hana was rendered speechless. The cat-eared hat girl felt indescribable emotions within her heart. Why? Since you claim to be someone from another world, why care so much about Yui and I? This question. I thought you knew the answer long ago. I don't know. In my opinion, you're basically. Hana paused here, because she was unable to think of a suitable word. She originally decided to not think too much into things and merely continue just like this, but it was still difficult for her to suppress herself sometimes. Her knowledge of how he was now, combined with her knowledge of how he was in the past, and his story of being a reincarnator and transmigrator from another world. All of this mixed in her mind chaotically, creating something she didn't understand, causing her to be unable to find the foundation of what she was really feeling. It felt like she was lost within countless small shards, unable to see the shard's true form. She wanted an answer, but was there really an answer? The answer is quite simple. It just makes me somewhat embarrassed to say it. Seiji awkwardly scratched his face. Because I like the two of you. Hana paused in surprise. I'm concerned about you and Yui because I think that both of you are good girls, so I like the two of you. Seiji did his best to withstand his embarrassment as he told Hana directly. Isn't it only natural for a boy to want to have good relationships with girls that he likes? Well, the fact that he took over Seiji Haruta's body and felt a sense of responsibility towards his blood-related sisters was indeed an important reason as well. But, to be honest, it was because he liked these two beautiful blood-related sisters of his. That was why he wanted to get along well with them, simple as that. Hana's expression behind her cat mask had completely frozen solid. This was the answer he gave? This was, really? Are you really treating yourself like the male lead of a harem story? I knew you would say something like that, that's why I didn't want to say it. Hana's face flushed red. Seiji's face flushed red as well. I don't think that I'm the main character of a harem story. It's just that as a man, and as a male, isn't it quite natural to want to get along well with my beautiful sisters that have nice personalities? I think that any male would want this as well. That's just a harem master's way of thinking, pervert. Don't think that all boys in the world will think the same as you. No. I'm confident that all normal boys in the world will have the exact same thoughts as me. Only those that have something broken inside them or are mentally disturbed will be different. Stop treating your harem-loving brain as the normal standard for boys in the world. Apologize to all true men in the world, bastard. I refuse to admit that men without at least this degree of opinion are normal. You shameless perverted harem story main character. Hurry up and go die already. If I could, I really would like to be the main character in a harem story, thank you very much. The siblings argued across their computer screens for quite a while. I give up, harem brains are unsalvageable. I already said that this is just a very normal male way of thinking. The two of them glared at each other and both fell silent for a moment. Then, both of them sighed in unison. Honestly, so you were just a simple pervert. What was I being so frustrated about? Like I said, I thought you knew already, why did you ask? Only the heavens know. Hana averted her gaze. She felt that it was wonderful that she was wearing a mask and Seiji didn't see her expression. Because I like the two of you. What an incredibly boring answer. However, I'm someone who's equally boring. She thought to herself while feeling her cheeks and chest heat up. The confusion in her heart had completely dissipated. However, on the surface. Now that I know you for what you really are, I have to increase my guard against you. Like I said, my like is at the normal level, not anything else. Seiji sighed. I'd like to be able to become a normal family with you and Yui, that's all. Humph. Hana looked towards him again. If you truly want our older sister to care about you, the best way is to defeat her, go conquer her as part of your harem since you're the main character. What's going on with you? Being disgusted with me at one moment and changing your mind the next, I don't understand. Shut up. At any rate, all I have to do is encourage you to achieve my goal for me. Afterwards, I can just have you silenced anytime I want based on the situation. So that's what you were planning. Is my younger sister supposed to be a major antagonist? Of course I'm joking. If it was really true, I wouldn't tell you, would I? I was thinking so as well. That was only the original plan. You really wanted to do such a thing. No need to act so surprised. This is all quite ordinary, Edat. No, this isn't ordinary at all. At any rate, resolve yourself to defeat our older sister. It's impossible to defeat her unless you give it 100%, Hana told him in a serious tone. I'm quite concerned what your current plan is, Seiji said as he folded his arms. However, alright, I'll firm my resolution. That's good, then. You said that we're allies now, and that you'll help me, that I have a request right now. What is it? Give me Yui's cell phone number. Hana was rendered speechless. Why do you want sister's cell phone number? She was astonished to hear this. Obviously to contact her. Contact her for what? To explain the situation to her. Are you an idiot? No, it's precisely because I'm not an idiot that I'm doing this, Seiji said in a serious manner. Because you're my younger sister, I promised you that I would defeat Yui. However, this doesn't mean that I'm going to become enemies with her. The cat-eared hat girl looked at him dazedly and didn't know what to say for a long while. Yui Haruta received a phone call. When she saw the name on her caller ID, she arched her delicate eyebrows upwards, but accepted the call. Hello, is this Sister Yui? A familiar yet also unfamiliar male voice spoke up when she answered the call. I am. I'm Seiji. Sorry to suddenly bother you like this, it's because some things happened, Seiji stated calmly. Hana asked me to ally with her in order to defeat you, and I agreed, but... The black-haired girl furrowed her eyebrows slightly. His words were quite easy to understand, but she didn't quite understand what was going on. I don't know the specific reason why, as Hana wouldn't tell me. Even so, I agreed to her request, Seiji continued. As for what's going on, you should know more than me. If you don't know, then just ask Hana. Currently, we're definitely not a match for you yet, but we'll work hard at reaching your level. If you allow us to do this, that's what we'll do. If you don't allow us to do so, then there's no helping it, we can only surrender. So, sister. Yui Haruta, I'd like to ask, what's your reply? Yui was rendered speechless. What the hell was all this? That was her first impression. But after contemplating over it for a while, she laughed, revealing an absolutely beautiful smile. Heh, how amusing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 424, It's so appropriate for the beautiful you. Chapter 424, It's so appropriate for the beautiful you. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. If you truly believe that you're able to defeat me, then go ahead and try. That was Yui's answer. It was just as Seiji expected. He asked Hana for Yui's cell phone number as a type of test. Based on Hana's reaction, the worst possible result would be that he would have to load. Although she was obviously unhappy about it, she still gave him Yui's cell phone number. This actually made Seiji feel more reassured. Although he still didn't know what was going on, it meant that even if his sisters had some type of conflict with each other, it wasn't to an incredibly serious extent. And calling Yui and seeing how she would react to what he told her was more proof for his inference. You used such a method to avoid antagonizing our older sister, how sly. As expected of a harem story protagonist. I shall treat that as you praising me. I'm definitely not praising you. The cat-eared hat girl twisted her head. Her action seemed just like that of a real cat's, quite tsundere. Seiji smiled gently and quietly looked at her. Your expression is so disgusting. I don't want to continue talking to a pervert like you, humph. After glaring at him one more time, Hana closed the video chat. Seiji's computer screen returned to normal. Such a troublesome younger sister. Seiji leaned back against his chair and heaved a sigh of relief. Although she was troublesome, she was cute, so it was fine. Nighttime. Seiji completed all the insert artwork for Brother Monogatari. He gathered all the artwork together and emailed it as attachments to editor Yoshizawa. After she looked over his artwork, she praised it for being of excellent quality. She reassured him that it would definitely pass Thunderbolt Literature's standards. With that, his job as an artist was complete. All he had to do now was wait for his story to be published. He hoped that it would sell well. Seiji stretched lazily and checked to see what time it was. At this time, he figured that the three Amami siblings probably learned about the mystical from their grandfather already. When Seiji met again with Hoshi after Hoshi finished work, Seiji only hinted about the existence of the mystical and told Hoshi about how he could try calling for help from Seiji if he met with any danger during his strange dream. He left the specifics about the mystical society up to Shizu Amami to explain. Would Hoshi enter such a dream again tonight? What he would meet with if he did? Would Hoshi really be able to summon Seiji just like Yukari did if he met with danger? Seiji had many questions that he didn't know the answers to. At this moment, his cell phone rang. He checked the caller ID to see that the call was from Hoshi. Good evening, Senpai. Good evening, Junior. Earlier, I just heard some things from my grandfather. Senpai, it's all real. Eh? Everything your grandfather told you was real, Seiji told him honestly. Hoshi fell silent for a moment before speaking up again. You're so amazing, Hoshi exclaimed sincerely. Senpai, you really weren't anyone ordinary after all. Don't say that. Even if I have some powers that ordinary people don't have, I'm still just an ordinary person, Seiji stated. There are things that I can't accomplish, things I don't understand, and there are limits to what I can do. Ha ha. Senpai, you've always been like this. That's right, so don't overestimate me. That's not what I meant. Forget it, what Senpai says then. Seiji was rather mystified. What did Hoshi mean by that? Senpai, about that strange dream, is it? Hoshi changed the topic. Stop. This isn't a topic we should be talking about over the phone. Seiji stopped Hoshi from continuing any further. There's not much else to say about it, because there's many mysteries, just remember what I told you earlier today. Oh, alright, then. Be careful, Hoshi. Yep, thank you, Senpai. After ending the phone call, the beautiful boy put down his cell phone and looked outside his window. Senpai is a spiritual ability user, and I have the possibility of awakening to some sort of power and becoming like him. No, that's impossible. Even if I become a spiritual ability user, it's impossible for me to become like Senpai. He's a hero, someone who's truly strong, while I'm just an ordinary person. But even if I'm an ordinary person, as long as I try my hardest, I can at least approach him. He wanted to get closer to Senpai, to have the right to stand by Senpai's side, and be of assistance to Senpai, even if it was only a slight amount of assistance. When he imagined that tall figure, then imagined himself by Senpai's side, possibly even fighting together or going places together, Hoshi's eyes began sparkling. I definitely want to awaken to some spiritual ability. The maple forest was like fire, the maple leaves were like blood, and a beautiful song reverberated throughout the forest. Just as Hoshi hoped for, he returned to this dream. Last night, he had simply been allured by the song and wanted to find the singer. Tonight, he had more of a purpose for being here. The moment he started walking, Hoshi discovered something that he hadn't noticed yesterday night. Something similarly bright red like the maple leaves, but with an obviously different shape. Cluster amaryllis flowers, Hoshi was able to recognize these flowers. After all, these flowers were pretty common in anime and manga. Many anime about the mystical would have these flowers appear. This must be a clue. With this thought, Hoshi began intentionally searching for more. He gradually found more and more cluster amaryllis flowers. The environment around him became darker and darker, while the sound of song became clearer and clearer. He felt like he was getting closer. With it becoming so dark, Hoshi began getting somewhat scared. His desire to awaken to an ability supported him in moving forward. If he met with danger, he could try calling for help from his senpai. This gave him courage to move on as well. The darkness became pervasive, the cluster amaryllis flowers began glowing, and even the maple leaves began glowing lightly as well. Finally, Hoshi was unable to see any more maple trees. He only saw large amounts of red flowers on the ground, along with endlessly falling red leaves. Finally, Hoshi reached a wide swath of cluster amaryllis flowers. It was just like a sea of flowers. He couldn't see anything other than bright red flowers, along with the bright red leaves that kept falling from the sky. The scene seemed indescribably demonic to him. Hoshi even felt as if he was in the middle of a bloodbath, being covered in fresh blood as he watched the scene. He was unable to walk forward anymore, because he didn't know what direction to take. He felt like he would get lost in the sea of flowers if he forced himself to go on. After standing here for a while, Hoshi decided to turn around. He figured he would tell Senpai about this situation tomorrow and ask for advice. Hoshi turned around with this thought in mind. However, behind him was another endless sea of flowers. What's going on? Hoshi paused in astonishment. When he looked all around him, everything he saw was the same. He was unable to leave. Hoshi felt as if he had fallen into a trap, which caused fear to well up in his heart. No! I can't get scared just like this. Hoshi forced down his fear and began walking forward as he felt that no matter what, he had to at least try walking onwards first. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that the singing had stopped. When had it stopped? Just as he was wondering about this, he heard a voice from behind him. Hoshi. The person speaking was a familiar male voice. Hoshi hurriedly turned around to see a familiar tall figure. Senpai, why are you here? The handsome boy who was wearing a black jacket and long pants, Seigo Harano. Seiji Haruta stood there while smiling faintly. Of course I'm here to find you, Seiji stated as he walked closer. Did you come here because you were worried about me? Seiji didn't respond. Instead, he walked up to Hoshi and looked around him. This place is so beautiful, he exclaimed with sincerity. It is rather beautiful, but it's so appropriate for the beautiful you. Hoshi was astonished to hear this. Senpai, what did you say? Seiji chuckled. His smile contained a hint of something devilish. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 425, You're Definitely Not Senpai. Chapter 425, You're Definitely Not Senpai. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Hoshi felt that something was wrong about Senpai's smile. I said, this place is so beautiful, it's so appropriate for the beautiful you, Hoshi. Seiji smiled. This doesn't sound like something Senpai would say. If it's a joke. No, even if it's a joke, I don't think that Senpai would say something like this, Hoshi stated as he looked into the other person's face. It feels somewhat disgusting. Seiji was rendered speechless. I was speaking from my heart. It hurts me to hear you say that. He sighed. I apologize, but I really do think that it's quite strange. You may think it's strange because you don't understand the real me. Actually, I've always been wearing a mask in front of you. A mask? Hoshi blinked when he heard this. Yes, I've been wearing a mask in order to suppress my true feelings for you. Seiji clutched his own chest. But right now, right here, I'm no longer able to bear it anymore. I would like to express my true feelings for you. He looked into Hoshi's eyes and smiled deeply as if it came from his heart. Hoshi, I like you. Hoshi instantly widened his eyes to hear this. Red leaves kept falling, and red flowers were shaking. Hoshi's reaction to the handsome boy who just confessed wholeheartedly to him was. Hoshi revealed an expression of disgust. He backed up many steps, and took 2 deep breaths before he lifted his hand and pointed at Seiji. You're definitely not Senpai. Who the hell are you? Everything fell silent for a moment. Seiji's cheeks twitched. I am indeed your Senpai. How could you? No. You're definitely not. My real Senpai would never confess to me like this. Hoshi stated adamantly. Even though you look the same, you're definitely something else entirely. Your fake portrayal of Senpai is so terrible. It's incredibly disgusting. Seiji fell silent. A moment later, he chuckled once more, and had that same devilish smile from earlier. I didn't think that you would see through me so easily. Seiji, no, an existence that was pretending to be Seiji now spoke in a female's voice as she shrugged and extended her palms. This was clearly something that you wished for. Why are you resisting so much when you obtained it? Because I know that it's impossible to really happen, Hoshi stated calmly. Perhaps in my heart, no, perhaps I've always secretly wanted this possibility, but at the same time, I'm very clear that Senpai would never do such a thing. That's because I'm a boy. No matter how much I resemble a girl, I really am a man. Senpai recognizes that I'm a boy, and no matter what my physical appearance and actions are like, he's always treated me as a boy. He views me as his junior and as his friend, but he'll never treat me as a potential love interest, nor will he ever like me the same way he'll like a girl. In his mind, I'm a man after all. Hoshi didn't speak in a very loud voice. However, his tone seemed unshakable. The fake Seiji was able to sense this as she squinted her eyes. You feel that this is enough for you? This was a rather vague question, but Hoshi understood what she meant. I think that this is enough. You won't regret it? I won't. Why are you so certain? Hoshi fell silent for a moment and recalled some words Seiji told him on that day on top of the school building. You were my junior to begin with. It's excellent that you have the resolution to become stronger. Don't make it sound like I'm someone incredible. I'm simply your senpai as well as your friend. That's all there is to it. That's all there was to it. Simply because I'm his junior, Hoshi spoke resolutely and expressed a deep connection between him and Seiji. The fake Seiji looked deeply into Hoshi's eyes as if she was seeing through his very soul. Suddenly, there was a strong gust of wind. The cluster amaryllis flowers started waving, and red leaves flew everywhere. Hoshi's vision was obscured by all the chaotic redness and he lost sight of the fake Seiji. At this moment, he felt something touching him on his right shoulder, something hot poured within his body from that location, filling his body with a heated sensation. Hoshi wanted to shout out loudly, but he was unable to shout. He felt as if he was melting, as his consciousness became hazy and gradually disappeared into the darkness. Seiji felt as if he heard Hoshi calling out to him. He stopped cultivating and looked around him. Seiji was currently practicing beginning-level punching techniques in Ryo's soul realm. When he looked all around him, he couldn't find anything out of place. Was it just my imagination? Seiji decided to continue cultivating. He should be able to finish learning beginning-level punching techniques tonight. Originally, he had intended to work on beginning-level footwork next, but judging by the current situation, he decided to instead begin learning beginning-level barrier spells next. Since he wasn't summoned like last night, all he could do was cultivate. The next morning, Shika told Seiji that 3 small demons had crashed into her barrier set up over their apartment. Although there were only 3 and they were small demons immediately exorcised by the barrier spell that didn't cause any harm to them at all, this was still a message of sorts. Seiji turned on his computer and logged onto the internet. As he expected, he saw a large amount of posts about demons in the Channel 22 message forum. He sent Hisashi a message and learned that many people in the Jumanji group had been injured. Their main residence was invaded by demons as well. Luckily, the main residence was fine due to the purchased barrier's protection. The Jumanji group also had news that there were several times more ordinary victims than last night. When Seiji sent Yukari a message, she replied that she was fine, and even sent an emoticon of beating up on some small monsters. He interpreted it as meaning she met some demons, but was able to protect herself using her ability. Next, he sent Hoshi a message. However, he didn't receive a reply, so he tried to call Hoshi. Senpai. Hoshi's first word was filled with fatigue, just like Yukari's situation from yesterday. Hoshi, could it be that you? Yeah. Something flashed in Seiji's eyes when he heard Hoshi admit to this. Rest well for now. Call me after you wake up, I'll come meet you. Yeah, okay. They ended their conversation there. Next, Seiji called Natsuya. Yet another new situation occurred last night, the student council president told him directly. Various places lit up with strong spiritual light, and when various factions went to investigate, they discovered that the internal structures of those places became completely different from before. Not only that, the mana density in these locations are quite high, and various spiritual creatures are living there. These transformed locations were termed as spirit worlds by the mystical society. This phenomenon as a whole became known as spirit world transformation. It was just like the phenomenon of ordinary people awakening as it shook the entire mystical society. No, it had an even greater impact than that. While the appearance of awakened was astonishing, the impact they brought was quite limited, at least for the time being. However, these spirit worlds were different. With high mana density and an abundance of spiritual creatures, they were basically like treasure troves for spiritual ability users. It was just as if numerous treasure troves had fallen out of the sky. What would happen in such a scenario? Of course, people would fight over the treasure. Although most factions are only in the first stages of their investigation and there's many problems involved still, the places that have undergone spirit world transformations. Battles have already begun over who gets to control these spirit world grounds. Natsuya sighed. Compared to the appearance of these spirit worlds, the awakened became a lot less important, and the Night of 100 Demons further decreased in significance. Of course, the spiritual ability users wouldn't just let it be, as they didn't want their existence to be exposed to the general public. Heaven sent treasure troves, and battling over the spirit worlds was probably the main focus for all the major factions now. The worst possible development would be an all-out conflict. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 426, I can accept bleeding a little every day. Chapter 426, I can accept bleeding a little every day. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Well, a large-scale battle wasn't likely to erupt immediately, but it would be highly likely as things went on. Currently speaking, due to the Night of 100 Demons and the appearance of the awakened, spiritual ability users from other places are gathering, and now that spirit worlds have appeared, even more spiritual ability users will be attracted here. With more spiritual ability users gathering here, would things become more chaotic with an increased possibility of violent incidents? That's right. Seiji fell silent for a moment. But if we try thinking positively, if there's more spiritual ability users, doesn't that also mean that there's more people to fight against the demons? He tried asking. Yes, that's true. By the way, have you all learned anything about the Night of 100 Demons or the awakening phenomena? We still don't know how they originated, Natsuya replied. The demons seem to be appearing out of thin air, the same goes for the awakened. The only thing I know is that apparently the awakened all go through an experience similar to entering their own soul realms. Similar to entering their own soul realms? Yes, but it's not 100% confirmed yet. It's not completely impossible for people to enter their own soul realms while asleep, but the chances are incredibly low, at least they were in the past. Things might be different now. Those words were left unsaid. Something flashed in Seiji's eyes. He wanted to say something else to Natsuya, but decided against it in the end. After Hoshi finished resting and called him, Seiji headed over to Shuzu Amami's residence, where he met with Hoshi. Seiji went directly for the main topic at hand after greeting Hoshi. Hoshi brought out a bright red leaf and placed it on his left hand's palm. Seiji cast astral vision on himself as he watched the leaf giving off a red glow. The leaf suddenly became a red bird that resembled a pigeon who was glowing with a faint red mist. Hoshi waved his hand, causing the red bird to fly around in a few circles under the ceiling. Then, the bird started landing while heading for Seiji. Seiji reflexively reached out to catch the bird. However, he didn't feel the sensation of any touch or weight. Is it under your control? He observed the bird. Yes. It feels similar to controlling a video game character, but I can do it with my mind, not a game controller, Hoshi explained. Oh. Seiji tried petting the bird, but was unable to touch anything. Is it only an illusion? No. The red bird lowered its head and rubbed against Seiji's arm, giving him a cool, icy sensation. Only when I want it to be capable of touching others will it have physical form. I see. How wondrous. Hoshi had the red bird fly back to his hand, and after a red flash, the bird transformed back into a bright red leaf. It can even change back to its original form. What type of leaf is that? An ordinary leaf from a flower here. It's just stained with my blood. Hoshi lifted his palm to show Seiji. Seiji noticed that there was a band-aid on Hoshi's left hand's index finger. You have to use your own blood in order to use your spiritual ability. Yes, I have to color a leaf red with my own blood first before being able to use the leaf to activate my ability. Hoshi smiled. This power seems slightly evil, doesn't it? Seiji was rendered speechless. Although this type of ability using one's own blood is relatively common in anime and manga, it still doesn't exactly seem like a good ability. Seiji rubbed his chin in contemplation. Senpai, do you hate this type of ability? I don't hate it, I just don't think it's a good one, because you have to harm yourself in order to use it. I can accept bleeding a little every day. You intend to use your ability every day. I intend to create a stock of red leaves so that I can use them whenever I need to. Oh, so you can stock up. By the way, is there an expiration date for the red leaves you create? No. That's what my senses tell me. Then that sounds fine, but is it really alright to make yourself bleed like this every single day? I think that I'm quite fortunate already to have awakened to a spiritual ability. I won't be picky about it. Hoshi smiled. It's just at the degree of bleeding a little every day, it's fine. No need to worry about me, senpai. Seiji was still somewhat worried as he looked at the beautiful boy's smile. Hoshi, in your dream, or more accurately speaking, what did you experience in your soul realm? He tried asking. Something flashed in Hoshi's eyes as he looked back at Seiji. I met a strange person and exchanged a few words with her. A strange person? She greatly resembled senpai, and at first I thought that she was senpai. However, I soon discovered that she wasn't. She greatly resembled me? Seiji was astonished to hear this. If Hoshi's trial was the same as Yukari's, needing some sort of incarnation of an ancestor, then wouldn't that mean that the Amami family was actually related to the Haruta family? What did you talk about? Did this person say her own name or identity? I can't remember. Hoshi shook his head. After I woke up, I felt like that part of my memory was incredibly hazy. I don't remember what I said to her, or how long we talked for. I only remember that we talked. I see. A moment of silence fell between them. Senpai, what are you doing right now? Hoshi suddenly asked. Seiji blinked in surprise. What exactly do you mean? I want to know if senpai is battling against anyone, something like that. Hoshi looked directly into Seiji's eyes as he spoke seriously. Although I just awakened to my power and it might be arrogant of me to say this, but I would really like to help out and be of assistance to senpai. Seiji paused in surprise. He was dazed for several seconds at how serious Hoshi's expression was before he chuckled. What are you saying? Do you think that we're in a hot-blooded battle manga with mystical abilities? Am I some heroic protagonist that's fighting against evil? Senpai. I said before not to treat me as more than an ordinary person. I'm not some main character, nor am I a hero. I don't have a destiny to gather my companions to fight against evil. Seiji chuckled. Although there are indeed people I want to defeat, that has nothing to do with fighting against evil, it's just a personal affair. Hoshi blinked at this. Senpai, you misunderstood, he stated sincerely. I don't want to help out because I think that Senpai is a main character type or a hero. I want to help out simply because of you, Senpai. Although I indeed feel that Senpai is a hero, I want to help Senpai for simply one reason. I want to stand next to Senpai. I want to be by your side, fight together with you, and fight for you. No matter if it's to fight against evil, or for personal matters, I want to become your strength. I don't want to only be taken care of by you. Hoshi. Senpai, we're friends. As friends, shouldn't we help each other out? Yes, you're right. Seiji understood Hoshi's intentions. I was the one who misunderstood earlier. I apologize. If I ever need your help in the future, I'll call for you. At that time, I'll be in your care, Seiji told him sincerely. I'll be more than happy to help. Hoshi was delighted to be recognized like this. Perhaps his fantasy yesterday might be able to come true after all. After talking to Hoshi, Seiji then had a discussion with Shuzu. Hirano-kun, what's your opinion of the ability that Hoshi awakened to? The old man asked him. Seiji thought it over. Setting aside the matter of its usefulness in combat, what I'm most concerned about is that it can only be activated with Hoshi's blood. Yes, I'm concerned about that as well. Shuzu sighed. This type of ability gives me a faint ominous premonition. Do you know something, Amami-san? No. Perhaps I'm just overly worried about my own grandson. But, I can't help but imagine, will this spiritual ability that he received so suddenly always stay like this? Or will it continue developing in its own right? And, will it cause any changes in Hoshi's personality? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 427, with how big the spirit worlds are, I'd like to go visit them. Chapter 427, with how big the spirit worlds are, I'd like to go visit them. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Abilities weren't simply weapons, they were also part of who a person was. Even a simple weapon, however, when used over a long period of time, would have the ability to influence the wielder, especially all the more so when the weapon in question was a person's own spiritual ability. To state it in more extreme terms, it was that power had the ability to change people. Perhaps some might find that statement ludicrous, but this statement was in fact indisputable. Perhaps weapons and abilities were bad analogies, but if concepts such as wealth or authority were considered powers as well, it was quite normal that such powers would change people's personalities. In fact, it would be quite common. Seiji had many experiences with this in his previous life. That was why he restrained himself as much as possible from abusing his own incredibly powerful ability of saving and loading. It was only reasonable that Shuzu Amami would be concerned about Hoshi. About that ability, which Seiji decided to call the Red Leaf ability for the time being, would it have any effects on Hoshi? Seiji felt that it would. But banning Hoshi from using his ability didn't seem like the right way to go about things. In fact, that would only increase the effect of the ability on him. Needing to seal his ability because it was too fearsome. It wasn't even close to that degree at all. Watching over him and teaching him properly was the best way to do things in Seiji's opinion. He expressed his opinion to Shuzu Amami. Shuzu fell silent for a few moments, then expressed agreement. The fact that Hoshi awakened to a spiritual ability must have some type of meaning. Indeed, there's no reason to be pessimistic about it, Shuzu stated. I shall do what I can, and Hirano-kun, please continue taking good care of my grandchild. Of course I will. Seiji smiled. I'm his senpai. Before, he was Hoshi's senpai at work. Now, he was going to be Hoshi's senpai as a spiritual ability user. Night of 100 demons on the first night of the midnight spell, the phenomenon of awakening on the second night, and spirit worlds appearing on the third night. What would happen on the fourth night? Seiji and many others were highly concerned about what else would happen. However, nothing else actually occurred. There were no new situations apart from repeats of what had happened already. It was the same for the fifth night. And the sixth night as well. With no new situations, the spiritual ability users finally focused fully on dealing with the current phenomena. There was no known way to stop the night of 100 demons. All that could be done was to fight the demons that appeared every night, along with setting up large-scale barriers in various locations to prevent them from harming ordinary people. Every faction was taking action with regards to this matter, and they were discussing long-term systems for dealing with the demons. As for the awakened, each spiritual ability user faction treated them differently. Some actively searched for awakened, while other factions didn't pay the awakened any attention. Some treated the awakened as targets for research, while others protected them. Although there was supposed to be an unwritten rule to treat the awakened humanely, things were currently too chaotic to control everyone's actions. Naturally, what the spiritual ability user factions paid attention to the most were the spirit worlds. The summary of the information that Seiji heard from Natsuya regarding this matter was: cultivating would be much more efficient in a spirit world, and precious resources could be obtained there as well. The risks involved being attacked by the spiritual creatures there, as well as the spirit world suddenly deforming. A spirit world deforming meant that the location in question would stop transforming into a spirit world, returning to normal. Anyone within a spirit world that didn't leave it before it deformed would die. More specifically, they would be reduced to nothing more than pieces of meat. As for why this happened, nobody knew. Not only humans, it was the same for other living creatures as well. The only things that could survive to the next spirit world transformation were non-living objects as well as spiritual creatures, but that wasn't certain. If an area had any humans in it, then that area wouldn't undergo a spirit world transformation. If there were other living creatures, such as cats or dogs, then it was possible for the location to undergo a spirit world transformation. If that occurred, then it was possible for the creatures to either live or disappear. The same location might or might not undergo a spirit world transformation each night. The times for the spirit world transformations were uncertain as well, as was the environment each time for the spirit world. That was why there was yet another new term established for the spirit worlds: consistency. The more consistent the timing for a spirit world to arrive at night, and the more consistent its environment, the higher its consistency rating would be. Highly consistent spirit world locations would become majorly contested areas by all the major spiritual ability user factions. The less consistent a location was, the higher the risk, which meant lower potential benefits. Still, that didn't mean that the dangerous ones were worthless. The low consistency spirit worlds that are formed potentially have valuable resources within them as well. Perhaps there will be brave ones looking to seek treasure in the future, and perhaps such people already exist even now. Those were Natsuya's original words. A treasure hunter, perhaps I can try being one as well. That was what Seiji thought at the time. As long as he decided to use his ability to save and load, things like a spirit world deforming or being forced to the brink by a powerful spiritual creature wouldn't possibly pose any danger to him. If the spirit world started deforming at a split second's notice, then he would have been worried. But, according to Natsuya's description of the process, a spirit world wouldn't deform so quickly. There was a process to it, which meant it wasn't so frightening to him. The question was, what would he look for in a spirit world? He knew that spirit worlds were supposed to possess precious resources. But, what exactly were those precious resources? And if he found something that resembled a precious resource, how to ascertain what it was and how it would be used, he knew nothing. To use a video game as an analogy, he lacked gathering and appraisal skills. In the end, it meant that his knowledge was insufficient. He wanted a guidebook to spiritual resources. If only one was sold somewhere. After thinking about it, Seiji decided to contact a certain person to ask this question. There's no such thing being sold anywhere. The cat-eared hat girl on his screen told him. Besides, why would you want such a thing? Are you thinking about going to a spirit world? Yes. With how big the spirit worlds are, I'd like to go visit them. Visit, the hell? With your level, you want to go to such a place? You'll die in there immediately. I definitely won't die. I still want to return home and get married. Stop giving yourself death flags like that. Are you intentionally trying to die? Believe in me. I won't. Just cultivate normally and stop thinking about going to weird places. If I only cultivate normally, will I be able to defeat Yui? Hannah froze in her words for a moment. Believe me, I view life as precious and won't do anything that I don't have a guarantee on. Seiji flashed a bright smile. I need information about the spirit world because I want to find something useful that can quickly improve my power level. Humph. Hannah glared at him for a while. I suppose it's praiseworthy that you want to improve yourself. But, in the spirit world, do you really have some type of guarantee that you can live in there? Yeah. There's no point in me bragging, after all. I'm not being overconfident. Alright, I suppose I can try gathering some information for you. Thank you, nice sister of mine. Your brother loves you. Disgusting. They ended their video chat there. Seiji was having fun teasing his younger sister. It felt amazing, so what should he do if he still wanted to continue? Should he try teasing Shika next? No, she'll probably slice me. Seiji commented on himself before beginning to browse the internet. Today was the last day of winter vacation, and tomorrow, school would start again. School starting again felt like a return to daily life, which felt rather unbelievable. Rather than saying that going to school was for the sake of learning knowledge and acquiring a diploma, it felt more like a symbol of youth to him. No matter what happened, as long as he was still able to normally go to school, that was evidence that his life hadn't gone ridiculously off track. Seiji suddenly really looked forward to tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, he would be going to school together with Mika, Keed, and Chiaki. That Chiaki, after living at the Uehara residence for 2 nights, she actually started renting an apartment from the 3rd day onward. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 428, Going to School equals Cultivation. Chapter 428, Going to School equals Cultivation. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. She started renting an apartment here and coming sleeping over every night. Chiaki herself said that it was for economic convenience. Although Seiji wanted to comment on it, it was indeed economically convenient compared to purchasing an expensive personal barrier. The Night of 100 Demons caused its greatest harm on the 3rd night due to the spirit world's appearance distracting all the spiritual ability users. After the 3rd night, all the spiritual ability user factions aggressively took steps to contain the demons in order to prevent the situation from going out of control, so that degree of harm to ordinary humans didn't happen again. As all the factions took measures, the overall safety improved. However, there would still be demons along with victims since the Night of 100 Demons couldn't be stopped. It was unknown if it even could be prevented. For the mystical society, they didn't really care as long as the general population didn't get harmed to a degree that would threaten to reveal the mystical side of society. The 3rd night had led to a larger scale of destruction and more gossip on the internet, but that all calmed down by now. Most ordinary people still went about their lives as usual, without knowing that something had changed in this city. The next morning, Seiji and the others walked on the road to Genhana High School under the bright sunshine. It's so cold, I just want to sleep and not go to school. Why don't they just have winter vacation all the way until spring? Chiaki was complaining. In order to prevent a lazy worm like you from hibernating, Seiji told her. How terrible. I want to make a complaint against this cruel society. Rejected. You're the one that's too lazy. You actually dare to call a girl lazy. Lazy is lazy. Wasn't Mika the one who had to wake you up today? More accurately speaking, I had to drag her out of bed, Mika clarified. Wakaba-san doesn't seem very energetic. Did you sleep too late last night? Keed inquired. Yeah, Seigo wouldn't let me sleep, as he kept hanging on to me and wanting to do. Don't suddenly slander me like that. They casually chatted all the way to school. They saw Keiho at school and greeted her. 2 days ago, Keiho had returned from visiting her family in another city, and Seiji had a discussion with her. Just like Yukari, she accepted the explanation about the mystical but politely refused his assistance. If I really do meet with something like demons, it'll be akin to meeting with a traffic accident, Keiho said at the time. Seiji felt that treating meeting a demon as being analogous to a traffic accident was somewhat subtle. But, with the Night of 100 Demons being unstoppable for the time being, meeting a demon did seem somewhat similar to what would happen if a person met a traffic accident. Although she had a slightly different attitude from Yukari, he understood what she meant and respected her decision. They all went to the classroom together and greeted their classmates that they hadn't seen all winter vacation. A typical, normal school daily life began just like this. After the bell rang to signify the start of classes, Seiji opened up his dating sim system and used his stat transference card. He obtained this card previously after the publication of his Become Handsome story, through obtaining a sufficient number of shards for a random draw. Its specific effect was to transfer all his gains in one stat for 1 week to another stat. Seiji intended to transfer all his gains in academics to spiritual power. If it worked the way he thought, that meant that going to school would equal cultivation for him. He could enjoy his daily life while cultivating spiritual power at the same time, which seemed perfect to him. The question was whether this would work or not. After all, spiritual power was slightly more special compared to the other stats, and perhaps the system wouldn't allow him to raise it this way. Seiji chose to use the card in his system, picked academics, and then transferred to spiritual power. It worked. It really works? Seiji raised his eyebrows in surprise. Now he had to see the effects. He chose the option in his system to study in class that he hadn't used in so long and immersed himself in learning. Lunchtime. Seiji checked the increase in his spiritual power stat and felt that it was acceptable. He decided to exchange for another stat transference card in a week if spiritual power could continue increasing at this pace. Before, he felt that the stat transference card was too expensive to purchase in his system's shop. But now, he could afford it, mainly due to the points income he now had from publishing Become Handsome and his cosplay photographs. He had plenty of points to throw around. After eating lunch, he hung out with Mika and Chiaki as usual. I haven't heard of anyone saying they were injured by demons. While there were a few that were injured, they all said it was in an accident, Chiaki mentioned. I think that perhaps they met something but don't want to say it out loud. After all, while it may be fine to talk about it on the internet, it's not so easy to say at school. Seiji nodded in agreement. Although it's a hot topic on the internet, and there's also some reports and discussions on television about it, it's something entirely different to talk about it in real life. A student that met a demon probably would at most talk about it with his or her good friends, and probably wouldn't publicize it. If it was to the extent where people didn't care anymore about not being believed and felt like they absolutely had to publicize it, then the truth about the mystical society would probably be exposed. Foolish humans, always pretending to be peaceful. There's no helping it. That's how humanity is. You actually didn't come up with a retort? I'm tired. Please be more spirited, dear. Why don't you tell that to yourself, as you were basically sleeping through all the classes this morning? Also, don't call me dear. Aren't I being quite spirited now, husband? That's even worse. While chatting with the tomboy, Seiji noticed that Mika had a contemplative expression. "What's the matter, Mika?" Seiji asked. "Even if you did poorly on your final exams, please don't give up hope in living and try your hardest to survive." Chiaki play-acted at being serious. "I wasn't thinking about my test grades. Besides, my scores weren't that bad." Mika's face reddened slightly. Her final exam scores were a bit higher than she'd expected. Even her worst grade was still a passing grade, and she extravagantly managed to avoid the pitiful consequence of having to take makeup exams. By the way, the top 100 scoring students all had their scores publicized for each grade. Seiji's final exam scores ranked number 7 out of all first-year high schoolers, while Chiaki ranked number 43. Chiaki's grades weren't a surprise to anyone, but Seiji skipped so many classes and still somehow managed to have such a high grade. Mika was definitely astonished. The entire class was astonished at Seigo Harano's grades. Their impression of him was that he was physically strong, but they didn't expect that his academics were so impressive as well. Seigo's score even surpassed Student Council Secretary Kazufuru's score. Kazufuru had been the top scoring student in their class for the midterms. Kazufuru's expression at the time was definitely worthy of taking a picture of. Whoops, it should be said that nobody should look at it. Seiji felt a complex gaze coming from this excellent student, but ignored it. Ever since that day when Seiji asked Kazufuru to lead him to the student council room, they had only been ordinary classmates with nothing else to say. "I was wondering, just how many people in our school are just like that person, in having awakened?" Mika whispered in a low voice. She was obviously referring to Yukari. "I think that there's probably not many at all, because the probability is quite low," Seiji answered. "No matter how many there are, I think that what they'll do is more important," Chiaki said. "If they wantonly abuse their powers, If they wantonly abuse their powers, they'll quickly be discovered and dealt with. What if they cautiously abuse their powers? Cautious people probably wouldn't abuse their powers to begin with. Then let's change the word to use their powers instead. You know what I intended to express. You want to say that the awakened might harm others? This is indeed possible." Seiji rubbed his chin in contemplation. "I don't know about elsewhere, but any that start trouble in Genhana High School won't possibly be ignored by Natsuya." "Indeed, we have our president." Mika nodded. "If necessary, I'll help out as well." "How reliable, idle fish, oh, whoops, our Night King." At this moment, someone's cell phone rang. "That's my cell phone." Seiji took out his cell phone and saw that the caller was keyed. "Hey, what's up?" "Jumanji-sensei. Harano-kun, do you have time to come to the infirmary?" The blonde teacher spoke on the other end of the call. "I can sense that there's something invisible here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 429, A Student Librarian is a Classical Character. Chapter 429, A Student Librarian is a Classical Character. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Let's turn back time a little. Before the final class time slot in the morning, a girl with long brown hair who wore black-rimmed eyeglasses walked into the infirmary. Her face was rather pale, and she said that her head was somewhat dizzy, making her uncomfortable. Keed had her rest on one of the infirmary beds and gave her a checkup while asking some questions. This girl was from Year 2, Class 1. Her name was Miyabi Ishihara. Recently, she had been having trouble sleeping at night, and constantly woke up. Keed had her rest here for a while and gave her the recommendation to go to a formal hospital later to be seen by a doctor. Ishihara agreed and closed her eyes to rest here. A while later, something strange happened. The infirmary door automatically closed by itself, the window curtains started moving despite the fact that there was no wind, and even a cup mysteriously moved itself. Keed felt something indescribably subtle. It was as if someone invisible was lightly touching her. After faintly perceiving that there was something here, she walked out of the infirmary and called Seiji. Something invisible. Could it be that an awakened was using his powers to harass the beautiful infirmary nurse? That was the first thought Seiji had when he received this phone call. He even imagined a hentai scenario involving someone invisible. Stop right there. He responded that he would immediately head over to the infirmary. Mika and Chiaki wanted to go as well after learning what happened. And so, the three of them went to the infirmary together and saw the blonde teacher not far away from the infirmary door. Harano-kun. Let me enter first by myself and check the situation out. You all wait outside for me. Seiji cast astral vision and prepared himself for anything that might happen as he entered the infirmary by himself. He saw a ghost. The ghost had slightly dark skin, messy short curly brown hair, clear yellow eyes, and a band-aid on its right cheek. It was wearing a striped t-shirt and blue shorts. It seemed like a little boy and a little girl at the same time. It was sitting on a chair, swinging its legs. This child had the cuteness of a girl, as well as the mannerism of a boy. The ghost felt rather androgynous, and it was difficult for Seiji to ascertain if the ghost was a boy or a girl. While Seiji observed him or her, the ghost looked towards Seiji as well. They exchanged glances. The little ghost blinked and got off from the chair, hopping and skipping to in front of Seiji. The ghost then waved its hand at Seiji. Who are you? Seiji asked, since it seemed like communication was possible. The little ghost widened its eyes and seemed to be shocked at this question. And then, it smiled and spoke up, I'm Yu-chan. Its voice sounded somewhat hollow. Yu-chan? Yeah. How about you, Oniai-san? You can just call me Harano. Seiji looked at the ghost. Yu-chan, why are you here? I don't know. I was just suddenly here. Do you know how you came about to be? I don't know. Yu-chan shook its head. Where's your home? I don't know. Another shaking of its head. What's your full name? Full name? Your personal name and family name. I don't know. It shook its head yet again. It doesn't know anything. Are all ghosts like this? Seiji furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Harano Oniai-san, let's play together. Yu-chan smiled. What do you want to play? I want to play hide and seek. Playing hide and seek with a ghost, if this was a haunted house at night, then that would definitely make for a suitable atmosphere. However, right now it was around noontime, the sunshine was streaming through the window, and this was an infirmary with someone still sleeping on the bed. Seiji looked over at the brown-haired girl sleeping quietly in the infirmary bed while covered by a blanket. She had a beautiful face that appeared rather pale, giving her an aura of a sleeping beauty. At this moment, she moved, and made a sound of discomfort. The ghost Yu-chan instantly vanished. It completely disappeared. Seiji looked all around him and couldn't find the ghost anywhere. The brown-haired girl moaned lightly as she slowly opened her eyes. She dazedly looked at the ceiling for a moment before turning around and picking up the black-rimmed eyeglasses by the pillow, putting them on as she slowly sat up. Seiji watched her do all this. She noticed Seiji and looked at him as well. I apologize. Did I wake you up? Seiji said when they exchanged glances. No, you didn't. That's good, then. I'll be going out now. Please continue to rest. He said that, then left the infirmary as he said he would. How is it, Harano-kun? Keed and the others gathered around him. I saw a spiritual creature that seems to be some sort of ghost, Seiji responded. It appears like an elementary school student, and called itself Yu-chan. He explained the situation just now, and inferred that this ghost was related in some way to the girl resting in the infirmary. Could that girl be possessed? Chiaki asked. I'm not sure. Seiji rubbed his chin in contemplation. When that brown-haired girl woke up, the ghost suddenly disappeared. He had witnessed a similar phenomenon before. It felt similar to New Year's Eve, when Ryo and Mayuzumi displayed abnormal scenes while sleeping. At that time, it only happened once on that night, and never appeared again, so he put it behind him. He didn't expect that he would see something similar from another person, not to mention that the phenomenon in question would be a ghost that could even talk. Jumanji-sensei, who is that girl in there? She's a student from Year 2, Class 1, and her name is Miyabi Ishihara. Keed explained the situation. Ishihara, does she have long brown hair and wear black-rimmed eyeglasses? Chiaki asked. Yes. That's her, then. She's one of Vice President Shiho's friends, and a student librarian. We met her before at the study group. The study group. Seiji did his best to recall. I seem to remember the vice president. Shiho-senpai talking to a girl with that appearance. Yep, that's her. Based on my observation, if Ishihara-senpai takes off those thick eyeglasses of hers and does her hair properly, she'll be an excellent beauty. There'd be such a great contrast. Something flashed in Chiaki's eyes. Nobody asked about that, Mika commented. A student librarian that can become a beauty just by taking off her eyeglasses is a classical character. Indeed, that Ishihara-senpai has this sort of potential. Seiji nodded in agreement. I know. She has an excellent figure as well. If she also puts on some appropriate and beautiful clothing, she'd definitely become quite alluring. That, I didn't notice, although her breasts are indeed, stop. Seiji hurriedly stopped himself. Apart from the fact that Mika was now glaring at him, more important was that Ishihara herself had just walked out of the infirmary. Keed went up and asked, Ishihara-san, are you feeling better? Yeah. I'm fine now. Thank you, sensei, Miyabi Ishihara replied. Don't force yourself. If you feel like you're in no condition to be in classes, then apply for sick leave. Okay. Thank you for your concern, sensei, she politely responded to Keed as she turned around to leave. It seems like she's alright. Her only problem is having trouble sleeping. Who knows if this will continue, Although Seiji felt like this situation was similar with Peach Sensei's, Miyabi Ishihara only said that she couldn't sleep well but didn't mention anything about nightmares, which was different from Peach Sensei. Besides, the abnormal scenes were different as well, so they couldn't be compared. That was what Seiji believed. He decided to temporarily take a wait-and-see approach. Jumanji-sensei, if this Ishihara-senpai comes visit the infirmary again, please contact me. He requested this of Keed. The blonde teacher nodded in affirmation. At this moment, two boys arrived. One boy was supporting the other, who had a pained expression on his face. Sensei, he tripped on the stairs and injured himself. Go ahead and help him in, Keed indicated to the two boys as she walked back into the infirmary. We should take our leave now. Seiji, Mika, and Chiaki decided to leave. You have any clues, Seiji? I think so. Ishihara-senpai is quite similar to Peach Sensei. Chiaki blinked to hear this. Now that you mention it, it's true. Her appearance, figure, and overall aura do make her seem like a high school version of Amami-sensei. That's not what I meant. I was talking about her situation, Seiji clarified. However, he then considered it again. But, what you said, seems right as well. Ishihara-senpai indeed feels a bit like a high school version of sensei. I know. Perhaps they're actually even relatives. How could there be such a coincidence? You're thinking too much into it, Don't deny it so fast. Perhaps they really are. They started yet another passionate discussion. Honestly, Mika could only sigh at her two good friends that got sidetracked yet again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 430, The Holy Light Shall Protect Me. Chapter 430, The Holy Light Shall Protect Me. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. After school was over, Seiji headed to the student council president's residence to practice in her underground facility. Seiji reached the progress required and paid the points to learn beginner-level barrier spells. Ding, a system notification popped up in front of him. Character reward card Hoshiyamami has now met the prerequisites for additional ability 5. It is now available for use. Seiji went to go take a look at his Hoshi card, and saw that the final ability, which had been nothing but question marks before, now showed. Additional ability 5, Light's Protection, beginner-level barrier spells required as a prerequisite. Barrier Strengthening Technique. You may use this technique on your own barriers. It will strengthen their duration to 24 hours, increase their defense value, as well as add anti-magic, cleansing, and healing properties to them. If the above-mentioned properties already exist, then they shall be strengthened. This ability will use your mana and physical energy. Limited to 1 use per day, plus 1 use for level bonus. The Holy Light shall protect me. The Holy Light shall fool. Well then, system, after copying from Overwatch, now you're copying from World of Warcraft? Isn't this a step backwards for you? Although he was mentally commenting on his system, Seiji was quite satisfied with his new ability. It could strengthen his barrier's defense value and add many extra effects, as well as lengthen the duration they could be maintained for. It was definitely strong. The only weakness was the number of times he could use it in a day, only twice. Seiji then looked at beginner-level barrier spells in his system and checked what new options there were. There was defense, anti-spell, reflect magic, size, duration, anti-demon, cleansing, so many options. And unlike the separate steps for improving spells such as beginner-level astral vision, these options weren't unique modes. Rather, they were all added special effects. In summary, all these properties could simultaneously exist on the same barrier. However, the more effects on the barrier, the larger the cost to cast and maintain it. This was only natural. Seiji looked over the summaries, then closed this section of his system. He then checked out all the spiritual abilities he had accumulated so far. Attack, defense, and healing, he felt that he had learned all the basics now. From now on, should he continue cultivating his spells, or start right away on becoming a yin-yang master? At first, he had intended to become a passable spiritual ability user first. Did his current level count as passable? Seiji was uncertain. But, in order to defeat the person he wanted to defeat, he had to at least be on a yin-yang master's level. At first he hadn't been in any rush to become a yin-yang master, but things were different now. He came to a decision after some consideration. I shall work hard at both becoming a yin-yang master along with cultivating my spells. Seiji saw Natsuya and Hitaka when he left the practice field and returned to the residence's living room. It was a nice scene, with the beautiful student council president drinking tea quietly together with her spirit-branded retainer who was also a beauty. However, the student council president had somewhat of a dark aura about her, which affected the beauty of the scene. Seiji greeted them and asked if something was the matter. We just returned from my main family. There were some things discussed there that weren't particularly pleasant for me, Natsuya said in a low voice. Oh. I'm sorry to hear that. Seiji knew that Natsuya had a tenuous relationship with her family. She hadn't wanted to speak about this subject before, nor had she ever mentioned anything before about her family. Should I ask her during this chance? Or simply leave silently? Before he could come to a decision, the student council president continued. It was regarding the awakened at Genhana High School. Seiji's eyebrows arced upwards as something flashed in his eyes. May I know what it was about? If it was about the awakened in the combined Genhana Middle and High School, that would affect Yukari and Hoshi, and he really wanted to know. Yes. Natsuya glanced directly at him. Seiji sat down across from them and took a cup, intending to pour some tea for himself. However, Hitaka picked up the tea kettle for him. The red-haired girl poured some tea for him. Thank you, Shoho-san. No need to be polite, Haruta-kun. Seiji sipped on some tea and did his best to appear calm on the surface as he waited for Natsuya's explanation. My family requested for me to find all the awakened in our school. I attempted to refuse, but my refusal wasn't accepted, Natsuya said in a heavy tone of voice. Tomorrow, the main Yorihana family will send someone to our school in order to assist me in finding awakened. What will happen to the awakened that are found? They'll be registered and taken in. Taken in, can I interpret that as being captured? Seiji frowned. You could say that. Natsuya sighed. Silence fell between them for a moment. Is there no way to prevent this? Seiji asked after a moment of silence. Since he was asking a question like this, it was basically equal to him tacitly admitting that he knew someone who was awakened. Natsuya pretended not to realize what he really meant as she answered the question. I already did my best to refuse, but I was unable to. Her heavy tone contained the bitterness of a failed resistance. Seiji looked directly into her eyes. You've worked hard. Upon hearing these gentle words, Natsuya, who felt a deep sense of unwillingness inside her, was almost moved to tears for a moment. She did her best to control herself, not allowing her expression to change. However, she still made a slight sniffling sound, and her eyes reddened as she lowered her head and sipped some tea to conceal her emotions. Seiji felt a sense of pity for the student council president as he watched her. There were no benefits to be had for Natsuya Yorihana to resist her own family for the sake of the awakened at Genhana High School. However, she still chose to do so anyways. Was it because of a sense of responsibility as the student council president? Or her pride as the master of this territory? Neither of those were correct. The most foundational reason was that the Yorihana family daughter was a gentle girl to begin with. Just as he knew from the very start. He wanted to tell this gentle scion more words of reassurance since she had taken such an obvious impact, but he felt that it was better for him to remain silent for the time being as she was also a strong and resolute girl. After a moment of silence, Natsuya calmed down her emotions and was able to face Seiji once more. I apologize that I wasn't able to stop it. As a member of the Yorihana family, in the end, I'm unable to go against my family's will. Her tone of voice was unmistakably downcast and depressed. It's already certain that the Yorihana family will send someone to school tomorrow. Then, is there any way to interfere with the process of searching for awakened? Seiji inquired. I absolutely have to cooperate with the search. If I don't behave properly, I'll be reported to my family. Then you don't need to do anything. Let me do the interfering. Seiji pointed at himself. Just secretly provide information to me and let me know how the person that's coming is going to do the search. I'll think of some way to interfere. This, perhaps it's doable. Natsuya thought it over. Then let's go with that then. You'll be in charge of information, while I'll be in charge of taking action to interfere with the search for awakened. Something flashed in Seiji's eyes. Even if it doesn't succeed, it's worth trying. I shall call this the battle of appearing to obey on the surface, but secretly disobeying. Natsuya was rendered speechless. Tee-hee. She ended up chuckling. Appearing to obey on the surface, but secretly disobeying. Indeed, even if we can't stop it, there are still things that we can do. Yeah, so don't be depressed right now. The true battle's just beginning. Although you make it sound cool, you're actually inciting me to secretly betray my family. Seiji choked on his words for a moment. Natsuya smiled as she looked at him. A bad boy is inciting me to betray my family, and not only am I not resisting him, I even think it's pretty good. I am a wicked girl, after all. Natsuya. If my actions are detected, you have to take responsibility. Yep. If your actions are exposed, I shall use the name of Seiji Haruta to take all responsibility. Seiji said in a serious manner. That's not what I meant, but this is an answer that I'll accept. A gentle look suffused Natsuya's expression. As long as you're willing to bear responsibility, I shall have no complaints, no regrets. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 431, I bet you're still a virgin, aren't you? Chapter 431, I bet you're still a virgin, aren't you? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. I've received such a troublesome task. This was Ritsujiro Rokuwu's first impression of the task he'd received. Searching for Awakened wasn't a big deal. However, it was a big deal because he had to do so at the Yorihana family's daughter's school. Even though Ritsujiro didn't know too much in detail about her situation in her family, nor did he want to know too much, he could perceive that things were rather subtle. On the surface, it appeared that she was in a fairly weak situation, but she actually still had her supporters and a significant amount of strength behind her. Earlier, there was some guy, was his name Okubo Yoshiaki? He seemed to recall that there was a guy by this name that made an error in judgment and lost badly on the negotiation table for a formal duel against Natsuya Yorihana. In the end, not only was that guy defeated in the duel, he even died. She seemed weak, but actually possessed power. She seemed gentle, but when she fought, she was willing to kill others. Ritsujiro didn't want to have anything to do with her. It wasn't because he was afraid, it was because he had a personality that made him prefer to avoid all things troublesome. He heard that when she was requested by her family to find all the Awakened at her school, she had forcefully attempted to refuse, and was extremely resistant to the idea. She only obeyed in the end due to her family's strict commands. In such a situation, Ritsujiro felt that it would be all the more troublesome. Why does it look like you're constipated? Rokuhokuin, a flighty-sounding voice, spoke up beside him. This is a wonderful task that's been given to us this time. Going to a combined middle and high school to find Awakened? I can take this opportunity to taste some succulent middle school girls. Ritsujiro turned around to look at the speaker. Sitting next to him was his companion that was also assigned to this task, Shinku Sentani. Shinku had dyed blonde hair, wore an earring, and was quite handsome. He dressed fashionably and was quite an eye-catching person who seemed like he would commonly go visit bars and other such places. Well, to be honest, he was indeed such a person. He always had the smell of smoke and alcohol on him, and his words were always overly casual in nature. It was obvious that he had strong desire for women. However, Shinku's ability as a spiritual ability user was real. Although people didn't think much of his personality, his accomplishments in the field were quite renowned. He wasn't a simple idiot. Shinku was someone else that Ritsujiro didn't want to get close to. Ritsujiro felt like he wouldn't get along well with someone like Shinku. You'll probably anger Lady Yorihana if you casually do anything to the girls at her school. It's best that you don't. Ritsujiro spoke what he was thinking. So what if I play with a few girls? Lady Yorihana wouldn't be so much of a stuck-up that she wouldn't even allow a little fun, would she? Shinku didn't pay any heed to Ritsujiro's words. Besides, even if she gets angry, so what? It's not like we're her subordinates. As long as it doesn't interfere with our task, we're free to do whatever we like. Ritsujiro fell silent. Relax, Rokuhokuin. Don't always have such a tense expression. I'm getting bored just looking at you. Shinku patted him on the shoulder. If you always have such an expression, you won't be popular with the girls. I apologize, this is my usual expression. Then you're definitely not popular. By the way, I bet you're still a virgin, aren't you? Shtick. Ritsujiro, whose age represented how many years he had been without a girlfriend, took an arrow directly to the knee. As a spiritual ability user, it would actually be quite easy for him to lose his virginity. However, he didn't want to be so casual. He preferred to find a girl he truly loved and properly have a romance with her. However, he hadn't met anyone he had particularly liked before. Ritsujuru didn't think that this was anything embarrassing. However, when someone else brought it up, especially when that someone else was a person like Shinku who seemed like he was experienced in such things, that was another matter. Yes, I am a virgin, so what? That's none of your business. Ritsujuru really wanted to roar that out loud. But if he really did that, it would obviously be inappropriate, and it would be even more troublesome if he started a conflict with his assigned partner for this task before it even began. And so, he chose to remain silent once again. Could it be that I was right? You really are still a virgin? No way. Shinku was astonished at his reaction. Could you shut up? Ritsujuru's cheeks twitched as he turned to look outside the window of the car they were riding in. Just as he'd thought, he couldn't possibly get along well with such a person. Natsuya personally met with the two people that her family sent in the student council office. One had a standard side-parted haircut and a slightly above-average appearance. He wore normal clothes and had a serious and grim expression. He appeared just like an ordinary college student would. This was Ritsujuru Rokuhu. The other person was a handsome boy with dyed blonde hair and wearing an earring. He appeared rather flirtatious, almost as if he was a gigolo. His name was Shinku Sentani. After greeting each other, they went right to the main topic. Milady, you only need to continue surveilling the school and tell us about any spiritual reactions that you detect. You can leave the rest up to us, Ritsujuru stated. Alright, that works. Natsuya nodded. Let me tell you my request for the two of you as well. It's very simple, don't harm any ordinary students or teachers here. She had a serious expression as she glanced over at the two of them. As the student council president here, I don't wish to see anyone at school being harmed. While I can't go against my family's orders to search for a vacant, so I'm forced to accept this, I won't back down when it comes to ordinary students and teachers. I can't do anything about how you carry out your tasks in other locations. But, I set the rules here. If you break my rules and disrespect me, then I won't respect you either. The atmosphere was a little chilly. Ritsujuru lowered his head in front of Natsuya Yorahana's pressure. I shall respect and remember Milady's words. After that, he left together with Shinku. Fujisan, what do you think? Natsuya turned around and asked her maid Mai who was next to her. Ritsujuru Rokuhu is the cautious type, and will probably follow Milady's request. However, it's hard to say for Shinku Sentani. This person's well known to have personality issues, and he's a huge pervert. Mai, who was in her school uniform, gave her assessment. When Milady was speaking just now, he seemed to have a nonchalant attitude. It's possible that he'll ignore your warning and do something to the girls at school. Will Rokuhu stop him from doing so? I doubt it. I've heard that Rokuhu is the cold type, or perhaps it's more accurate to describe him as the type that doesn't like getting involved in others' affairs. At most, he'll probably only try saying something and won't bother any more than that if he doesn't succeed. The cautious type, but only worries about himself, right? Right. Such a terrible combination. TSK. What an arrogant little scion, Shinku spoke condescendingly right after he left the student council office. I set the rules here. Who does she think she is? That attitude of hers pisses me off. She's the Yorahana family's daughter, and we work for the Yorahana family, Ritsujuru told him calmly. So what? In the end, she's still just a B*TCH that's going to get married to some guy from another family as a fuck toy. It's best if you don't speak like that. So what if I talk like this? The last person that challenged Lady Yorahana is dead already. That was a young master. Are you saying that I'll end up the same way? Shinko glared at Ritsujuru. I didn't say that. I was merely saying something that already happened. Ritsujuru looked towards Shinku. It's your personal matter if you're dissatisfied with Lady Yorahana. I won't stop you if there's anything you want to do, nor will I help you if anything befalls you. I only want to complete the task given to us. Humph. How cold of you, Rokuhakuan. I apologize. This is just how I am, Sentani-san. Someone like you will never be popular with women in your life. I don't need to be popular, as long as I meet the one woman just for me. Sentani-san, since you're so popular, have you met a special person just for you yet? Shinku fell silent for a moment at this. You're such an annoying fellow. Right back at you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 432, I apologize, I lost control of myself. Chapter 432, I apologize, I lost control of myself. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. A combination of a cautious type and an unrestrained type. Seiji left his classroom after he received this information from Natsuya. Although yesterday night he acted spiritedly and talked about how he would interfere, he didn't actually know if he would be able to succeed or not. He set a goal for himself that he absolutely had to protect Yukari and Hoshi. As for any other awakened at school, it would have to depend on the situation. At any rate, he would do his best. Ritsujuru and Shinku split up after they both received passes to freely wander around the school. It wasn't because the two of them loathed each other. No, perhaps it was precisely because that they had different personalities and ways of doing things that they would split up rather than act together. It was only natural since they were both only working for the Yorahana family rather than being partners. Ritsujuru's first stop was the infirmary. He intended to ask the nurse working here about any students coming to ask for treatment in the past few days, as perhaps there would be clues about the awakened to be found. Sorry to bother you. He saw a blonde beauty when he entered. She was wearing a white nursing outfit, and her hair reached her shoulders. She was sitting with one leg on her other leg, sipping tea from a teacup in one hand while browsing her cell phone with her other hand. There was an alluring beauty to her. Ritsujuru felt something move in his heart. He didn't expect the infirmary nurse to be such a beauty. She was basically a living fantasy for any male student. The beautiful teacher noticed his presence, and looked over in his direction with her blue eyes. Hello, who might you be? Police. Ritsujuru showed her his fake identification. I'm here to investigate some issues at this school. I'd like to ask a few questions. Please cooperate. The blonde teacher blinked upon hearing this. All right, sure. She put down her teacup, put away her cell phone, and stood up. Ritsujuru was able to feel her allure even stronger than earlier now that she was directly facing him. I'd like to ask, how many students have come to the infirmary in the past 2 days? He began asking his questions. Keed answered him calmly with a regular expression. When Ritsujuru asked her if she had noticed anything unusual about any of the students that came to the infirmary, she answered in a natural manner that she hadn't. Meanwhile, outside the infirmary, Seiji was secretly listening in on their conversation. Last night, he told Keed that if someone came asking about the students' recent health situations, she shouldn't tell that person anything about Miyabi Ishihara. It seemed that this preparation of his had been useful. That person named Ritsujuru didn't seem to find anything amiss. Seiji left after listening for a while. He didn't go far before Natsuya sent him a mental message using a spiritual ability. Seiji's expression instantly changed when he heard this message. In a science classroom, 2 girls were standing there with blank looks in their eyes. Take off your clothes. Shinku ordered the girls as a cold red light flickered in his eyes. The 2 girls slowly began taking off their clothes. Shinku sat down on a chair and unzipped his pants as he enjoyed the scene before him. Not allowed to harm ordinary people? Humph, I'm not harming them, I'm giving them great pleasure. He condescendingly thought that to himself, talking to an imaginary version of that Natsuya idiot in his mind. You can go be an idiot by yourself. You dare to forbid others from having fun as well, you bitch that doesn't know her own place. If I want to do these girls, I'll do them. I'm going to do as I please, and what can you even do to me? Soon, the two girls were only wearing their underwear. Just as they were slowly beginning to take off their bras, a sound came from outside the classroom. Boom! The locked science classroom door was suddenly kicked open. Shinku looked over to see a tall and handsome boy entering the room. A spiritual ability user. Shinku noticed this instantly. That was because this person possessed an astonishingly imposing aura that no ordinary person would have. When Seiji entered the classroom and saw how the two female students were almost naked, his expression became quite grim. He stared at the young man with dyed blonde hair who was sitting on a chair, and quickly walked in front of Shinku. Immediately canceled the spell you placed on them. Shinku narrowed his eyes. Seiji glared at him angrily. Who are you? That's not important. I'll say it one more time. Immediately cancel the spell you placed on them. And if I don't? Then I'm going to give you a vicious beating. Ha, who do you think you are? Shinku suddenly attacked without warning. He rushed towards Seiji with an uppercut punch aimed directly at Seiji's chin. Seiji blocked this punch and responded with his own punch. Shinku blocked Seiji's punch with his left hand, while simultaneously kicking at Seiji. Seiji responded with his own kicks. Pound. Boom. Pound. Pound, asterisk. The fierce melee battle between the two caused a quick succession of fighting sounds. Seiji caught an opportunity and was able to viciously punch Shinku in the stomach, which sent Shinku flying and crashing into an experiment area and rolling around on the floor. Bastard! Shinku cast the body-strengthening spell on himself as he stood up with his mind filled with killing intent. However, he saw his opponent exploding with even greater spirit than earlier. Seiji's entire body was covered in a golden mist and his hair elongated with a golden glow while golden runes appeared on his face as if he was undergoing a transformation. This is... Shinku widened his eyes in surprise. Without even giving him time to blink, the golden boy flashed in front of him and raised his fist. Wait a moment. A golden flash headed viciously in his direction. Pound, 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 pound. His face, chest, stomach, waist, and legs, all parts of his body received a succession of sudden attacks. Shinku was unable to block any of these attacks, and before he could even beg and surrender, his consciousness was washed away by the pain. At Natsuya's instruction, Hitaka rushed over to the science classroom and helped the two girls to put on their clothes before taking them away and canceling the spell put on them by Shinku. When Natsuya personally arrived, she walked up to Seiji who was in a corner of the science classroom. She saw that Shinko Senani was collapsed with a distorted figure on the ground next to Seiji in a pitiful fashion as if he had been trampled by elephants. I apologize, I lost control of myself for a little bit, Seiji explained. No, you did something that I wanted to do as well, Natsuya told him calmly. This guy, how much trouble will he give you? Don't worry, there won't be too much trouble, unless my family has other plans. Natsuya paused for a moment. I'm even beginning to suspect that my family sent this person over here on purpose to create such a situation. This was a trap? Seiji raised his eyebrows. Yes, it's possible. Intentionally sending a scumbag over here who would act as he pleased and force Natsuya to react, then make things difficult for her as an excuse, was that the plan? If that was the case, could Seiji possibly watch her fall into the trap that he pushed her into? No. Seiji thought about what he could do. How about making this guy disappear? He decisively made a suggestion. Natsuya looked at Seiji with an astonished expression. You want to kill him? If it's necessary. Seiji had a serious expression. As long as this guy disappears, there won't be any evidence left behind to make things difficult for you. And if someone intentionally tries to do so anyways, you can put my name out there and see if your family dares to do anything to this exiled scumbag from the Haruta family. Using Seiji Haruta's name to take on all the responsibility, this was the promise he made to her as a man. Natsuya was now feeling the weight of this promise. Seiji. She felt like there was something clogged in her heart that felt rather uncomfortable yet also warm. A moment of silence fell between them. Just as she was finished being moved and was about to say that it wasn't necessary to go to such an extent, Seiji spoke up again. Let's do this, then. Make Shinku Sentai disappear, but not kill him immediately. Confine him somewhere and observe the situation. Perhaps this wasn't the best method, but it seemed like the safest method. I shall contact the Jumanji Mafia group for this. When you're asked about Shinku's whereabouts, all you have to say is that you don't know anything and act like you couldn't care less about this guy's life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 433, I don't understand what you're saying. Chapter 433, I don't understand what you're saying. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Ritsujuru began his search based on the information he obtained from the infirmary nurse. However, his search proved fruitless even up until noon. He didn't receive a single message from Shinku, either. He didn't even meet Shinku a single time during his search. Was that guy really working? Or did he really go do something that he shouldn't have? Ritsujuru was somewhat concerned. He decided to call Shinku's cell phone and arrange a lunch together to discuss the search. When he called Shinku's number, the call wouldn't connect. What's going on? He tried calling Shinku again a few minutes later, but the call still wouldn't connect. When he called numerous times but none of the calls would connect, Ritsujuru began furrowing his eyebrows. Something's wrong. He had an ominous premonition. He stood still where he was for quite a while, something flashing in his eyes. Then, he made yet another phone call. Sorry to be a bother, Lady Yorahana. I'd like to ask, do you know where Sentani-san is? Why are you asking me? The voice in his phone replied calmly. Weren't the two of you together? We acted separately, and I haven't seen him since this morning. Now, I can't reach him by phone. Ritsujuru explained the situation. I don't know what happened to him, nor am I interested. Why don't you go search for him by yourself? She expressed an obviously cold attitude. Ritsujuru felt that things were probably bad when he heard this. Lady Yorahana, please assist. I'm very busy and don't have any free time. She hung up just like that. Ritsujuru slowly put down his cell phone, his expression becoming somewhat complex. This is troublesome. He muttered to himself. It wouldn't be as big of a deal if Shinku Senani was just secretly slacking off somewhere, but that was unlikely. Although Shinku was indeed known to have a terrible personality, he was still someone who had racked up plenty of accomplishments. That meant that he was a spiritual ability user who would carry out his tasks properly, so he wouldn't disappear just like that while in the middle of a task. Ritsujuru wanted to believe that this annoying fellow was just playing around somewhere, or that Shinku's cell phone was broken. However, Ritsujuru's sense of logic and reason told him that there was a far more likely scenario, that Shinku Senani had been dealt with. After Shinku split up from him, he went to go have some fun first, which angered Natsuya Yorahana, and he was killed off. The evidence was her attitude just now. When she learned that Shinku was missing, she acted completely unconcerned and wasn't worried at all about what he could have been doing. She didn't worry about whether or not he would ignore her warning and do something to ordinary teachers and students. This proved that she knew that Shinku didn't do such things, as he was no longer capable of doing such things, but What a terrible situation. Although it was all only his inference, Ritsujuru felt that this was likely to be the truth. What should he do? Should he try searching inside the school for Shinku out of a sliver of hope that Shinku was fine? Or should he report this to the Urahana main family immediately? After standing still for quite a while, Ritsujuru chose to call the Urahana main family. Natsuya received a call from her family. More accurately speaking, the phone call was from the second young master of the Urahana family, the younger of her two older brothers Aorin Urahana. She had already mentally prepared herself for a call from her family. She accepted the call readily. Natsuya, how about eating lunch together? A magnetic-sounding male voice spoke up from her cell phone. Sorry, I ate already. I figured as much. In that case, I shall have to enjoy this mega sushi buffet that I pre-ordered half a year in advance all by myself. Aorin's tone was filled with obvious bragging. First, I'll start from the tuna rolls. Enjoy your lunch. Goodbye. Natsuya decisively hung up the phone. Her cell phone immediately rang again. Don't be so cold, sister, Aorin spoke again after she took the call. I'm not interested in hearing you talk about food, Aorin. The joy of sharing wonderful food with others is something blissful, you know. You're the only one who's in bliss. I apologize that I don't have the free time to accompany you. Goodbye. Wait. Don't hang up on me again. I wasn't intending on only hanging up. I was going to turn off my cell phone. Don't be like that. I'll stop talking about food. Aorin coughed. Let's get serious. Natsuya, where's Shinko Sentani? I don't know. Don't pretend to be such an obvious fool. Of course you know where he is. I don't understand what you're saying. Why is it that I have to know where he is? Natsuya responded calmly. He's not my subordinate, and he obviously looks down upon me. I don't have the free time to care about such a person's fate. Aorin fell silent for a moment before speaking again. It looks like you're really angry this time. Angry? How perplexing. All I am right now is confused. Stop acting. I can understand how you feel, but you went overboard when you killed him. Aorin sighed. I don't understand what you're saying. Natsuya placed extra emphasis on her words this time. I killed someone? Whom would I kill? Shinku Sentani? Don't just slander me like that, Aorin. Even if you're my older brother, there's some things that can't be said. Her calm-sounding words contained deep emotions. The second young master of the Urahana family was feeling a headache right now. He didn't expect that his younger sister would react so fiercely. It was his miscalculation. Originally, he figured that Shinku would at most receive a beating, which would be a suitable punishment for Shinku as his lecherous tendencies had gotten a bit out of hand recently. It would also give Natsuya a way to vent her emotions, as well as make Aorin's next move more convenient. He didn't think that there was anything off with his plan. With Natsuya's personality, even if she disliked or hated Shinku's type, she wouldn't go too overboard. However, Shinku, you bastard, just what did you do? Did you just happen to try doing something to one of Natsuya's close friends? Or did you try to challenge her authority directly to her face? Shinku was a fairly skilled subordinate of his, except for the fact that Shinku's brain was filled with thoughts of women too much. Aorin had wanted to give Shinku a lesson through this, but didn't expect that he would die. Natsuya denied doing such a thing. Well, of course, that was only natural. If Aorin was in the situation, he would naturally deny it as well. He didn't know when specifically Shinku was killed off, and it was likely that his corpse had been taken care of already. He had two choices, to investigate Shinku's death or to ignore it. Logically, he should investigate it. After all, that was an accomplished subordinate of his. But, without mentioning if he would even be able to find any evidence, if Natsuya's pent-up emotions were already at the point of killing someone, investigating Shinku's death would likely end up in. Aorin didn't want things to reach that point, and he was certain that his older brother and father wouldn't want things to end up like that as well. "I'm your second brother, and I'm on your side, sister." He sighed after some contemplation. But, Shinku's disappearance is something rather serious. Even if you forcefully claim that you didn't do it, it won't possibly fool anyone or be accepted so easily. I think that you should understand as well. Natsuya fell silent for a moment. "I didn't intend to fool anyone," she stated lightly. "After all, I didn't kill anyone to begin with." Aorin blinked in surprise. She didn't kill anyone. Could Shinku still be alive? His eyes lit up when he came to this realization. "It seems that I misunderstood. Natsuya is still Natsuya, and she wouldn't go to the extent of killing someone. But, she's probably close to the brink, and if I don't take care of things well, Shinku might still be killed off." After speedily considering his options, Aorin Yorihana came to a decision. "Since you say so, maybe it really doesn't have anything to do with you. I'll have Ritsujiro Rokuhu look for Shinku around the area one more time. Perhaps he'll be able to find Shinku. If he finds him, no matter what, I'll apologize to you." What he really meant with his words were, "As long as you let Shinku go, then no matter how much he was beaten up, I won't do anything about it." Something flashed in Natsuya's eyes as she understood his intention. Allowing Shinko Sentani and Ritsujiro Rokuhu into the school is something I'm very displeased with. In their eyes, this is a hunting ground, and the students are their prey. Normal hunting grounds have rules and regulations, and the hunters can't go too overboard. However, there's no limits on them at all. If you're truly apologetic, Brother Aorin, please place some limits on them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 434, Pretend Not to See Anything. Chapter 434, Pretend Not to See Anything. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Aorin mentally sighed as he understood what Natsuya meant. He felt annoyed and helpless at Natsuya's naivety and stubbornness. Sometimes, he would think to himself that it would have been better if his younger sister had been slightly dumber, or slightly less independent, and more of an obedient daughter. The hunt's something that's already been decided upon. Even I can't change it. But, you can pretend not to see anything. Yes, but why should I? Aorin increased the volume of his voice. Should I be naive together with you? Natsuya fell silent. Sister, I wasn't lying when I said I was on your side, Aorin continued. But, the prerequisite is that you don't do anything too foolish. If you occasionally vent your anger or act willfully, I won't say anything, and you can do whatever you please. But, some things are still impossible. There's still boundaries. It's time for you to face reality. A moment of silence fell between them. Reality, whether or not I recognize it as such, I don't know, Natsuya said in a light voice. But, perhaps the reality that I see is different from the reality that you guys see, Her tone of voice was quite nonchalant, as if she didn't have any emotions. However, Aorin felt as if he was being stabbed painfully, and the annoyance in his heart increased even further. He forcefully told himself many times over to calm down, and somehow managed to suppress his feeling of annoyance. What remained was a deep feeling of helplessness. Since you object so much to having people over there, then I won't arrange for anyone else. I'll just have Ritsujiro Rokuhu assist you by himself. Stop venting your anger and finish the task as quickly as possible. He hung up the call there. Natsuya slowly put down her cell phone. Then, she came to a sudden realization that lit up her eyes. Thank you, Brother Aorin, she said in her heart. Ritsujiro located Shinko Sentani in a public restroom close by to Genhana High School. Shinku was injured all over, lying on the toilet like a dying dog. He looked rather pitiful. Although Ritsujuru didn't sympathize with Shinku, he wasn't delighted to see his condition either. Ritsujuru contacted a hospital and dragged Shinku out of the restroom and brought him to the ambulance that the hospital sent. He watched the ambulance take Shinku away. And just as he was about to return to Genhana High School to finish his task, a tall boy wearing the Genhana High School uniform appeared in front of him. "My name is Seiji Haruta. I would like to have a discussion with you, Rokuwu-san." Haruta. Ritsujuru immediately tensed up upon hearing this name. He had heard some rumors before about the relationship between this famous exiled scumbag piece of trash from the Haruta family and Lady Yorahana. "What would you like to talk about?" "Haruta-san. Let's go somewhere more convenient to chat," Seiji indicated to Ritsujuru as he turned around and walked off. Something flashed in Ritsujuru's eyes as he followed Seiji. They entered a coffee cafe. At this time of day, there were very few customers. The two of them sat down in a corner, each ordered a coffee, and then they both fell silent. Only after the server brought both their coffees and left did Seiji finally speak up. "Judging by your reaction, you know who I am, so I won't waste any unnecessary time on introducing myself. What I want to talk about is regarding your task to search for Awakened. Please stop your search for Awakened after you discover 2 Awakened, and then report to your boss that these are all the Awakened here at Genhana." Ritsujuru squinted his eyes. "Why?" "Of course, to reduce the number of possible victims." Seiji looked at Ritsujuru. "You should know what will happen to the Awakened that you find, don't you?" Ritsujuru fell silent for a moment. "What's in it for you to do all this?" he asked. "Nothing." "Then why are you doing this?" "Because I want to, just like Natsuya." Ritsujuru tensed up even further upon hearing this. This was indeed Lady Yorahana's intention after all. "No, it's my intention," Seiji stated calmly. "I learned about the situation from her, and made my decision on my own." Ritsujuru furrowed his eyebrows. "If you agree to my request, you will receive benefits more so than what you'll be paid from completing your task," Seiji promised. "And if I don't agree?" "I was the one who beat Shinku Sentani up." Seiji's answer didn't directly answer his question, but it was the most direct type of answer of all. "I seriously considered whether or not I should kill him, because there's no way I can have a proper discussion with that type of person." A cold look appeared in Seiji's eyes. "In the end, I didn't get to kill him, which was rather regrettable, but forget it. You're different from that type of bastard, Rokuwu-san. You're someone I can have a discussion with. I hope that you'll make the correct decision." Ritsujuru could feel an imposing manner coming from Seiji Haruta. The famous useless piece of trash from the Haruta family, that was all in the past. This person sitting across from him right now was someone strong enough to single-handedly defeat and even kill Shinku Senani without having received a single injury. Ritsujuru broke out into a cold sweat in front of this tangible sensation of pressure. "For me, the most correct decision would be to serve the Yorahana family's wishes. Lady Yorahana will be quite happy if you agree to my request. And if you don't, she'll be quite disappointed. I respect Lady Yorahana, but, My request isn't for you to abandon your task, but to let some go free," Seiji spoke softly. "I'm not asking for you to risk everything and betray the Yorahana family. It's just pretending not to see anything and committing an act of kindness." Ritsujuru fell silent yet again. There's many wicked things that happen in the world. Even if one more or one less wicked deed is done, it won't affect anything in the grand scheme of things. For most such cases, we're powerless. But if something like this is right in front of you, and if it's possible for you to reach out and stop it just like that and prevent some harm from being done, that would be adding more beauty and kindness into this world." Seiji had a deep look in his eyes as he sipped on his coffee. "At the very least, that's what I believe." A long, long silence fell between them after that. Various customers came and went, the servers walked around, the bell on the door kept ringing whenever it was opened. Ritsujiru's coffee started to become cold. Finally, Ritsujiru gave a long sigh, picked up his coffee that had already gone completely cold, and drank it all down in one gulp. He looked towards Seiji after putting down his coffee mug. Seiji understood Ritsujiru's answer from the look in his eyes. With Natsuya's cooperation, Ritsujiru was immediately able to discover 2 awakened in a single day. Shohei Matsujima from Year 2, Class 3, and Takaya Nakamura from Year 3, Class 5. They were both boys that Seiji was unacquainted with. Ritsujiru reported this information to his superiors, and said that these are the only 2 awakened at Genhana Middle and High School, ending his task there. Since there were only 2 people, would the Yorihana family be suspicious? Natsuya told him not to worry about it and that this would be fine. Yukari, Hoshi, and any other potential awakened at school were safe now, for the time being. If the fact that Seiji and Natsuya covered for awakened here was exposed, the Yorihana family would undertake another search. And even at schools other than Genhana, the awakened would be in a similar situation. Other spiritual ability user factions were doing similar searches. In fact, it would be the same even if the awakened left this city and escaped somewhere else. Although some factions offered protection to the awakened, who knew if that was only on the surface? Nor was it known just how long the protection could continue for. Seiji didn't feel that it would be a good idea for Yukari and Hoshi to join any spiritual ability user faction. Shuzu Amami agreed with Seiji's viewpoint. The mystical society didn't treat it as a basic fundamental right that the awakened should be treated well. Nor was there a simultaneously trustworthy enough and powerful enough faction that definitely stood up and said that they would protect the awakened. That was the foundational problem. If only there was a bald professor in a wheelchair who created a school for the awakened. Seiji couldn't help but think that to himself. In the end, he still didn't have enough power. As long as I have enough power, I shall become that bald professor myself. No, he wasn't talking about becoming bald. Seiji was referring to creating a faction of his own like that professor from a story in his previous world. But right now, just protecting his own friends was difficult for him. Seiji could only helplessly sigh. At this moment, he received a message from Hana. I obtained some information about the spirit worlds. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 435, end quote, Forest Palace, end quote. Chapter 435, Forest Palace. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Hana gave Seiji the information on several spirit worlds and their locations, including the spirit world's consistency, the spiritual creatures contained within, as well as the general environments of those spirit worlds, the precious resources already discovered within, and the factions that he might meet in those spirit worlds. All this information was doubtlessly valuable. Seiji passionately expressed his thanks, but his younger sister felt only disgust. Ah, my tsundere younger sister is so cute. Seiji was quite grateful as he mulled over which spirit world location he should try going to based on the information Hana provided to him. Finally, he decided upon Nagawa Amusement Park. That was the place where he met with Iroha Hasegawa and Naoki Hasegawa. The main reason was that the spirit world located here had a relatively high amount of silver fruits. Silver fruits were a type of fruit that had absorbed a high concentration of mana. If spiritual ability users ate silver fruits, they'd be able to improve their spiritual power as well as mana. Later that night, Seiji finished making his preparations and left by himself. After Shika learned what he intended to do, she wanted to follow him, but Seiji convinced her to stay behind at home. I'm only going to check out the situation. I definitely won't take any risks, he told her. Well, since this was his first time visiting a spirit world, this was indeed true. He mostly wanted to check out what a spirit world was like. It would be nice if he could find some silver fruits. If not, that was perfectly fine as well. After all, this was still a precious resource not found everywhere, and there were competitors as well. Seiji took a taxi to Nagawa Amusement Park. When the driver almost reached the park, he suddenly stopped the taxi and was unwilling to drive any further. The driver had been affected by a spell, a barrier placed around this area. This was a spell placed by various allied factions to prevent ordinary people from entering this area. Seiji paid the driver his taxi fare and walked the rest of the way by himself. When he got close to the park's entrance, he saw a group of people. They were all spiritual ability users. Some of them were wearing normal clothing, while some of them wore rather special clothing. Some were wearing special equipment, and some were wearing heavy weapons. This was the second time that Seiji had ever seen so many spiritual ability users gathered in one place. Compared to the Winter Snow Festival party, this felt more like a cosplay convention to him. Well, that's what any normal person would probably think if they saw this scene. Should I go over there and approach them? After some consideration, he decided to wait outside, slightly farther away. Time passed just like this as Seiji observed the situation. Roughly 15 minutes later, something began glowing in the amusement park. This light was a mystical light that could only been seen using astral vision. At first, the light was white, then it transformed into green, then red. The colors kept changing and changing. Not only that, the light kept expanding and rising, finally becoming an incredibly large sphere of light. It was as if an aurora borealis had landed on Earth. It was incredibly beautiful. After the sphere of light stopped expanding, the spiritual ability users all jumped within it and vanished into the light. Seiji walked over as well and jumped into the sphere of light. His vision was filled with light for an instant before clearing up. So this is what a place that's transformed into a spirit world looks like. Seiji was quite astonished as he glanced around him. He was now in a gigantic ancient temple whose ground was cracked and walls were collapsing. The roof also had roughly half of it missing. Grass and weeds were growing everywhere, and small gray butterflies were dancing in the air. Vines thicker than human legs were growing out of the huge cracks in the ground and spread throughout the grounds and the walls, reaching above the roof. Light illuminated this place from above and created a light yellow pillar of light where specks of dust were visibly floating. Forest Palace. This was the name of the spirit world that Nagawa Amusement Park would become every night. The basic environment here was a mixture between a forest and an ancient palace, hence the name of the spirit world that the mystical society came up with. Setting aside the plants here, it was still unknown which country and which era this palace was from. The only thing certain was that it definitely wasn't from Sakura Island.